fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, kind of gloomy, kind of sunny, moderately sunny, but a little cloudy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Newsday, Tuesday, lads. It's Newsday, fucking Tuesday, lads. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Newsday, Tuesday. That's right, I said it. It is July 22nd, 2025, 11 a.m. on the dot, and it's Newsday fucking Tuesday. It's time for an ice. You already know what it is, yeah, lad. You already know what it is. Are you in shit camp 3? I mean, I haven't been invited, but probably. Anyway, folks. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'ma do. Watching from France, really enjoy the content and character. Thanks, Hassan, for the show. You're welcome. Okay, so it's my birthday in 3 days. As a matter of fact, it's my birthday in 3 days. It's my birthday, so you know I like to ride. But yeah, I saw the IG story. We get the flight footage soon. The raw data, the raw flight footage has been sent, but it's not as good. I'm waiting for the edited one, because that one has like you know, the G forces and things like that in the footage. So I'm, you know, it's in your desk. Can we blow up with you at Anime Expo? What is this? It's my birthday. Wait, hold on. What is happening, bro? Hold on. Anyway, personal news wise, multicam would be great for having rants, doing multiples in the rants. Okay. Personal news, ladies and gentlemen. Last night I ended the broadcast. You're late. It dropped. Oh, good one. Personal news wise, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ambies. Wait, where the hell is this? Where is my freaking... Hold on. Oops. I'm just trying to log into my TikTok because it's a new computer. Did you talk about the house shutdown already? No, I'm going to talk about it though. Hold on. I have like a 8-step verification to get into everything lately, so it's just like, it's like difficult to log into even TikTok. Okay, boom, I did it. Wait, what? Session expired? No, it didn't. Shut the fuck up. What the hell? What the helly? This is not even the correct TikTok. I just logged in with the wrong TikTok. What the hell? How is this even possible? That's weird. This is weird. This is weird. Look at this recent image of taking up Karl Marx's grave and see if you can... Wait. crazy. Okay. I can't just like log in with TikTok. I can't just log into my TikTok easily. Like there's like multiple steps of verification that I need to enter, and I need to enter it in like a super fast fucking period of time. And therefore it just like runs. If I don't do it in this super limited time frame, I get cooked and the session expires. What the hell? Session expired. Bro, I'm losing my mind right now. This is craziness. It's UNC-proof. It's like in 30 seconds I have to input like 8 different fucking codes, which is making me go crazy. Okay, let's see it again. Okay. What the freaking heli? What the heliante? Oh, there it is. I logged in. Okay. And I put it in dark mode so nobody has to freak out.
So, I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is, your claim is completely bad faith.
Okay. Hunter literally almost said word to word the same thing you complain about the Dems is crazy, but he still glazed his geriatric father nonetheless. Billy D is laughing your ass in the workout world. I know, dude. He's cooking. He's looking sexy. He's looking brolic. He's looking sexy. Your interview with the Nelk Boys is going viral everywhere. I mean, I wouldn't say it was an interview, let alone more so like a reasonable person being like, "What the fuck were you guys thinking?" You know what I mean? Like it was just more so me saying, "What were you guys thinking?" Like that's crazy. It's an UNC lecture style situation. Anyway, personal news wise, yesterday was obviously action packed, slammed, so much happening, so much going on. And I ended the broadcast and I basically just hung out with my cousin, my brother, his fiance a little bit, and then that's it. I just went to sleep, woke up early this morning. I did not work out as I normally would, so the Philip DeFranco sexy Phil footage that you guys sent me hits even harder. Hits me right in my fucking soul because I wasn't able to work out this morning, but for good reason. And that reason is because I did NPR. I did an NPR spot. Yeah. New Souls game from China coming out tomorrow. Wu Chang, Fallen Feathers. Okay, I'll look at this. Wu Chang, Fallen Feathers. I like it. Need me to relink King Wholesome, I promise? Here.
Well, some of you will act like this is not sufficient cosplay. I think this is sufficient cosplay. It's cosplay. See, the sleeves are rolled up, so it looks exactly like Luffy. I couldn't do Clark Kent because, like, Clark Kent requires full-blown suit.
No, it's just a button-up shirt.
I have to...
Because Will is there as Batman.
I don't have a Superman shirt. This is an iconic fit instantly. Bro dressed up as Ketchup. Bro cosplaying a condom. Bro looks like he got a mustard farm and shit.
Nikki, yo, thank you for the 10 gifted.
That's Hasan right there.
So it begins.
That chatter gifted 50 prior. Thank you, Nikki, over the 50 prior gifted.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
say, I hope this doesn't turn into a meet and greet.
No, it's Miku. We're gonna get swarmed. I'm already losing it.
They have scratch and sniff stickers. I'm just doing it for scientific reasons. Oh, they're getting free smell. Okay, I'm gonna cop a free smell.
Why can't I like this?
How long does the smell last? Do they all smell the same? The panty ones smell different than the feet ones? Do each individual panty ones smell different than the others? Wait, let me see. Thank you for watching.
Oh god.
What's up? Oh wow, okay. I need this zipper tote bag. The one with the baby. I'm gonna put babies in the baby one. Which one do we get for cutie?
Wait, dude, I don't care that Ozzy Osbourne is dead. I don't even know if he actually is dead, but who cares? Like, why is that such a significant bit of news? I don't get it. Like, even if he, who cares? Dead, alive, who cares? Bad take, Hasan? I don't understand why that's like newsworthy.
Hey, this one said I love you. I don't want that. That's too much. You know what? I'll get the I love you one too. I like this one. That one's for me.
That's really cool.
Oh, thank you.
She's lying.
Hear that, chat? Hi. Oh, Will's calling.
Are we meeting up? You come to the con I invited you to, and don't wear the costume. You're supposed to.
I told.
Shame. Shame.
I know.
Which one's the newest, rarest Labubu? Son. You know how you owe me $400?
You want this?
Yes.
The $550 one.
Okay, get that too. Get that too.
Get that too. That's $1,000.
Listen to War Pigs, you will understand. Dude, I listen to Black Sabbath. I listen to Ozzy Osbourne. I know. I'm very familiar with his music. I'm just still saying, like, who cares, you know? Does that matter? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Anyway, that was beautiful. That was a beautiful video, chatter. Okay, so personal news wise. L take. Okay, sorry. I don't care. Personal news wise, where was I? Chat. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan. Hasanabi Pikegram between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Okay, woke up this morning, did an NPR slot, came back here, immediately started the broadcast. As a matter of fact, after doing some big business deals, some phone calls with the manager. You know, I guess we'll talk about Ozzy Osbourne dying in a second. It's not Hunter Biden attacking the Pod Johns for no reason. We haven't blasted off yet. I'm gonna do that right now. Okay, hold on. You went on NPR? Yes, I did. Okay. Milk Boys interview Benjamin Netanyahu. Receive backlash. Israel continues starving Gaza. Jubilee ambush. Jubilee fascist ambush of Mehdi Hasan. Reacts. F5 incoming. They're calling them the Nurem Boys now. Twitch news, more Twitch news than political news, but as V shows, Joe, a company's basically dead. Yeah, I saw that. I will obviously talk about that as well. MAGA or Trump. Your obese incel milk boy homie you work out with calling Zoran anti-Semitic and hosting modern day Hitler, you should be roasting the fuck out of him. Dude, I don't understand this conversation that's taking place in my chat right now because I already did. Like, what more do you want me to do? I don't understand. Do you want me to like fucking arrest them or something? Do you want me to put them under citizen's arrest? Like, what the fuck? Like, I literally did that. Did you not watch? I did that to their faces. Like, I had a conversation with them right after where I was like, this is a fucking... What is this? What is this attitude, this argument, this fucking insane shit that people get mad at me over? I don't get it. Anyway, Nelk Boys interview Benjamin Netanyahu received backlash. Israel continue starving Gaza. Jubilee fascist sandwich of Mehdi Hassan reacts. Will Trump pardon Ghislaine Maxwell? And more. Get in now. Okay. People are just like, did you watch the full interview? Will you watch the whole Nelk Boys interview? I will. But what's interesting is, like, I didn't have to watch that interview to know that it was a fucking spectacular shit show, right? Because I know that the very reason why that interview is taking place is because they're not going to ask, like, contentious questions, and they're not going to have any follow-ups. And that was my major issue with it, even without seeing the interview. And it's so funny that, like, you know, Redditors are so invested in certain narratives, like, for example, saying that Hasan sucks, Hasan is bad at his job, and he's, like, the worst person that's ever existed, that a lot of the criticism I saw on Reddit was either people going, says you interviewed random Yemeni teenager, or classic Hasan not watching the subject matter footage and then deciding to debate people on something he hasn't watched. It's like, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Was any of the criticisms that I issued incorrect? No, it wasn't. So what the fuck are you guys talking about? Some of these guys unironically, unfucking ironically have no capacity to think on their own. Like, it just it doesn't make any sense. It just does not make any sense whatsoever. And I don't get it. Times of Israel lumped you in with the worst influencers. U.S. podcasters host anti-Semitic influencers after backlash over Netanyahu interview. Myron Gaines, Sneeko, and then, like, one of these things is not like the others, I think, right? Like, I guess I know if you're Times of Israel and you're like, oh, this guy's an anti-Zionist, but it kind of feels a little crazy that I get added onto the fucking pile. Wait, did they delete that I joined the stream? What the fuck? This does not make any sense. Random, do you have any political stances or opinions that have changed or evolved over the years since the birth of your political commentary career? Yeah. This doesn't matter. Talk about the Gaza starvation and AOC, please, in all caps. First of all, I have been talking about both of those things. And secondly, I think one of these things is not like the other thing as well. Okay? Like, I like that you think your version of drama is more important than this other version of drama. You're like, oh, don't talk about this, like, drama. Who gives a shit that, like, a podcast is, like, doing PR for a war criminal like Benjamin Netanyahu, what that means, what this implies. Don't talk about that. Talk about my own personal pet issue, which is that AOC has betrayed the revolution. Like, stop. I already did talk about that. I already covered that extensively yesterday, including the Nelk Boys thing too. Ay. Okay, we're not even 30. We're just 30 minutes in at this point, and I'm already getting fatigue from chat. Chat fatigue is real. Okay. We got the V Shoujo stuff as well. But you know, we'll get to that too. Off topic, Ozzy Osbourne died. Yeah, I know. I heard. R.I.P. to Ozzy Osbourne. His wife sucks, for sure. This guy did so bad that other Iranian monarchists online are saying the Ayatollah sent him to make them look stupid, despite him just reiterating their views. In some cultures, after embarrassing your people like this, it would be appropriate to end your life. Jesus Christ. We got the JUBE reacts. It's right here. I didn't do the GAZA one yet because I didn't have enough bandwidth for it. Because I had already, you know, I just didn't have enough bandwidth to fucking go through the Jubilee react in its entirety. I left the GAZA part. I left the GAZA part to a separate react today. In any case, that's it. We're blasted off. We're doing the dang thing. Ryan Grimm, new October 7th report investigated by Ryan Grimm with some interesting findings. Okay. We'll take a look at that as well. Okay. Kind of sad that you have to get all 4 Hassans together. You can never get all 4 Hassans together anymore. Who's the 4th Hasan? You got Mehdi, you got me, you got Hassan Minaj. Who's the 4th Hasan? Maggie Hassan? Who's the 4th Hasan? There's only 3 Hassans. Oh, you mean Hassan Nasrallah? Yeah, I don't think the other 2 Hassans would be ever be around Hassan Nasrallah. Let's be real. Rima Hassan, that's true. There's Rima, and then there's Hassan Hind as well. There's Hind Hassan as well, and she's dope too. Both Hassan Hind and Hind Hassan and Rima Hassan are also pretty awesome. Much better Hassans than all of us combined, honestly. Then there's also Hassan Kwame Jeffries, Hakeem Jeffries' brother, who's also pretty cool. I like him a lot. But yeah, we got a lot going on in the Hassan multiverse, and we're gonna get to all of it. First of all, taken with the Chinese student letters at Marx's grave, there are a few. The concept of knowing there's currently a labubu on Karl Marx's grave. I think Karl Marx would have appreciated a labubu. I think he would have really liked it. I think he would have enjoyed what a labubu implies. I think he would have appreciated it in general. So I don't know. I don't know if I don't know why people are hating on that. You know, workers made the labubu. Yeah, there's obviously, yeah, he would have asked Engels to get him a labubu. He'd be like, Engels, yo, can you spot me a couple bills? I need a labubu. Yeah, the reason why I don't care that Ozzy Osbourne died is because he's been reincarnated as Trisha Paytas' 3rd child. Welcome back, Ozzy Osbourne. Okay, now named, I guess, Aquaman. I can't tell if that's a joke or if that's like not a joke. That's what people were saying, but I think, you know, close enough. He's back. Ozzy Osbourne is dead, only to be reincarnated as Trisha Paytas' 3rd child. Not sure if... Are you having a stroke? No. Ozzy admitted to shooting cats for fun in an interview, and he also sexually assaulted someone. He's dead, man. Like, this is part of the reason why I'm like, I don't really care about Ozzy Osbourne, but it's so funny for me to be like, I don't really care about Ozzy Osbourne, and then someone being like, I hope you know he's done a fuck ton of awful things. It's like, okay, he's dead now, so take it up with God, okay? John Mersheimer said Israelis officially resemble Nazis today. I mean, we've been there, so I'm surprised he only got there now. Average bat head eater. I thought that wasn't real. I thought he like actually didn't eat the bat head. Like it wasn't a real bat head that he ate. Yeah. DOJ, the Department of Justice, to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell in prison to ask her, what do you know? And it's really interesting because I feel like Ghislaine might not survive that encounter. Okay. Yeah, Ozzy Osbourne is back already. Look, see? Trisha Paytas and Moses Hakman welcomed their first baby boy, Aquaman Paytas Hakman, which of course is the reincarnation of Ozzy Osbourne. I told you, the timing of this is it's not a coincidence. The timing of this is it implies reincarnation. It implies reincarnation. Ozzy Osbourne is back. Okay, check back, watch this space. In a couple years, Aquaman is gonna be also eating bat heads and singing Crazy Train. Yeah. Aquaman's gonna save rock and roll. Yeah. Oy, where was I? Okay. Malibu Barbie, Paytas Hagman is the reincarnated queen. Yeah, it might be the next Dalai Lama. So, I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with the Nelk franchise, and then we'll go into the Jube as well. But you should probably start with the Jube, honestly, if you want, unless you want to video game yourself until after the stream is over. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot I want to talk about, but yeah, the Jube, for the record, JubeTube, Jubilee hosted 20 fascists, like self-described, self-identified fascists, and did their surrounded sequence with like 20 fascists. Maybe a couple aren't like actual fascists, but I guess like at that point, if you are around those guys, you might as well also call yourself a fascist. There was like one confused DACA recipient in there, and then like one Iranian magician in there as well. One self-hating Iranian guy who said, you know, whites need their own ethno-state and they don't think I'm human, but that's okay. They have a difference in opinion. Yeah, there was a Mexican DACA recipient who had an epiphany amidst the incredible, open, virile, repulsive white supremacist racism that I saw from any YouTube video. I mean, this shit made this kind of stuff makes like Xbox Live lobbies look tame, especially because this is like the boring kind of racism too. This is like, nah, you don't get it. I'm genuinely invested in this kind of type racism, if that makes sense. So, not great. That's all I'm gonna say. All I'm gonna say is not a great situation overall, okay? Just not good. Not good at all. Very bad, as a matter of fact. And yeah, Northern Line was glazing you. Oh, I saw this. The bombies, my king. He was complimenting me.
Eating bombies in New York City. Yeah, but he's also 6'3", 185, 9% body fat and natty, bro. Like I'm not on that same wavelength. I'm mostly just on the bike. I like bread.
Oh god, bombies are so good. 185, I wish. The racism to Mehdi continued on after the participants, who was literally a Nazi. Oh yeah, this guy, I didn't go up during the Jubilee debate because Hasan smelled like shit, he says. Except, this is perhaps the biggest cell phone of all time, especially considering that this motherfucker literally traveled all the way to California to do a goddamn Jubilee stream surrounded by other Nazis, and he was too much of a pussy to go up on stage. And then he has to like do this kind of racist cope after the fact to be like, oh, you remember he's brown, he smelled bad, and he's got the Burger King like hat, t-shirt too. That shirt is the guy that said the N-word that wore the Burger King crown on the plane. It's just, how are you gonna be the biggest loser? How are you going to be the biggest loser in this field of losers? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, one of the guys literally got fired. That's how big of a fucking loser these guys were. One of them actually got fired, bro. Okay, fired from his job. This guy, Nazi influencer PineSap, fired for being racist after viral Jubilee video, which I didn't even know he had a job. Okay, these guys are all at the loser convention, and this guy somehow was like an even bigger loser than the other ones. I don't even know how it was possible, but hey, guess what? There is obviously a lot of clout to be had for being an open, out and about fascist, white supremacist, racist piece of shit, because guess what? Apparently, he has a fired for my political beliefs Give Send Go account, which is now at $30,000. He made 30 grand. America is in a deep, dark cesspit, dude. I don't know how to contend with this. I don't know how to deal with this. I'm telling you right now, we're in a scary place, bro. We are in a bad place. These motherfuckers will literally fundraise off of being racist. It is probably not a good thing, okay? It is probably not a good thing that... It's probably not a good thing when people can just, you know, get fired from their job for being racist and then fundraise off that. Like, you're basically making money for being just openly racist. I don't know if that's, like, sustainable. Like, this is a country that went to the moon. What are we doing? Actually, I mean, we went to the moon, man. How is that possible? Like, the USSR was literally stealing our lunch money on the space race, and we just went to the fucking moon. And look at us now. We were at the peak of innovation. Okay, this was the country that was the recipient of the brain drain. People from all around the world would come here for prosperity, and now all of that mental fortitude, all of that collective might goes to inventing new ways of, I guess, like, inventing new ways of being racist and making money off of being a fucking white supremacist. Like, this shit's sad, dude. How do you look at this goddamn country and think like, nah, things are good, actually, this is good? I don't understand. I do not understand. Like, maybe it's because I will explain something to you. I was spending a whole lot of time with rocket scientists this past weekend at Murad's bachelor party, not bachelorette. And one of the things that was like shocking is I've heard this before. I've heard this concept before that we can't really go back to the moon, partially because like we've lost the sauce, like we've lost the recipe. Okay. And I've heard this before, but I did not realize that there is so much research that is shelved in the aerospace industry that they just simply cannot recreate at all. They genuinely cannot recreate it. They do not know. They do not know how to remake certain things. Like, we've just straight up lost it. Isn't that crazy? Part of the deal to fund the space shuttle required destroying the plans to the Saturn V rocket. Like, there's just a bunch of rockets that we just made and then we burned, literally and figuratively, and just we can't recreate them. That is crazy to me, okay? That is that's an insane thing. Like the expertise is gone? Yes, the expertise is entirely gone, and we don't really have a way of recreating it. Like, we don't know how to reverse engineer it even. And also, we don't have enough, we don't even have enough financing to, or the wish, the willing to recreate these things. That's what's so crazy. There's like, yeah, there's a loss of institutional knowledge, and there's just so much going on with like old tech that is in some weird ways better than the current tech, like the new tech out there. But hey, guess what, dude? We are finding new ways of being a piece of shit online, okay? So at least we have new technology. We are reaching new technological, innovative fields in terms of being an asshole online and then making money off of it. Jubilee saw Pine Snap and knew they had to get him to represent the far right. Same thing with Louis Theroux and Beardson. What is this? This video is not even loading, because guess what? Also, that sucks too. Everything sucks, including Twitter video. What works? What works? That's right, nothing. Nothing fucking works, dude. Nothing. There's always money in the genocide industry, though, so at least that's good. That's good. Elon Omar says the genocide of the people of Gaza continues as members of Congress vote to fund Israel's defensive and offensive military capabilities. This is immoral, and no amount of excuses will ever make it okay. To which I say, fantastic. That's where we're at. Great. This is the only thing we have money for. This is the only thing we have any sort of initiative for. Being a fucking racist asshole, making money off of being a racist asshole, and also simultaneously simultaneously funding other racist assholes overseas doing a genocide, which is like the peak of being a racist asshole. Fantastic.
Well, you have to wonder.
Here's Mersheimer on Israel.
Rhetoric that the Israelis use.
I gotta pee.
So Orwellian. You know, they talk about voluntary transfer, as if the Palestinians are voluntarily going to leave.
Right.
They talk about the humanitarian camp, as if this were a humanitarian camp. The more time goes by, Judge, and I hate to say this, and I say it reluctantly, but I believe it's true, the Israelis look like the Nazis. Their rhetoric, their behavior, it's truly appalling. And it's hard to believe that a Jewish state is behaving much the way the Third Reich did in the 30s and 40s. You really have to wonder about the rhetoric that the Israelis use. It's so Orwellian. You know, they talk about voluntary transfer, as if the Palestinians are voluntarily going to leave.
Right.
They talk about the humanitarian camp, as if this were a humanitarian camp. The more time goes by, Judge, and I hate to say this, and I say it reluctantly, but I believe it's true, the Israelis look like the Nazis. Their rhetoric, their behavior, it's truly appalling. And it's hard to believe that a Jewish state is behaving much the way the Third Reich did in the 30s and 40s.
Adam, you did a good job reacting to the Nelk boys. Yeah, except people are too busy. Hold up, you made it to the Reddit vanilla front page? Dude, please, why are you boosting LSF posts in this chat? Nobody cares, dude. Nobody fucking cares. Okay? Yes, these guys, the more I get, like, the more I refuse to fucking engage or entertain these guys. Destiny's community is all up in this fucking bitch, okay? Like, look at LSF, dude. Look at what you just posted. This is a fleshlight for all of my fucking haters that utilize. Look, Hasan says that even liberal Israelis are bloodthirsty when/if they're only inbred and are uneducated are only inbred and the uneducated are left. This doesn't even make sense. Okay? Clearly something that they fucking clipped to massage this way. Piers Morgan wanted Destiny to answer why he tweeted out what he did about the victims in Texas. 18 plus 18K upvotes. Hasan wasn't happy after the Nelk Boys grouped him with Sneeko and Nick Fuentes. Twitch streamer Hasanabi says it's weird that ISIS never attacks Israel, only kills Muslims. 12,000 upvotes. What? Like, this is a clip from fucking 9 months ago, Chad. Are you fucking stupid? It's like they're trying to manufacture outrage. None of it fucking matters. Keep pushing, okay? They can keep pushing all they want. Just be normal. I don't understand why any of this, any of that on Reddit, which is an incredibly desperate attempt to try to be like, this guy is bad, guys, remember. At a time when, like, everyone has come to the same conclusion, they're like, no, you don't understand. This guy's actually really racist. Like, they're doing the same thing that, like, annoying fucking social justice warriors did for years and years and years. Except in this circumstance, I'm on the fucking right side of history, and they're on the wrong side of history. They're just trying to desperately be like, no, you don't understand. Hasan actually arrived at this conclusion ahead of time because he, like, secretly holds enmity towards Jews or something. That's it. So please stop. It's not, yeah, they only do this because they get mad that I get interviewed by the fucking New York Times or CNN or NPR or numerous other places. They know that there is no, they know that there's no way to fucking stop that kind of thing from happening. So they just have to desperately cling on to anything and everything they possibly can, which includes, like, clips from fucking 9 months ago out of context. It's a dead sub that they only use to boost shit that they can try and get to the fucking front page. That's it. Please. There is no reason. Keep pushing. Just be like, okay, dude. It's very simple. Okay? It's very simple. Do you love Israel? Is the actual question, okay? Do you love Israel? A lot of these guys are too afraid to openly say that, at least at this point. But they've held on to that mentality for the past 2 years. So instead of actually defending their own indefensible positions, now that, like, the overwhelming majority of public opinion is obviously completely against Israel, all they can do is just, like, attack someone like myself by saying, oh, he only hates Israel because he hates Jews. I promise. Please, 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 please. They have no other space where they can just, like, pollute the airwaves with this shit. It's only Reddit. That's it. They can't even do this on fucking Twitter. It's just washed. It's gross, but the echo chamber is shrinking, but these are literally some of Israel's strongest warriors these days, which says a lot about how fucked their public perception is. Yes, exactly. Israel's public perception is so fucked that when the Nelk Boys interview Benjamin Netanyahu, that act in and of itself is indicative of how far Israel has fallen. Why the fuck are you a goddamn war criminal with an ICC warrant out for your arrest, and you're going on the Nelk Boys podcast? And not only that, but also, when you go on the Nelk Boys podcast, it doesn't actually offer you positive PR. It just ends up collapsing the PR for the Nelk Boys. Because that's the reality here. Because, like, Nelk Boys interview Benjamin Netanyahu, right? If you were to ask me ahead of time, if they were to ask me ahead of time, I would have told them not to do it. The interview itself got not even 1 million views in one day, which is a decent amount of views. In the middle of the interview with, again, Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, they end up doing, like, you know, gambling ads and things of that nature. It's all just so, it's all so dystopian. I know this is a word that we use quite frequently, but, bro, dislikes at 120K. The dislike bot is not correct. It's just not, it's not correct. I don't know why you guys believe that shit. It's never correct. But this, to me, shows desperation from Israel. They have no allies, with the exception of mainstream media, but even they realize that regardless of how many mainstream media attempts they make, they're still not going to be able to change the way people see Israel. It's over. It's done. It is a global fucking pariah. And it's such a global pariah that sending Benjamin Netanyahu on the Full Send podcast with this idiotic assumption that, the Nelk Boys podcast is going to make a bunch of right-wingers look at Benjamin Netanyahu in a positive way is so stupid. It is a spectacularly stupid and spectacularly desperate attempt of trying to do propaganda. It's shocking how bad this situation is, okay? And Ben Lorber also reported on this, said, Haaretz reports Israel is training MAGA Gen Z influencers to combat growing criticism on the right. They're using Israel 365, a Christian-focused Hasbara outfit I wrote about recently for Jewish Currents. Watch this group. They're a crucial conduit between Israeli and the Christian right, okay? But it's not going to work. It's not going to work because for the generational divide between the generational divide in terms of like how people perceive Israel is so severe that even the Christian right under a certain age group is entirely off the Israel train. Okay? And obviously Ryan Grimm even posted about this. It's so funny that I've had like a bunch of serious journalists reach out to me about the Nelk Boys to be like, who the fuck are these guys? Like, why weren't they interviewed? Like, Ryan Grimm hit me up and was like, why are they interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu? Who are these guys? Which was really funny. But you know, not the best post-game interview if you are the head of the Israeli state when you had this conversation with these guys and they had to play catch-up and they had to play defense and do crisis PR, as Adam Friedland called, immediately after this interview. It's so controversial that they literally had to turn around and be like, yo, we're kind of sorry that we did this, my bad.
It's a good point. Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern day Hitler. No, I saw that. Which is, honestly, guys, I'll be honest, I'm here to, it's a good point. I like, we're here to fucking learn, to be honest, guys.
Like, the reason why I'm not like as upset, I guess, as the rest of the internet is because maybe I'm so used to mainstream outlets doing unlimited PR for Israel over and over again that, like, when I see something like this, when I see an attempt from the Israeli state to try and do propaganda for the Israeli state by sending Benjamin Netanyahu, of all fucking people, to the Nelk Boys podcast, I see that as a major fucking self-own. And it's also yet another indication that not only have they fallen apart in terms of the PR, that their reputation is so bad that when you have a head of a state, like a head of a foreign state, if you were to just like remove the fact that he is a genocidaire, if you have this head of a state on a fucking podcast, and instead of people's reaction being like, oh dude, this is sick, their reaction is incredibly negative, and it literally hurts the Nelk Boys more than it helps Benjamin Netanyahu and more than it helps the Nelk Boys. Like, this interview is not going to be even remotely positive for Benjamin Netanyahu, and it's not positive even for the Nelk Boys either. And if I were to put myself in their mindset for a second, okay, slamming fucking happy dads and ripping lip pillows, upper deckies, and doing crypto gambling or whatever, okay? And I've already interviewed Donald Trump multiple times. I've been on his plane, Air Force One, Trump Force One, and I've interviewed Elon Musk. Like, I've interviewed people that other people have considered villains. In my mind, I'm thinking, what's the difference? You know what I mean? What's the difference? I'm just looking for, there's like content to be made out of interviewing a foreign head of state. The only difference, however, is that while Trump is also a villain, and so is Elon Musk, what these guys don't understand is that the only thing Benjamin Netanyahu is famous for is doing a genocide. At least Trump is like a TV guy. He's more telegenic. He's an American president. You're, you know, an American-facing podcast, all this stuff. And so there's a greater defense for interviewing someone like Donald Trump, even though many people would consider that indefensible as well, especially given that they're very clearly ill-equipped to even call into question a bunch of stuff that Trump has done. Okay? Here's Nathan J. Robinson's take. The rise of the idiot interviews like Friedman, Rogan, Vaughn, and the Nelk Boys very harmful to journalism. They somehow manage to be worse than mainstream media. They're walking PSAs for the importance of reading books. The problem is that because they have refused to study the issues closely, they don't even know when they're being fed propaganda and therefore can't challenge it effectively. Result is their viewers get exposed to propaganda without hearing any counter arguments. Except I am not in the same mindset as Nathan J. Robinson, because I don't think this is like as damaging to the discourse. I think the very fact that this interview took place is more newsworthy than any number of different things that this interview allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to do. Does that make sense to you? Do you understand what I'm talking about? No, he doesn't mean Adam Friedland. He means Lex Friedman. Like, it's like when the New York Times writes a story about Zohran Mamdani's like college application or something from a college they didn't even get into, like Columbia, and they go in and they get like hacked material from a known white supremacist race scientist, right? The story and their coverage of it is not as impactful and is not like as anti-Zohran as the fact that they wrote that story and thought that this was a good story to publish. That becomes the story in and of itself. And it's kind of a similar thing here, where by my estimation, the very fact that the Israeli state thought it was a good idea to go on the fucking Nelk Boys podcast to try and run PR for their ongoing active genocide because they recognize how much they've fallen out of favor overall is the bigger story here. The bigger story here is the desperation from the Israeli state and also the reception, the broad reception from the internet towards the Nelk Boys, who obviously have been, you know, even in right-wing circles, but like right-wing circles, left-wing circles, like obviously people have had their minds made on these guys to begin with, right? Especially when they were, you know, promoting Donald Trump. But what's actually more interesting is that Benjamin Netanyahu is such a repulsive, toxic, cancerous individual in what he represents that even the right is attacking the Nelk Boys now. Like, they're eating it from both ends. That, to me, is a bigger story than the fact that the Nelk Boys even interviewed or what kind of propaganda Benjamin Netanyahu was able to do. Because, like, a lot of people here want me to, like, address some of the statements that Benjamin Netanyahu said in this fucking interview. I already know what statements he made in this interview. You want to know why I know these statements that he made in this interview? Because it's pure Halsborough. I've heard it a million times over in my fucking, all the way from my Twitter replies down to every single Israeli envoy that goes on mainstream media and defends Israel's actions. It's always the same. There's not a lot of leeway in what kind of propaganda you can do when you are just like actively committed to doing an ethnic cleansing campaign in broad daylight. ABC, NBC, CBS News ran token reports on Gaza starvation yesterday, and it had all the tropes. Hamas-run health ministries, centering Israeli denials, framing it as the unfortunate result of a new military offensive. Zero mention of open Israeli starvation and depopulation plans. It's important whenever news orgs telephoto shoots of thousands of clearly emaciated people scrambling for food and dozens of images of people being shot or dead to mention the particulars coming from the Hamas-run health ministry so we can just ignore everything we're watching. Israeli leaders, including Netanyahu, openly talk about depopulating Gaza. They mock up AI videos showing what it would look like. Every single human rights org says it's textbook ethnic cleansing. Yet the U.S. media continues to act like starvation is the unfortunate byproduct of a war. This is bullshit. And my point is, like, credible, reputable mainstream institutions unironically do a similar type of propaganda to what the Nelk Boys did, but with Benjamin Netanyahu. Of course, they probably would be a little bit more contentious with Netanyahu than the Nelk Boys were capable of being. What I mean by this is, what I mean by this, of course, is that they would at least have like to lend some credibility to themselves by asking like a couple questions or maybe a couple follow-ups to Benjamin Netanyahu. But as someone who's watched a lot of Benjamin Netanyahu interviews, let me tell you, okay, it wouldn't be all that different than the Nelk boys. Like, sure, they wouldn't ask them about like whether he prefers Burger King or McDonald's or whatever. I will also make one more statement about how many of these like both sides fucking morons out there have been trying to actively use my commentary against the Nelk boys on this process to say, oh, says you would ask Benjamin Netanyahu if he watches One Piece. No, I wouldn't. You want to know why I wouldn't? Because, as I've said before, one, I didn't even interview a member of Ansar Allah. I interviewed a random Yemeni teenager who I thought was a part of the Ansar Allah movement. But even if he was a part of the Ansar Allah movement, I would have had a more positive interview with him than I would with Benjamin Netanyahu. Because Benjamin Netanyahu is a genocidaire. Ansar Allah, on the other hand, is responding to the genocide that Israel is committing against the Palestinian population. You know, I don't do this like weird neutralization, this weird moralizing. I don't do this like cowardly, both sides are actually kind of bad. No, there is no both sides in a fucking genocide. The responsible party here is obviously the Israeli prime minister. If you can't hold Benjamin Netanyahu to a different standard, it's like we go back to the same like Nazi denialism of like, who's actually a real Nazi? Is Adolf Hitler a real Nazi? If you can't even fucking point the finger of blame at Adolf Hitler for the crime of the Holocaust, then who are you supposed to point it to? There is no fucking both sides. So it's very strange when people try to do that, where they're like, well, Hasan, you interviewed a 19-year-old Yemeni teenager who's only known famine his whole life. Isn't that, and you asked him like silly-ass humanizing questions. Isn't that the same as like humanizing Benjamin Netanyahu? If you think that a random Yemeni teenager or even the head of the Ansar Allah movement is in any way, shape, or form comparable to one of the most successful ethnic cleansers of our generation in modern society, you are a delusional little freak. You have no understanding. You have no concept of like what these things look like. You are comparing two children in a kindergarten fighting one another to a serial killer rapist. You are not a serious person. Okay? That's it. Don't make this fucking idiotic both sides comparisons. Like, there is no both sides between a murder victim and a person who is whose entire family's been slaughtered and the guy who's doing the murder. Ridiculous. Do you know how much money the leaders of Hamas steal? Like, this is what I mean. People still try to do this dumb fuck bullshit. Dog, the leaders of Hamas are dead. Israel killed them. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? How much money the leaders of Hamas steal? Both parties want the war to continue while the regular Palestinians suffer. Shut the fuck up. Okay? One, you have no evidence for this, okay? You just don't have any evidence for this. The only evidence you have, in air quotes, is whatever the fucking Israeli state is churning out as propaganda. And two, even if it was real, what difference does it make? It's still a fucking genocide, dumb fuck. It's also hilarious to fucking say, do you know how much money Hamas steals? Okay, do you know how much money Israel takes from us? Your tax dollars and my tax dollars? It's to the tune of billions. I would rather fucking give that money directly to Hamas so they can fucking at least fund some semblance of a civil governance program in the Gaza Strip than fucking Israel so they can use it to melt Palestinian children every day. Shut the fuck up. What money? What leaders? They're all dead. Oh my God. And even if it was real, even if it was real, even if this is like, oh, Hamas is like stealing all the fucking aid or all the resources, like, okay, then stop the genocide and then we can deal with that. Okay? It's so strange that like people still think this is a claim that holds any weight, especially when matched with the magnitude's worse violence of ethnic cleansing. You know, none of this makes sense, and yet people still do it. Where people are like, "Oh, Hamas is stealing money." What are they doing with the money? Where are they going with the money? They can't escape the Gaza Strip. What can they possibly do with this money? Is there a secret merchant in the tunnel systems that they can go to purchase weapons or something? Are they buying Labubus? Did Hamas buy the 24-karat gold Labubu? Is that what you think is going on? What could they be doing with the money? Every single thing in the Gaza Strip is destroyed. Yeah, what are you buying? What are you selling? That's what's going on. There's a Resident Evil merchant in the fucking tunnel system, okay? And he's just like giving them weapons. Can you say we've laundered the Labubu in your Palestinian accent? No, I can't. All right, let's continue here.
This is fucking nuts. This is so crazy. We are so not qualified to do this. No, that's what's interesting about this. We're just not. We just should not be doing this. Well, we're too far gone. Here we have the Prime Minister of Israel.
What? This is definitely going to be clipped out of context. I'm sure somebody already posted you saying give American tax dollars to Hamas. I hate weird people. No, I don't. That's not out of context. I'm saying I would rather have my tax dollars go to Hamas that ends up literally rebuilding the civil governance affairs of the Gaza Strip than to fund the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian population. What do you think humanitarian aid? How do you think humanitarian aid works? That's how it works. I would rather it go to UNRWA. I would rather it go to the Palestinian population. The Gaza Strip is still, at this stage, controlled by Hamas and its civil governance division. I don't care if people get mad at that. It's like whenever I say, when I say it's not even comparable, okay, that Israel is magnitudes worse than Hamas ever could be, that Israel is a significantly more evil entity than Hamas ever could be. People go, oh, dude, that's going to hurt people's feelings if you say that. It's just the truth. Address the argument. Explain to me why I'm wrong.
Benjamin Netanyahu, he's about to walk into the podcast right now. This is probably one of the most, if not the most controversial podcast we
for sure the most
have ever done.
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe not the most controversial we'll ever do.
You're not the center of the world. I agree. I don't think so. I'm not the one who's centering myself in this. Chatters are, and I'm addressing their concerns.
Maybe not, but maybe it.
I mean, this issue is just like, and by the way, I want to say too, I am not claiming to be an expert on this issue or anything like that. I'm kind of just probably like a lot of you guys that, you know, you read stuff online, and I feel like on the internet now too, it's like you don't even know what's real anymore. Like you read shit and it's like you see a headline and it's like, is this true? Is this not true? So I see so much.
Imagine if the story was Jewish people stealing money to buy arms to resist the Reich, we'd call them heroes. I mean, there are stories like that. The Jewish partisans did that. They literally intercepted railroads and sabotaged supply lines. Of course they did, and they had every right to do so, and they are hailed as heroes in Israeli history, ironically enough. The only difference here is that the people that are doing it are brown and scary. Shut the fuck up, you ignorant piece of shit. How do you interview someone not knowing what they've done, especially when they're televised every single day? They misrepresented to you the intro yesterday. Anyway, yeah, this is like they're starting off talking about how ill-equipped they are to have this conversation, and then they have this fucking demon sit down
to see this thing, right?
Yeah, Prime Minister Netanyahu with us.
He's like, hello, I'm here to have slam some brewskis, you know, fuck bitches, get money. Hello, Nelk boys, I'm here to talk to you about Israel and how we must defend Israel. I love doing upper deckies. My fellow Nelks.
Today we're here in the Blair House.
Yep.
Right? Is this the White House grounds?
Close.
Close.
It's the sort of the official guest house of the United States.
How have you seen like the White House and stuff? Like how has it evolved over the years, over the times of you visiting it?
I've met quite a few of the American presidents because I've been in office pretty long time.
Hasan, you're a terrorist, but at least you're good looking. Thank you for saying that, I guess. Like,
not because we don't have elections, but because I want to
terrorize your pussy.
I think there's never been a friend like Donald Trump in the White House for Israel. I think he's a remarkable leader. I think he's changing history. He said he'll make America great again. He's already done it. You know, America is widely admired now around the world, and especially after our joint operation against this regime that wanted to, you know, chance
with this
death to
bomb-ass
America,
dick.
death to Israel. Well, I think together we've shown the world a different face of America. Very powerful, very directed, very resolute.
You guys are very tight, right? Would you call it a bromance?
Well, you might. I mean, we've known each other several decades, and you know, I really like him.
What do you like?
Yeah, this is bro. This is, oh god, this is so bad. It's just so fucking bad. He's like, yeah, I love Donald Trump. We have such a good relationship. We also love slamming happy dads together. We love slamming happy dads together on the Nelk Boys podcast. I can't wait. I can't wait to do it together. I don't even know if I could watch this whole thing. Okay, I just like, it's.
Post about him.
You know, if you meet him close up, and Sarah and I have had this.
I've never seen you watch Benjamin Netanyahu speak for an extended period of time. You've never been able to do it. I can't do it because he's such a fucking monstrous piece of shit. But then also on top of that, he is just so uncharismatic. He has no good qualities. He is basically America's fall guy here.
Including last night in a great dinner we had at the White House. First of all, Donald Trump can be very funny.
Of course.
He can be very funny.
Especially off camera, right?
He can absolutely can split your, you know, you sort of sit there and you start guffawing because it's so funny.
Guffawing.
Something else. That Sarah was a psychologist, and she, psychologists. You know psychologists?
Of course.
They look at people. They identify very quickly with that. You know what she said to me about Donald Trump? She said he's a good person. He has a good heart. He wants to do good. And that is something that I think that...
Yeah, this is him. Remember, he's playing to the audience, okay? He is hyping up his closeness to Donald Trump, a figure that the Nelk Boys audience obviously likes. Remember, Benjamin Netanyahu is a fucking demon, but also he is a very successful propagandist. This motherfucker's been the leader of Israel for decades at this point, okay? So, understand something here. Like, every single thing that he's saying, and the very fact that he's doing this interview is calculated. And as I described to the Nelk Boys yesterday, the reason why he's doing this interview with the Nelk Boys when he won't do this interview with Haaretz or any number of different Israeli outlets, including Israeli outlets that are literally promotional to him. Because Benjamin Netanyahu notoriously does not speak to Israeli outlets, okay? He barely does interviews with American outlets. So why is he offering an hour and 13 minutes to the Nelk Boys? This is a question everyone should be asking. Okay? And it's precisely what I told the Nelk Boys, is because he knows that this is not going to be contentious. He knows that they're going to ask a couple questions and never push back with accurate information. That's the whole point. Now, of course, it's still a failure from the Israeli perspective, because I think these guys do not understand how Israel is viewed and how especially Benjamin Netanyahu is viewed. Because Benjamin Netanyahu himself is not even fucking liked by liberal Zionists at this point, okay? Everybody sees him as an off-ramp. Even if you want to launder the reputation of Israel, you still have to say, well, it's Bibi's war. It's Benjamin Netanyahu's war. It's Benjamin Netanyahu's doing. So, like, there are only a handful of people that actually like Satan incarnate here, okay? And that's it. So you are not going to get anyone. You're not going to win any favors here. You can say what you want about Netanyahu, but he's quite a savvy politician. He knows what you need to suck Trump's penis to get whatever he wants, and he's doing that here. I mean, I think this is more so... I think this is more so about... yeah, here is Benjamin Netanyahu's favorability on table 5e on page 12. Here, just so you understand how fucking... dog shit, how underwater he is. Favorability of public figures. Benjamin Netanyahu. Do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of the following people? Okay? Benjamin Netanyahu's favorability, total favorability is at 24%. His unfavorability is at 44%. Okay? 44% unfavorability. He is underwater. It's a net negative. And his favorability, when you look at men versus women, is women 50% unfavorable, men across the board 30% favorable. When you look at the races, 30% favorable by white people. White people are carrying Benjamin Netanyahu's favorability here. Hispanic people are at 18%, black people are at 9%, and his unfavorability for white people is also at 44%, 42%, and 43%. Okay? So he is incredibly unpopular. He is such a repulsive figure. He is such a repulsive figure that when you associate with him, you don't actually end up doing propaganda for him. You can't flip these numbers. You can't flip these numbers in the eyes of Americans. And when you look at the younger population, especially the 18 to 29, which is like the NELK demo, his unfavorability is at his highest, 52%. Between the 18 to 29 demo, and at 30 to 44 it's at 42%. So when you look at these numbers, it's just like there is very few people who see him as favorable, and most of them see him somewhat favorable anyway. 3% of the 18 to 29 demographic only sees him as very favorable, as opposed to 44% seeing him as very unfavorable. Okay? That's it. That's precisely the reason why when you look at this interview and then you look at the comments, everyone is going, I miss when YouTube used to show dislikes. Nelk 2015, funny prank channel. Nelk 2025, propaganda machine for governments. You guys didn't question him once. This is crazy. Israel are so desperate for positive PR, they sent their prime minister to podcast with a bunch of pranksters. Zero pushback. You literally let a war criminal talk freely. You think Content Brain podcasters would check these polls? No, but Content Brain podcasters are receptive, incredibly receptive to their audiences. Okay? Do you understand? They're incredibly receptive to feedback from their audiences. So they're not seeing those polls, they're seeing the comments. And that's precisely the reason why yesterday they turned around and were like interviewing anyone and everyone they possibly could on you know, what they did, and they were like looking for anyone to just basically be like, nah, it's cool that you guys did this. And they didn't get that. And then they wanted to do this whole like, well, we're trying to get both sides on this issue. We're trying to do both sides on this issue. There are no both sides of the genocide, but there is also no feasible way of even getting both sides on this issue. Who are you going to do? Who are you going to interview? A fucking Palestinian child that is being malnourished, that is being starved to death by this guy that you interviewed? You can't do that. So it's just like a spectacular fuck up of epic proportions. And the reason why it's a spectacular fuck up of epic proportions is because you have to ask the question, like, who is this for? Like, no one wins in this, okay? No one wins in this process. The Nelk boys don't actually get any sort of positive clout out of this. They only get ridicule and negative associations. People in their audience are going to be like, oh, you are bought out by, like, the anti-Semitic people in the Nelk boys audience are going to be like, oh, you're bought out by Jewish money, blah, 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 all this shit. And the other people that are also anti-Israel for understandable reasons beyond the anti-Semitism are going to look at this and go, you've done propaganda for a fucking genocidal welfare state that relies on American tax dollars, and you guys just, like, you know, had this guy on and allowed him to fucking yap. And I know they wanted Motaz. They reached out to me, or their producer reached out to me to link them up with Motaz, and I told them Motaz would never do that. I try to tell Steiny that as well. I'm working on trying to see if I can find someone that would actually go in front of this audience and talk to them and offer them the Palestinian position, the pro-Palestinian position, but it's very difficult. It's not helping these clowns, for the record. For those of you saying, stop helping these clowns, are you fucking stupid? This is about trying to get in front of as large an audience as possible a person who has, you know, mental clarity, a person who is convincing, okay? This is more so to inform an uninformed audience. I'm sorry, this is not about doing PR. You guys can see it that way if you want, but I don't give a shit, okay? Even if it is technically damage control or some shit like that, I have my purpose here is to try and get the truth in front of as many people as possible, okay? It is going to be virtually impossible for them to get anyone who is like Palestinian after they interviewed literal Adolf Hitler. That's just the situation at hand. Anyway.
You have to know him well to appreciate it. And the last thing I tell you about him, okay, I'm not going to tell you many things, but he cuts through the chase. You know, he cuts through the BS. You have to spell out what BS is. He cuts through the BS. He goes right to the point, to the heart of the matter. And sometimes he says things that get right to the things that people don't want to really think through. And he cuts to the bone. And that is an amazing quality because it lets you focus on the things that are important. So it's been an incredible partnership, both personally, but also for our two nations.
Did you have any type of relationship with Biden?
Not the same. I've known Biden for, 40 years? Almost as much as long. Well, both of them. Over the decades, it was a different relationship. It was a friendship, but also it evolved into, how shall I say this? Severe disagreements.
Like, what's severe disagreement? This is bullshit. Biden gave him everything he wanted and more. This is, once again, him trying to hit a partisan angle here to make it seem like there was any sort of fucking daylight between the Biden administration and the Trump administration, okay? The only reason why he's saying that is so that he can win favor in his mind off of the Nelk Boys audience by being like, oh yeah, we had severe disagreements. Really? Because it didn't bear itself out in the fucking conflict. What was it? It was unlimited genocide then, and it's unlimited genocide now. Fantastic stuff from the Biden administration, by the way. Throwing everything in the tank, including the fucking election, losing the election to a goddamn monster, an idiotic, incompetent monster, as a matter of fact, who is accelerating American fascism in broad daylight so that they could continue Israel's genocide. Great stuff.
And with Donald Trump, we've had powerful agreements. And where there's no daylight between an American president and an Israeli prime minister, amazing things can happen. Like our common enemies who chant death to Israel, death to America, and want to develop atomic bombs and the means to deliver them to the city and to every part of America. All of a sudden, they're not so intimidating. All of a sudden,
Biden didn't let him bomb Iran. That training started under Biden. The training, the military campaign for bombing Iran, and the training by the U.S. Air Force to bomb Iranian nuclear sites, that mission that was conducted under Trump literally started under Biden. So, but of course, this is precisely the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu is never going to come to someone like myself, okay, and have a conversation like this with someone like myself, which was what the Nelk Boys were asking as well to me yesterday. And I was like, there's obviously a difference between you and me in terms of like interviewing someone like Benjamin Netanyahu. There's a reason why he would never do this. There's a reason why he's doing the Nelk Boys podcast instead. Because when he says stuff like this, no one is going to call that into question.
Yeah, we can defeat them. All of a sudden, you can use these brave American pilots who come from around the world, drop it right over the bunker, and help us end the amazing feats of our soldiers and pilots. That's an amazing thing. It's good for America. It's good for the security of every single American.
How do you feel about the Americans' opinion on Israel right now?
Well, look, I think the broad segments of the American public support Israel, but I'm concerned that the young people in America, some of them are getting the wrong picture of Israel, vilification, demonization. You can feed them a lot of...
They're getting the wrong picture of Israel, which is why I'm here to address the right picture of Israel, and I'm doing a spectacularly bad job at it, because everyone sees the one picture, and that is murdered, mutilated, starving children. That is the only picture. That's the only thing that is on people's minds. Israel's association with, like, I don't know, rebuilding, recrafting, and popularizing a previously, like, religious language like Hebrew, its nation-state project, its advancements in pharmaceuticals, all this stuff, gone. It's done. It's done. You are a cartoonishly evil Nazi country that is doing a child holocaust in broad daylight, in real time. Of course it's going to breed enmity. Of course it's going to breed resentment. And there's no amount of podcast that you can go on that will change that reality. Okay? It's just not. It's not gonna change anything. And no boys are doing sympathization for them, yet we infantilize them doing this. I'm not, and I don't think anyone here is either. I don't know why you're saying we infantilize them doing this. I think you have to match this desperate attempt from Israel with, like, the impact that it's having. And if the goal here from Benjamin Netanyahu is to try and win favors and curry favors in the Nelk Boys crowd, because in his mind he unironically thinks, I guess, or at least someone in his circle thinks that Nelk Boys were directly responsible for Trump winning. Okay? Someone told him that the Nelk Boys were the ticket to Trump's electoral victory. And this fucking moron believed that. Okay? That's why he's doing this. And that fucking moron is probably Dana White, for the record. It's probably Miriam Adelson, and it's probably Dana White. Literally. These guys on the Republican side don't even know how they won the goddamn election. It's clear. Because of how you coddled them yesterday, you wouldn't be doing this for anyone else who platforms Sneeko, Tate, Trump, Netanyahu, etc. What are you talking about? Okay. What are you saying? I think a lot of you have a complete misunderstanding of fucking coddling. Why aren't you hunting people I disagree with for sport? Yeah, like, I don't think you know what that word is. I told them that, I told the Nelk Boys, that Benjamin Netanyahu used them like a fleshlight, that they gave the equivalent interview of, like, CNN, and that they would be tried in Nuremberg under normal circumstances in a similar fashion to journalists that actually propagandized for the Nazi state, and that they had basically done the equivalent of an Adolf Hitler interview. What part of that is coddling? Understand. Which is ironic, because there are some bad faith actors in here who are like, why didn't you just fucking fly out to where they were and, like, beat them with your hands or something? While also simultaneously I look at TikTok and half the fucking comments are like, Nick Fuentes was so based, Hasan could never actually pull off the incredible commentary that Nick Fuentes pulled off. And there are still dumb fucks who are hyper woke in my goddamn community who think that, like, I wasn't aggressive enough in my commentary.
Lies. So the only way you can fight lies is with the truth. How do you fight lies? You tell the truth, and you have to tell it as often and as intensely as the lies that are leveled against you, and that requires an effort. It's like another battlefield, you know. And I'm doing this podcast among other things to reach young people.
Of course.
You guys are pretty young. I mean,
30 years old.
30.
30.
That's young.
Yeah. What do you think the biggest misconceptions are about Israel?
Well, first of all, they don't know what kind of an open society is, how pluralistic. I mean, we live in the heart of the Middle East, okay? Iran is not that far away. In Iran, they hang gays by cranes. In Israel, probably Tel Aviv is one of the, the most open, liberal-minded city on earth.
No. Don't hype that up too much. You know, remember, the Trump base is not that open to the gay stuff. It's not that woke. You know what I mean? It's not a good thing that Israel's woke like that. Anyway, in Iran, they hang gays by cranes. In Israel, we kill gays by fucking using American weapons on them. Okay?
Israel is a high.
Visited there, yeah.
No, it's completely different.
Our assistant's gay too. He had a good time.
Well, you could vouch.
Yeah, no, he had.
What's the difference between this and the stuff we have heard as a defense of Israel before? One line between all of them? No, of course not. There is no difference, because there is no way to differentiate between Hasbara, because the more people are aware of Israeli violence against the Palestinians, the less avenues Israel has to propagandize. So all of the fucking arguments basically become one. Israel's an apartheid state. Israel's an apartheid state committed to ethnic cleansing. Its societal underpinnings, its fundamentals are born out of this fascist ideology of Zionism, which is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology. It's a Jewish supremacist, exterminationist ideology. Okay? It is no different than what the Nazis believed, but instead of the outgroup being Jews and socialists, communists, and the Roma population, and whoever was not a part of the in-group of the Ubermensch or the Volk, okay? In this circumstance, Jews are a part of the in-group, and the out-group is everyone else in the vicinity, okay? That's it. It's the same exact fucking ideology with the victims being swapped out for someone else. But that is precisely the reason why this, like I said, is no different than any other interview that any other Israeli envoy has on any other mainstream outlet, okay? And it's actually being directed towards a group of, like a demographic that is even more resentful and more repulsed by Israel, okay? So it's a spectacular failure on every front. That's what I mean.
So, I mean, look at that. How about women? Okay, women in Iran, they shoot the women. They shot this extraordinarily brave and beautiful woman, shot on the sidewalk because she showed too much hair. In Israel, women are, you know what women are. Oh, they shot Masa Amini. I think they can't even remember her name. Okay, how many fucking Palestinian women have you shot? How many Palestinian journalists have you assassinated? They killed Shireen Abu Akleh, who was an American citizen, dude. They did that in 2021. And then they raided her fucking funeral. Like, these guys have nothing. Israel has nothing. They can't be like, oh, Iran is so violent. Iran is so brutal. It's like, bro, you literally had a rape riot, a January 6th for rape, okay? It is a cartoonishly evil society by every fucking metric. What are you talking about? What are you even talking about here? Oh, look at Iran. Don't look at us. Look at Iran. All of our enemies are so much worse. Okay? All of our enemies are so scary. They're so much worse. They're so barbaric. They're so backwards. It's like, dog, we're not funding the Iranian government. We're funding your government. Okay? We're funding you.
you are getting unlimited ammunition to kill Americans. You're getting unlimited protection from the United States of America at the global stage to continue doing shit that Iran could never do. Iran would not be able to pull that off. I'm sorry, it's just the truth, okay? People talk a big game about Iran's domestic affairs or Iran's intervention in the fucking region, and that is not an adequate substitute for the conversation that we're having about Israel's intervention, because Israel's intervention half the time is why Iran is also intervening as a retaliation. This is not a value judgment on Iran's intervention, mind you, okay? I'm not saying that at all, but there is no comparison. There is no comparison. It's always getting back to silly ass substitutes to be like, well, look at Iran. Iran is doing this. Iran is doing that. It's like, bro, you're Israel, okay? Let's talk about what Israel is doing.
What the difference is, okay? So I had this young woman officer in my military secretariat. You know, the Prime Minister has a military secretariat, and he has a general and has staff assistants. One of the staff assistants was this young woman pilot navigator from the Air Force to do this work in the Prime Minister's office. You know what she did now? She was flying over the skies of Tehran, you know, attacking this horrible regime that tyrannizes the women in Tehran. That's a difference. The women there get shot on the sidewalk, and an Israeli woman pilot helps them. Yeah,
they're stopping the Iranian women from being terrorized by the regime by doing what? Killing them with American bombs. We got woke girl boss pilots doing the bombing campaign that is woke to liberate the Iranian women from their horrible circumstances. Thank God.
Liberate Iran, quite the women of Iran, and boy, that's a big difference. And that's true of everything. It's true of nightlife. It's true of the startup nation, the incredible ingenuity and entrepreneurship, incredible freedom. Israel is a paragon of freedom in an area that doesn't exactly enjoy freedom. And to have young Americans march and support these mass rapists, these people who beheaded men.
Once again, mass rapists. I don't know if you're talking about Israel, because you should be talking about Israel, because Israel had a policy where they tried to prosecute at 6 of the concentration camp guards at Sidi Tayman prison, okay? It is a concentration camp where they would pack up Palestinians from the Gaza Strip and then ship them off into this concentration camp, okay? 6 of the concentration camp guards were caught on camera, on CCTV footage, raping the Palestinian prisoners to death, okay? Raping them to death. The Israeli government knew that there was an ICC prosecution being conducted into war crimes, so they wanted to use the principle of complementarity to defend themselves as a shield, to be like, see, we're actually investigating ourselves, and we won't find any wrongdoing, but we're investigating ourselves nonetheless, so you can't investigate us, because that's how international organs of justice work. International organs of justice can only investigate and prosecute you for war crimes if you are not sufficiently dealing with the war crimes that you are committing. So knowing that, they literally, knowing that there was a UN report coming out on sexual violence that the Israeli state was committing to, was committing against the Palestinians, that they tried to at least prosecute some of these rapists, okay? What happened? Israeli society got out and did a pro-rape riot, and they forcibly released all of the concentration camp guards that had done a rape. They literally had a pro-rape January 6th. They were armed, and they forcibly released these concentration camp guards. There was an emergency session in the Israeli Knesset where one of Benjamin Netanyahu's own party members unironically said that their concentration camp guards had a right to rape Palestinians. They had a right to rape them. That's what he said. This is all on camera. It sounds made up because it's so insane. But it's not made up at all. It is literally on camera. Many people, obviously, are completely oblivious to this fucking reality because Western media does not cover it. And the reason why Western media does not cover it is because if Western media did cover it, the Israeli approval ratings that are already incredibly fucking low would be so goddamn low that people would be demanding military intervention. If your parents knew what you knew about what goes on in Israel, they would be demanding military intervention. They'd be like, we have to invade. We have to invade Israel with our military force to put an end to this fucking madness. Okay? Western media understands this reality, which is why they literally outflank Israeli publications when it comes to covering all of the fucking madness and all of the violence that unfolds in Israel. Okay? That is precisely the reason why, like Haaretz or even Ynet, which is a right-wing institution, it's a right-wing outlet, it's a right-wing Israeli newspaper, has better coverage on all of the affairs of the military and the misconduct in the military than fucking the New York Times does. Because the New York Times has the New York Times understands its readership and does not want its readership to despise Israel. So it cannot accurately convey events that are unfolding in Israel. But I will go even further. Remember, this man in the middle right there is the primary rapist. And at first he went on television to talk about how he had a right to rape the Palestinian prisoners to death. Then he unmasked himself and became a television personality. That's right. The Israeli soldier was caught raping Palestinians on camera, is now being honored and celebrated like a celebrity star at shows in Israel. And if it were true, Israeli rabbi defends soldiers accused of raping Palestinian prisoner. A video shows a rabbi in Israel blessing a soldier accused of raping Palestinian detainee, defending his actions, even if the soldier is to be found guilty. I'm sorry, dog. You can't have your fucking prime minister running around and being like, oh, these guys were fighting our rapists. They're rapist beheaders. Yeah, over a year after their arrest, 5 Israeli soldiers accused of beating and sexually abusing a Palestinian detainee in Sdei Teiman have yet to face trial. Now a military judge recommends mediation instead. The Israeli military has offered more severe penalties to Israeli Jewish soldiers in the military that cook hot dogs on fucking Saturday than rapists who raped Palestinian prisoners in a concentration camp on CCTV. Yes, because Jews are obviously not supposed to work on Saturday. It's Shabbos. So when the Israeli occupying force soldiers actually went to a fucking kitchen and cooked up hot dogs, they got a more severe penalty than these fucking rapists did. This is also precisely the reason why someone like Benjamin Netanyahu is never going to do a fucking interview with someone like myself, obviously.
Babies alive. I'm talking about the Hamas monsters. Is that their ideal? They know nothing. I mean, they don't know what they're talking about. And I want to bring that truth to them. So Israel is a great free society and the best partner that America has anywhere on earth.
Great people there for sure. When we visited, everyone was so welcoming and people were inviting us over for dinner and stuff. But I see, like, that's the thing too. I'm not claiming to be an expert too, but I'll just read stuff on like X and like people will say like Israel's killing babies or like they're starving people.
That's completely false. In fact, the reason we have civilian casualties in Gaza is because Hamas, who are basically horrible murderers and killers, okay, committed to our...
Oh my God, what a different opinion from Benjamin Netanyahu. No, boys, they don't even like actually call into question whether he's like murdering children, something that we know is happening without a sliver of doubt here. Okay, that is 100% happening. We know it's happening. We see it happening every fucking day. According to reports from the UN, Israel is killing a classroom full of children every single day. Israel has killed a classroom full of kids every single day since October 8th, 2023. Okay? Oh, well, I see comments on Twitter of people accusing Israel of like, slaughtering children. It's like, that's not comments on Twitter. It's just an accurate reflection of reality. But of course, he instantly turns around and says exactly what any Israeli official would say on any other fucking mainstream media outlet. He turns around and says, oh, Hamas are using children as human shields. Bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
Destruction. And your destruction. They say so openly. I mean, they say the big enemy, the real enemy, the great Satan is America. And Israel is a small Satan. But it's a small Satan that is standing in their way of conquering with other Iranian proxies, conquering the Middle East, and then we move on to... So America is the great Satan, and America, needs to disappear. And we stand in their way. But one of the things you have to understand...
Hamas is a national liberation group, okay? Their goals are simply to end the Israeli occupation. Hamas has never committed an act of terror or military conquest outside of the occupied Palestinian territories. Okay? Never. They never have. Just so you understand. He doesn't even make an effort to lie. Like, he went in there knowing these... yeah, I mean, exactly. He used them, as I said, and I didn't watch this interview, but but I knew that this was going to happen. He used them as a fucking... So what was the October attack then? October 7th? Did you not hear me say occupied Palestinian territory? Like historic Palestinian territory? Wasn't that Hamas? I'm losing my mind. No, that wasn't just Hamas. That was the entirety of the Palestinian liberation groups, okay? It was the entire resistance front. And that is literally within the confines of historic Palestinian territory. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you think October 7 took place in, I don't know, Washington, D.C. or something? What are you talking about? It's the same thing with the Taliban. Not to defend the Taliban, but there were shouts of how America will be attacked if the Taliban came back into power. So far, nothing. These are groups that are interested in gaining sovereignty for themselves and for their people. Okay? Ultimately, it does not matter. Technically, it does with supporters. There is a difference between Al-Qaeda and ISIS, which are invested in conquest. Okay? They are invested in conquest. They are internationalists. They are what is known as like jihadist terrorists. When someone says like, oh, this person is a jihadi terrorist, like they're talking about Al-Qaeda, they're talking about ISIS. They're talking about these groups that operate internationally, these groups that have a larger conquest in mind. Okay, there are many different formations. There are many different formations of these groups, and there are different branches. Like in Syria, ISIS has the Al-Nusra Front, for example. Okay? And they get a tremendous amount of tremendous amount of funding from our ally, Saudi Arabia. They get training in our other allied state, Pakistan. Okay? Yes, ISIS and Al-Qaeda are trying to establish a global caliphate. There's a difference between an internationalist and a nationalist Islamist or even Salafist group. Yes. ISIS in Syria isn't al-Nusra, it's called the government there. Okay, that's a different point. You know, that's, yes, you're not wrong. HTS, Jelani, these are different branches of the same fucking grouping that have also engaged in infighting, but none of that really matters at this point. Okay, HTS is Al-Qaeda. Chatter is being racist towards Islamist terrorist groups. Anyway, yes, ISIS and al-Nusra didn't get along. They're more Al-Qaeda. It doesn't matter. The point I'm trying to make is that these guys, these groups, these militancies have expansionist interests in mind, and they operate within the confines, if they have an opportunity to operate within the confines of like the Western world as well. Okay. Hamas, on the other hand, has one singular goal in mind because it is a simple expression of the emancipatory need of Palestinians. That's why we always say, if it's not Hamas today, it's going to be Hamas 2 tomorrow. Because as long as the Israeli occupation continues, as long as death and destruction continues against Palestinians, there's always going to be some kind of resistance against that. It is legal and moral to resist against occupation under international law. It's legal under international law, and it is also the moral thing to do. Of course you're just going to resist. What the fuck do you mean? Yes, Bin Laden did not fight for a sustained and coherent national movement with concrete goals within a limited geography. He represented a murderous transnational ideology that is loaded by most of the world, including and especially Arabs and Muslims. The same goes for, obviously, ISIS as well. Like, a lot of people misunderstood the point that I was making as far as, like, ISIS and its operations in the region. Muslims, Arabs as a whole, not just Muslims, but Arabs and the Yazidi population, the Kurds, they all despise ISIS. The reason why they despise ISIS is because those are ISIS' primary targets. And a lot of people were incredibly Islamophobic in my assessment, where they were like, oh, why does ISIS never attack Israel? They only seemingly go after Muslims. And I was using Muslim as a catch-all term for everyone that's in the region. They were like, oh, you're erasing the Yazidi genocide. I'm not. You're a fucking moron. You just added that into your equation, okay? The point is, everyone in the region fucking hates ISIS. Everyone there takes up arms against ISIS. Including, but not limited to, Iran. And we got ISIS after he was killed, which, by the way, was fought by Arab and Muslim armies. Moron. Exactly. Killing Bin Laden didn't cause 100 other Bin Ladens to take his place. It was actually an enormous blow to Al-Qaeda they never fully recovered from. ISIS and Al-Qaeda has consistently put up LeBron numbers in terms of killing Arabs, in terms of killing Kurds, in terms of killing Yazidis, in terms of killing the Druze population. They have literally exclusively destroyed the livelihoods of people living there. They have under limited circumstances, like lone wolf attacks, I believe, in Israel, which they apologized for, and Israel itself has accidentally shot and killed ISIS fighters, which they apologized for, and also offered medical treatment to ISIS militants, as a matter of fact. Why is that? Yeah, not everyone in the region hates ISIS. There's one country that doesn't really hate ISIS that much. That country is Israel. So when I call this into question, people go, oh, this is an anti-Semitic conspiracy. Okay, dude. Everything is blood libel, I guess. Everything is anti-Semitism, including an accurate reflection of events that unfolded.
fine. And Hamas embeds itself in the civilian population of Gaza, and the Palestinians. Okay, we tell the Palestinians, hey, because after they butchered us and raped our women and beheaded our men and burned our babies, we have to remove this threat. So we come in to take care of the Hamas terrorists. But the Hamas terrorists don't leave the civilian neighborhoods. And we say to the civilians, we call them up because we have their telephone numbers. We say, leave, please leave. We send them leaflets, millions of leaflets, please leave.
Dude, you guys are so nice. Oh, the illegal occupation and blockade that you have over an entire 2 million population of indigenous people that you have literally pushed into this strip, which is one of the most densely populated open prisons on the fucking planet. You send leaflets before you bomb their homes? That's sick. Yeah, they have their telephone numbers. Exactly. One must call into question how you have the telephone numbers and the population registry of all of these people in this supposedly sovereign state. How is that possible? And if you have this level of intelligence, how have you bombed every single fucking building in the Gaza Strip? Why have you bombed every single building in the Gaza Strip? That's the question. Real confusing. Perhaps it's because this is not a military conquest or a military campaign at all. It is just pure ethnic cleansing. That is the goal here. That's it. This is what happens when you have an entire population, an entire indigenous population under the thumb of brutal military occupation, criminal military occupation. They do not get trials under the civil governance division. They do not go to a regular court. The judge, jury, executioner is a random fucking Nazi dipshit that's 19 years old and hopped up on fumes that wants to do permanent fucking ethnic cleansing in the strip. That's the judge, jury, and executioner. And everyone that is in the crosshairs is an enemy. I don't think the medical assistance thing is really proof. Every country has a responsibility to treat wounded combatants, and every group and country active in the region has treated wounded ISIS fighters. Israel is actively funding ISIS affiliates in Gaza, though, so you're not far off. Yeah, Israel famously always takes its responsibility of treating wounded combatants so seriously. Like when they treat wounded combatants by fucking killing them in their hospital beds, either by drone fire or by directly fucking directly dressing up as doctors, entering a West Bank hospital and fucking shooting a militant to death in their hospital bed. One must ask the question why ISIS soldiers get different treatment than anyone that actually resists against the state of Israel. That's the point. Israel is not particularly known for following the rules of combat and the rules of war.
We do everything that is possible that no army has done. They want to leave. You know what Hamas does? They shoot them. We say, we want you.
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. Hamas shoots them. Okay, dude. Like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy to me that, like, Hamas, everything is filmed in the Gaza Strip. Every single thing. And yet, for some reason, there's no footage of this. There's no footage of, like, the Hamas militants lining up Palestinians and just shooting them for the crime of wanting to leave. It's so strange that the only thing we see is Israeli bombs. Israel has 24/7 surveillance. Israel has drones all over the Palestinian civilian population. They're constantly surveilling the Palestinian civilian population. They're constantly assassinating the Palestinian civil population. And yet, for some reason, they just never catch it in the action. Hamas is just, like, secretly so good at fucking killing Palestinians that are trying to escape. Palestinians are like, please, don't let us be human shields. We don't want to be human shields. And then Hamas just like goes, no, you have to be a human shield. We're gonna kill you if you don't. Is the only reason ISIS doesn't invade and take over the Gaza Strip the threat of America? What? No, ISIS has tried to operate within the Gaza Strip. Hamas has executed ISIS militants in the Gaza Strip. Hamas and ISIS are in combat with one another. They are belligerents to one another. ISIS has actively tried to take over the Gaza Strip. Hamas has killed them. Hamas has jailed the ISIS militancy. You know what Israel did? Israel released those prisoners from jail in the chaos of the endless bombing campaign and now actively recruit those Hamas militants that were working in the Gaza Strip. It's known as the Popular Front, as a matter of fact. They use Israeli weapons, they use Israeli gear, they get to operate in the red zone in Rafah under an Israeli bunker. That's their command center. His name is Abu Shabab. Drug dealers and ISIS, did I say Hamas militants? Sorry. ISIS affiliates, ISIS combatants have always operated or tried to operate within the Gaza Strip. Hamas has killed them, okay? Hamas has killed them, Hamas has jailed them. One of the ways that ISIS tries to operate in the Gaza Strip is through illicit drug trafficking. This is how they finance their affairs in the Gaza Strip, okay? They use the same tunnel systems that Hamas is supposedly gun running through to bring in drugs into the Gaza Strip, Captagon, and many others. Okay? But since October 7, as obviously there's no more civil governance affairs in the Strip and it's a complete chaos, a lot of those very same guys that a lot of those ISIS affiliates and ISIS militants have escaped prison and are now working under the banner of Israel. Both are terrorists. Who cares? Hamas bad. Terrorists. Maybe you should just rule the world because you're so smart and right. I love that this is just like a complete fucking, you've given up on making any sort of coherent argument. So you're just like, oh, okay, look at this smart guy. I'm not a particularly smart person. I might be a little bit more knowledgeable than you are on this issue, but it's just so strange that you fucking turn around and you just openly admit, like, I've given up. Huh, look at this smart fucking guy. I actually wasn't aware October 7 was in the Gaza area and it was considered occupied Palestine. Did my research. My bad for chatting. No, October 7 wasn't in the Gaza area. What are you talking about? It's in the Gaza envelope, which is a part, it's beyond the green line, but that is still occupied, historic occupied Palestinian territory. Israel is technically under historic occupied Palestinian territory. British Mandatory Palestine. Palestinian territory under Ottoman rulership. I'm saying that Hamas has never encouraged like lone wolf attacks outside of occupied territories, okay? They've never encouraged, like ISIS does, lone wolf attacks in the Western world, for example. They've never done that. Because their goal is singular. It is the emancipation. It's an end to the occupation. It's an emancipation of the Palestinian people. It is so that the Palestinian people get sovereignty. And the problem here is that that seems like a reasonable goal. Okay? That's the reality. The reality is Hamas, regardless of their tactics, regardless of the war crimes that were committed on October 7, have a just goal. And this is a big problem for a lot of Americans because it just like recircuits it fries their brain when they're like, wait a minute, so the people that I'm supposed to think are the bad guys are actually doing something that I think is like a totally honest and just goal? That doesn't make any sense. That's the problem. That's what's so scary for a lot of people. They can't contend with that reality where they're like, everyone has always told me Israel are the good guys. Everyone has always told me that these guys are our allies. Now you're telling me that our allies are actually the enemy here, and they're doing something so unconscionable, so immoral, and the people that they're doing it to, that I've been conditioned into thinking are scary Muslim guys and historically bad guys that deserve all the death and destruction, are actually, they have a reasonable goal. That's the problem. That is precisely the reason why the terrorism application here, the vague and illegal definition of terrorism is so useful for a lot of people. You could just go, they're both terrorists and move on. There is no distinction there. That just means everyone that's affiliated with them or associated with them deserve death and destruction. It causes people to refuse to reckon with the reality on the ground. It causes people to refuse to even think that these guys might have a logical thought pattern here, that they're not simply operating on the barbaric notion that they want to fucking rape and decapitate as many Israelis as they possibly can. Because the moment that you The moment that you actually escape the matrix, if I'm going to use like an Andrew Tate style term here, and start to realize that no, these guys aren't these like barbaric fucking demonic hordes, and they actually have a totally understandable desire to no longer be occupied and murdered by the state of Israel, all of a sudden you have a very different approach to this conversation. All of a sudden it becomes incredibly hard to justify Israel's actions. Many people will never take that leap in the United States of America. Many people are never going to take that leap, and that's precisely the reason why, because I explain this concept to 35,000, 40,000 people at a fucking time, that the Israeli state sees me as a fucking threat, a massive threat that needs to be eliminated, one that needs to be deplatformed. That's precisely the reason why so many people come in here and say, you're a terrorist, you love terrorism, you're a terrorist, every fucking day, because they would rather keep saying that instead of reckoning with the reality that Israel is doing a genocide, and understandably people are going to resist against that genocide, and they not only have the legal right to resist in arms against the Israeli occupation that is criminal, that is illegal, that is doing a genocide, but they also have a moral responsibility to do so. That's it. No Hamas attacks outside of Palestine? Was the global day of jihad a joke to you? Exactly. Exactly. It's just invented. It's like purely fabricated nonsense. So if you're coming in here and you've seen clips or something, and you've watched other people consistently say, oh, Hasan's a terrorist, Hasan's a terrorist, Hasan's a terrorist, just think, okay? Just think for a moment. Take a deep breath and think for a moment. If Hamas's goals are purely emancipatory, and it is to actually liberate the Palestinian population, it is to actually allow Palestinians to have sovereignty and no longer live under the oppressive thumb of the Israeli occupation that is murdering every single Palestinian without any distinction whatsoever. Do you think this contextualization of Hamas's goals and all of the Palestinian resistance goals, which is unified, is a unified front, regardless of their ideological differences, regardless of their differences in tactics, don't you feel like you were maybe wrong initially in the way that you approach the subject matter? Because many people understand that Israel's doing a genocide. They see it. They recognize it. Okay? They see that. But then they have no solution to it, where they're like, they're doing a genocide, but I guess every single person has to just sit idly by and take it. Okay? No resistance here, please. Do not resist against an occupational force that has been murdering your family and stealing your homes for 80 fucking years, because God forbid if you do that, you'll be branded a terrorist and you're a scary bad guy. That's it. They don't want you to take that leap. They don't want you to look at this with a logical framework. I don't know how you can follow the news and not think it unless you're totally in the throes of exceptionalism. A lot of people are. A lot of people are in the throes of exceptionalism. That's the problem.
Because we want to have civilian casualties, because then they can show it on CNN or all these other networks and so on and claim that Israel is deliberately doing this. We're not deliberately doing anything. We'd like them to leave. And in fact, successively during the war, it's been now a year and a half, they finally do leave, most of them. So we've minimized those casualties, but it's not because we seek to have civilian casualties, because Hamas wants them. They're willing to sacrifice their own children, their own families, both because they don't really care for human life, but also because they think it's very good propaganda against us. And if they just let...
It's very good propaganda against us. Again, so stupid. It's like, okay, if you know that it's propaganda, if dead children are all... Because that's the only negative consequence of like murdering children from Benjamin Netanyahu's perspective, because he's a truly repulsive, evil man. So he says the only negative byproduct of like murdering Palestinian children is that we look bad. Okay, then don't do it. Don't murder the fucking children. What an incredible way to solve this issue. It's so dumb. Oh, oopsie. I guess I fucking fell into the trap again. Here I go again. You know, Hamas knows I have an insatiable appetite for baby murder. Like, it doesn't even make sense within the logical confines that they're trying to develop, because it's such a stupid fucking argument. You're not a natural disaster. You are a nation state, a criminal nation state that has an endless bloodlust for the ethnic cleansing of as many Palestinians as possible, regardless of whether they're men, women, or children. And you make it seem as though you have no control over your own fucking actions. Like, oh, Hamas duped us again. Okay, well, you're the dumbest person on the planet then, I guess. It's the easiest thing on the planet not to kill children, okay? Billions of people do it every day.
Then leave the war zone. Get to the safe parts, safe havens that we've created in Gaza. No one will be hurt. And the minute Hamas lays down its arms, surrenders.
By the way, all of this is bullshit because, like, in Israeli media, they very openly maintain the position that they are invested in the permanent occupation of Gaza and the permanent ethnic cleansing of Gaza. So when he says, oh, we're putting them in safe havens and safe zones, that's bullshit. They move the entire population around deliberately over and over again, and they bomb the fucking safe zones, okay? They don't even call them safe zones because there's a legal distinction. That is a legal designation, so they call them safer zones, okay? And they bomb them. They bomb the tent cities over and over and over again. They concentrate them into an increasingly smaller area, and then they bomb that small-ass area. And there are no more fucking flyers that they release anyway. It's complete fucking bullshit. Many reports in the field say Israeli soldiers are mainly just doing home demolitions, not searching for the hostages American media portrays. Netanyahu said he ramped up home demolitions to push people to permanently leave the Strip because their goal is the permanent ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian population of the Gaza Strip. They have made that clear. They have said it over and over again. They've been saying it since October 8, as a matter of fact. They've been saying it since October 7, as a matter of fact. Every single day, they openly say we have to kill every single one of these demons. Every single day, there's another Israeli official that's like, we want to do genocide. We are doing genocide. We want to keep doing genocide. We love doing genocide. We love killing Palestinian children. And the American media goes, I can't hear you. What did you say? Did you say that you have a honest and just goal, an honest and just military goal here to release the hostages? Is that what you're saying? To release the hostages militarily? Okay, that's what we're going to report on. And it's so fucking crazy because it's become this undeniable reality. Even the dumbest guy you know has seen enough murdered children that are starving in the fucking Gaza Strip that they obviously, this kind of messaging doesn't work anymore, regardless of the fucking media interest in it, in defending Israel's unjustifiable ethnic cleansing campaign.
Maybe we let them leave Gaza. That's the end of the war. No one gets hurt.
What would your message be to Palestinians that just want to have like a peaceful life?
Get rid of Hamas. Help us get rid of Hamas. They torment you. They oppress you. They shoot you in the back of the head. If you want to leave the war zone, they kill you. And if you say a word in protest, they'll kill you. If you're gay.
Hamas is not a fundamentalist religious group. A Hamas fighter could literally be a Christian or atheist. You don't need a religious reason to join Hamas when you're facing annihilation and genocide. It's not also just Hamas either. Al-Qassam is only one wing of the Palestinian militant resistance. Okay, you have the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, DFLP. You have the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP. You have the Palestinian Islamic Jihad movement. They have their own military wing. These are all different parties that are unified under one goal, which is the emancipation of all Palestinian people. Okay? That's it. Hamas is just a catch-all term because they've been branded as like the arch villain here in this story. That's it. This is something that I kept repeating over and over again since October 7. Okay? That this wasn't a military conquest or a military campaign simply conducted by Hamas or Al-Qassam, if you want to be specific with it. Okay? It is a nationalist front for the liberation of Palestine. It is an emancipatory movement. It is comprised of every type of Palestinian ideology. Okay? The only people that are not participating in it are collaborators of the Israeli state. Even fucking Fatah was a part of it. A part of October 7. Like, it's ridiculous. Yes. PIJ and Al-Qassam are the most relevant at this point. PFLP and DFLP barely exist. One must ask the question why PFLP and DFLP barely exist. Many of them were the Christian Palestinians, for the record. I wonder why. Well, the reason why is because Israel fucking killed them. Israel assassinated them over and over again.
You're in bad shape. We're really in bad shape. And if you are a woman, you're chattel. You're nothing. You're property. That's the opposite of everything we believe in. We, I say, it's not only Israel, it's you. So what? We're the same.
How do you respond to, like, I'd say there's a lot of American support from the females, from the gays towards Palestine. So how does that make any sense?
That's, you know, gays for Gaza is like chickens for KFC. You know, I mean, that's insane. The whole thing is absurd. Chickens for KFC, right? Gays for Gaza.
Yeah, repeat it again, dude. It didn't hit the first time. Maybe if you repeat the joke, it'll come across funnier. Oh, it's like chickens for KFC. Allyship is not transactional. I don't give a fuck what someone's point of view is. Okay? I don't care. Like, I don't look through the logs of every Jewish person that was slaughtered in the Holocaust to be like, I wonder if they've had any problematic opinions. No, that is a fucking crime regardless. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. Many people understand this reality. Not only is it fucking overblown, like the mistreatment of gays is completely overblown, Israel itself has a litany of different issues, despite the fact that it presents itself as a Western liberal moral democracy. It has a litany of different homophobic problems. Israel is a nation state where, like, race mixing is technically not allowed, okay? Let alone interfaith marriages, let alone fucking gay marriage. You have to go to Cyprus to get gay married, okay? And not only that, but the largest number of LGBT Palestinian population murders have come in the hands of the United States and Israel, not Hamas. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. None of this makes sense if you are even a little bit knowledgeable about Israel's activity, Israel's behavior, or Palestinian existence in general. The only, first of all, as far as sodomy or homosexuality being criminalized, it's not in the West Bank, just so you understand. And the only fucking anti-sodomy law that is in existence in the Gaza Strip is a fucking holdover from British occupation. It doesn't fucking matter. They overextend. What they use as an argument, if you want to really know about the background of this, is that Israel knows that there are gay Palestinians. So what they do is they'll send in the Mossad, or they'll use they'll use spyware, or they'll honey trap gay Palestinians and blackmail them with footage of them engaging in homosexual acts to collaborate with the Israeli state, which is inherently a very anti-queer action to begin with. They go in and they literally film Palestinians doing gay shit, and then they blackmail them. And they don't blackmail them because Palestinian society is homophobic. They blackmail them in the same way that you would blackmail anyone with revenge porn, whether it's straight sex or gay sex. It doesn't fucking matter. And then the internal affairs of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar's job straight up was this, okay? He was one of the enforcers of Hamas in his history. The job of enforcers within the Hamas movement, within their civil governance affairs, is to find collaborators and then they execute them, which is fucked up. Okay, I agree. It's incredibly fucked up. But to turn around and use that to be like, these guys are homophobic and therefore they deserve death, is fucking stupid. Okay? Okay, that sounds anti-Semitic, man. I know, everything I say about Israel sounds anti-Semitic because it's like a fucking criminal enterprise that is doing, like, comic book levels of evil. This does not work. This does not make any sense. Nobody cares about the militancy when the much larger crime, or the reason for the militancy to exist, is the apartheid regime or is the colonial enterprise. In this circumstance, that is Israel. The colonial entity sets the standard of violence, and the more violent the colonial entity gets, in this case Israel, the more violent the resistance gets as a response to the violence from the colonial entity. Okay? People try to say this about Ansar Allah too. They're like, oh, Ansar Allah is homophobic. Yeah, they are. Hassan Nasrallah is homophobic. Yeah, he is. Is that why he was killed by Israel? Because he was homophobic? Is that what we're doing? We're killing homophobes now? We're just like fucking using JDAMs to kill a bunch of people in a fucking crowded neighborhood to get the one guy who's homophobic? No, he was killed because he was resisting against Israel, okay? People only use the homophobia of Ansar Allah to try and justify any sort of like militant response to them. It's fucking moronic, okay? Easy Company was homophobic. America was a segregationist, homophobic, misogynistic fucking hellhole in its domestic affairs. Does that take away from Easy Company's actions against the Nazi regime? No. So shut the fuck up. You don't make that calculation when it comes to Americans and the American military, the Allied forces in World War II. So why the fuck are you trying to make that calculation right now? Especially when Israel has killed a fuck ton more gay people than Hamas ever could or Ansar Allah ever could. It's so fucking stupid.
Women for the women of Gaza, talking about it. You know, they're completely subjugated. They've got this death cult that is contaminated. So you can push this stuff on TikTok or whatever on this stuff, but you can't build peace or security on the rocks. They'll crash. I mean, these things will crash on the rocks of Middle Eastern realities. You can only build peace on truth and reality, not on deliberate, falsified fantasy.
Why do they say Israel's like starving the people of Gaza?
Well,
yeah, why do they say that? Because it's true. Among 18 and 29-year-olds, who do you sympathize more with? Palestinians, 44%. Both equally, 19%. Israelis, 14%. Unsure, 23%. We got to get those numbers up, Americans. This is a YouGov poll from July 21st. Those numbers, listen, if you think you hate Israel enough, you don't hate Israel enough, okay? Not enough. Sorry. Got to get those numbers up.
Because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks in, and guess what happens?
I got to pee.
Hamas steals the food, takes a good chunk for itself, then sells at inflated prices. They jack up the prices, and then they sell the food to its population, to its hungry population, if they give them it all, and then use the money that they take from their own people to recruit more killers into their terror machine. That's what happens.
Why are more Palestinians not siding with Israel against Hamas then?
Well, up to now they've been terrorized, but guess what's happened? Since we're beating Hamas, all of a sudden we see Palestinians rising. You have to see this to believe this, okay? And they say to Hamas, hey, you're not coming into my building. You can't use my school or this hospital as your command post. We're not letting you. And they start fighting. Now we have actually armed conflict between Palestinians and terrorists. It was unimaginable a year and a half ago. But now there are Palestinians who rise up, and the more the better, because we could create a different future for Gaza. And we should also do something very simple that President Trump said, and it was brilliant. That's my idea. That's how he cuts to the chase. He says, at the end of this war, the people of Gaza should have the choice. If they want to leave for other countries, they want freedom of choice. Why are they locked in? Hell, we're not locking them in. Anybody could leave. But Hamas is locking them in. Suppose they want to leave. They want to go to another country, okay? Why shouldn't they have the freedom of choice to do that? Because this is all upside down, The victim of this horrible terrorism is called the aggressor. The people who are oppressed by Hamas are seen as supporting Hamas. Give them a choice. Give them freedom.
I can't stand this motherfucker, bro. Hamas is stealing the food, stealing the humanitarian aid. Wrong. No evidence ever shown for this. Complete bullshit. Israel is, even if they were, by the way, Israel has under no obligation to stop the flow of aid into the fucking Gaza Strip, because that aid has to reach the civilian population. Wrong. Okay? Not only is there already a mechanism of aid distribution that existed in the fucking Strip that worked, okay, in spite of the horrifying realities, Israel stopped this aid from going in. There are thousands of trucks waiting to go into the fucking Gaza Strip. Israel is the only fucking limit here. The aid, under all of these horrifying circumstances, was still reaching the Gazan population. Israel stopped it for that reason. Israel started with the Mossad and the CIA, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, as a scheme. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has pitched itself as the only mechanism that can adequately do deconfliction with the Israeli state. Why do they pitch themselves as that? Because they are a de facto part of the Israeli state. They operate in unison with the IDF, American and Israeli mercenaries working on the Strip to offer a crumb of food to the starving Gazan population. It's literally perfidy. It is illegal. That is precisely the reason why the UN and every single humanitarian group has criticized the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation for stopping the flow of aid and becoming the only way to actually give any food to the Palestinians. It's fucking bullshit.
Give them a life and give them a future. They can't have that with these Hamas stormtroopers. But the amazing thing is, you know, I come here and I see these protests. The people who are protesting for Hamas and against Israel, they burn American flags.
Nobody cares. I don't give a fuck if they wipe their ass with the American flag. Okay? I don't care. I don't care. Stop killing them. Stop killing them. It does not matter. Who gives a fuck? I'm serious. Who gives a fuck? It's so stupid, dude. It is ridiculous. Oh, is that why you're doing a genocide? Because they're burning the American flag? Oh, great. Oh, shit. I was so scared. Stop killing children, and maybe they won't fucking hate America any longer.
The flag of Israel, they burn American flags. They're anti-American. They're not MAGA. They're not supporters. You know, who do they support? You know who they support? They support Iran and its proxy, Hamas or Hezbollah. What does Iran do? Just understand, people who support Iran or speak on its behalf. Iran tried to assassinate President Trump.
Oh my God, he's trying so fucking hard. Steiny with the why don't more Palestinians side with Israel? I wonder why. Maybe it's because they're fucking murdering them. That's a great question if you were to entertain that question and go through the logical steps. And not simply assume that Palestinians are fucking barbaric animals who have just unlimited anti-Semitism, Jew hatred in their bloods. You would perhaps investigate this a little bit further and realize that, oh, they hate Israel because Israel's killing them. Israel's killing their families. Israel's blown up every school. Israel's blown up every hospital in the Strip. Israel's destroyed their lives. Israel's doing a fucking genocide. Of course they're gonna hate Israel. This is so much worse than the Nelk boys led on in your talk yesterday. Yeah. They relied on me not watching the fucking interview, but it doesn't matter. I was right, by the way. I didn't even watch this interview, and I knew exactly how this interview was going to unfold. Do you want to know why? I didn't need to watch a single second of this interview to correctly and adequately clock exactly what took place in this interview, because there is no other way to defend Israel. You have to say the same exact lies over and over again. And I know that Steiny and Kyle are not equipped to push back against these lies. They're just not. And I've heard these exact same talking points for decades at this point. They have not changed. So it seems like I didn't need to fucking watch the interview to understand exactly why this would be bad. You want to know why I didn't need to watch this interview to know that it would be a bad interview in general? Because of the very fact that Benjamin Netanyahu, who notoriously refuses to interview with Israeli media, went to the Nelk Boys podcast. Because even CNN would probably offer a little bit more pushback than they would. That's it. That's why I told them that they were being used like a fleshlight, okay? They were being used by the Israeli state to do PR. And it's something that, like, you know, I think Steiny also recognized as well, which is why he said, well, you know, people promote stuff all the time, which is why I said this when he said, oh, well, people promote stuff on, they go on tours all the time. They promote stuff all the time on our podcast. They're using you guys to look good.
Hassan, bro, why does anybody, Hassan, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Hassan, anyone goes on a podcast to promote whatever they're doing.
Yeah, but they're not. But Benjamin Netanyahu's not promoting a book, dog. He's promoting a genocide.
Bro,
that's the point. They're you. He's not unveiling like a new release. On Reddit too positive for you, it doesn't matter. Redditors in specific subreddits that operate on fuck Hasan more than anything else are lower than dirt, okay? They have no motion. They only have their echo chambers. They're fucking losers living in an echo chamber where they just try to find any fucking thing that they can grab onto and be like, no, he's bad. I promise you he's bad. But the reason why they do that is because this kind of shit goes viral everywhere else. And it reaches the eyeballs of normal people. And that's precisely why they try to do as much propaganda as possible against all of the fucking faucet of all of the unlimited faucet of like normal commentary that reaches a lot larger audiences. That's it. Who gives a fuck? Like, it's not even Reddit across the board. It's just like, it's literally a couple subreddits, okay? It's a couple subreddits that are used as a vehicle to just like try and astroturf some fuck Hasan narratives. That's it. If you find yourselves duped by this, or if you have friends that are duped by this kind of fuck Hasan framing, all you need to do is ask them to watch directly. Watch one fucking YouTube video, or watch one fucking stream, even a piece of a stream, and you will obviously develop your own personal perspective. Ask people why. Ask people why they are allowing others to make up their minds for them. That's it. I don't know if that'll fix it. No, it 100% fixes it. There's 36,000 people in here. I promise you, tens of thousands of them did not come in here with such a cheery opinion initially. If this kind of like fuck us on narrative was successful, this audience wouldn't have grown over the course of the past 20 months. It literally takes seconds. I used to hate you from what I heard, and then I saw Philly D segment and changed my mind completely. I literally did what you just described, and you saved my life from becoming a literal Nazi, no joke. My Ukrainian friend thought you were pro-Russia because of that shit, and she tuned in for a couple streams, and she watches you every day now. Exactly. My flatmate noticed me watching Hasanabi, and he immediately went on a fuck Hasan tirade. I know. The people that know who I am, that have a negative opinion, have like an incredibly overwhelming amount of negative feelings. And the reason for why they have that is because they've seen an endless faucet of hate narratives. I would hate me too if I didn't know who the fuck I was, and I just seemingly saw it every now and then. I see the only time I ever fucking heard about someone like myself was through this incredibly negative lens of people just like straight up lying. That's what I would think as well. I totally understand why people think that I'm like a fucking horrible monster. It's got to work to a certain degree. There is a shit ton. There are a shit ton of commentary slop tubers that have invested countless hours into churning this fucking narrative. It doesn't matter. The solution to all of that is simply to show them the truth. That's it. That's it. While we're having this back and forth, a new plan to settle Gaza with Israelis was presented in the Knesset today. It includes the following elements. 1.2 million Jews. Check my last message. It's never a good thing whenever someone says that. There's an excerpt in Brothers and Others in Arms in Making Love and War in Israeli Combat Units by Danny Kaplan that recounts 2 Arab men having sex and an Israeli sniper shot one of them in the head just because they have no moral standing on queer rights. Yeah. Oh, I know the story you're talking about. 1.2 million Jews will relocate to Gaza. Okay? All Palestinians will be expelled. 300,000 housing units will be built. High-tech agriculture and education centers will be built. This was never about defeating Hamas or getting back the hostages. It was always about the destruction of the Palestinian people to establish greater Israel. They're openly admitting that all the fucking time. Okay? They are openly admitting that all the time. Lamau, I lost respect for a Discord so-called intellect from Can that admits he never watched your stream once and justifies it by saying you give terrorists a platform. Yeah. I don't give Israel a platform, so they're wrong. Like, the thing that people fucking latch onto is my interview with Rashad al-Haddad. They say he is a Houthi terrorist, okay? Ironically enough, they never understand that I would absolutely interview someone from the al-Houthi family, from the Ansar Allah movement. I have no issue with this, okay? He just simply isn't. But even if he was, I do not care, okay? Ansar Allah, in spite of their domestic affairs, is not even remotely on the same moral playing field as Israel. Okay? That's it. That's it. They're like, oh, you interviewed a Houthi terrorist and you glazed them. Yeah, I interviewed a 19-year-old that we found out wasn't a Houthi, and of course I glazed them. He's a 19-year-old who I humanized them, and that's what pisses people off. Okay? What pisses people off is that I humanized him. Victims of endless war deserve humanizing, especially in Western audiences. Okay? Especially in my audience. My job is to offer a voice to voiceless people. Okay? That's what they're mad about. And it's so funny because it's like an incredible nothing burger that they have tried to actively relitigate over and over again. But it doesn't matter. It's meaningless. What would you say to those who say interviewing a Houthi is still bad despite Israel's actions? I'd say that they're fucking delusional. Okay? I'd ask them why they think that, and they would say, oh, well, they've done this, many of which is just like Saudi propaganda from the time when Saudi was like literally implementing a blockade with Western weapons and murdering a shit ton of civilians in Yemen, okay? And that I would tell them that of course I'm going to interview any kind of militancy that I can within the confines of reason that is resisting against the Israeli genocide. Because if you think that Israel is doing a genocide, then of course people that are resisting against said genocide deserve to be heard. That's it. And if you think that Israel is doing a genocide, but you think all of the people that are resisting against that are criminals that are comparable to Israel's actions, then you don't think Israel's doing a genocide. Because there is no crime more severe than genocide. that this has been obvious from the beginning, but there have been so many people pretending that this isn't just happening. In the Israeli Knesset today, meeting of the lobby of the renewal of Jewish settlement in the Gaza Strip topic, the Gaza Riviera, from vision to reality. This isn't just some right-wing fantasy. They mean it. They're planning what comes after the ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Humanizing militant resistance against Israel's genocidal actions is being morally on the right side against Israel's genocide. Humanizing Benjamin Netanyahu or other Israeli officials that are defending Israel's crimes here is literally doing propaganda for the genocide. That's it. Happening right now in Tel Aviv, we march with the pictures of the children in Gaza who were starved to death by our government and our army. We cannot accept it. We call people to refuse the starvation, to refuse the killing, to refuse the annihilation.
Twice.
They were behind those assassination attempts?
No, but by the way, they put out a price on his head. On mine too, by the way. Smaller price. I'm not offended.
They actually put a price on your head?
Yeah, 2 days.
Oh my God. I don't care. I don't care about any of this. I can't watch the rest of this, dude. It's just so fucking stupid. It's literally an hour-long faucet of Israeli propaganda with no pushback whatsoever. Okay? That's it. I can't watch the rest of this. This is just like unproductive overall. Yeah. I will talk about the other thing though that they did, which was also bad. After this interview releases, and they're getting a shit ton of, here, I'll show you once again, they're getting like unimaginable backlash, which I could have told them if Steiny had reached out to me before they released this podcast. I would have been like, do not release that fucking podcast. You're gonna get ass blasted into fucking oblivion. Okay? They turned around and they went to like as many right-wing critics of Israel as they could. But of course, the right-wing critics of Israel that they know, are Holocaust deniers. Sneeko, Nicholas Fuentes, who is literally an open Nazi. Okay, Sneeko, who's a Holocaust denier, Muslim revert that has questionable beliefs on pedophilia, and Myron Gaines, who is famous for yelling at women on his Fuck Women podcast, who also happens to be a Holocaust denier, and then myself and Adam Friedland. So they added insult to injury in their damage control because of the backlash that they were receiving, which is also insane. In an apparent attempt at damage control, Nelk Boys streamed talk with conspiracy theorists, one of whom denies October 7 atrocities, falsely claims IDF is responsible for most deaths. Pro-Trump U.S. podcasters, the Nelk Boys, streamed conversations Monday with several anti-Semitic influencers after the release of their interview with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in an attempt to limit the criticism they received from hosting the Israeli leader. The one-hour interview with Netanyahu on the Full Send podcast hosted by Kyle Forgard and Aaron Steinberg, known as the Nelk Boys, was recorded on July 8th during the Prime Minister's visit to Washington and released Monday. Commenters on the podcast, the host for hosting the Prime Minister amid the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza and not asking Netanyahu tough questions on the matter. Zero pushback. You literally just let a war criminal talk freely for an hour to millions of fans. Just horrible, horrible. You guys are truly, one viewer commented. I am so happy the comment section knows how vicious and evil this man is. I can't believe Kyle's humanizing this man. Speechless, I'm at a loss for words, another wrote. Shortly after, the Nelk Boys began live streaming with influencers Sneeko, Myron Games, Hassan Piker, and Nick Fuentes, all known for circulating anti-Semitic and anti-Israel conspiracies who offer commentary on the interview. I love that they just like so easily loop me in with these other dudes. Sneeko, who has been banned from YouTube and Twitch for anti-Semitic remarks, said Trump basically owned Netanyahu because the U.S. president pulled out a chair for Netanyahu after a meeting earlier this month. How do you put America first if you send $4 billion to Israel every year, Sneeko asked the host, to which they responded that they agreed that Netanyahu's behavior is making it harder for Americans to support Israel. Myron Games claimed Netanyahu lied about a bunch of shit in the interview and falsely claimed a lot of the shit that happened on October 7 was a lie, referring to the 2023 Hamas massacre that sparked the ongoing war in Gaza. Gaines denied the occurrence of mass rapes during the massacre and also claimed the Hamas's goal of the invasion was to capture as many hostages in exchange for prisoners instead of mass killings, adding, a lot of the innocent people that were killed by the IDF in an attempt to prevent Hamas from taking more captives. The ongoing... Dude, even when they're talking about, like, what Sneeko said, or what Myron Gaines said, they're not actually talking about the indefensible shit they have said, which is deeply anti-Semitic. They literally are just saying these guys are anti-Semites without explaining why they're anti-Semites. And then the only explainer they offer is because they're saying that Israel killed civilians on October 7th, which is literally something that is true, okay? Something that was admitted by former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant when he said the Hannibal Directive was implemented on October 7th. It is fucking insane. It feels like I'm losing my mind when I hear Times of Israel or any other fucking outlet reporting on the matter by basically saying, well, you know, these guys are anti-Semitic. Why? Because one of them said, how can you be America first if you send $4 billion to Israel every year? If you think this is an anti-Semitic statement, you are delusional. These guys have said a fuck ton of anti-Semitic shit. The ongoing war in Gaza has sparked when Hamas led terrorists rampage through the southern Israeli communities, murdering 1,200 people, mostly civilians, taking 251 hostages while committing and filming their numerous atrocities. Immediately after the massacre, anti-Israel conspiracy theorists claimed without evidence that most of the deaths were caused by IDF fire. Most of the deaths were not caused by IDF fire, for the record. That's not true. And denied acts of mass rape and torture. There's been overwhelming evidence that sexual violence and torture was used in the invading of terrorists. Piker slammed the Nelk boys for hosting Netanyahu on his podcast, accusing of humanizing Netanyahu. But that's the thing. We'll have anyone on. Like next episode, we're going to have someone with a complete opposite ideology. Speaking to Nick Fuentes, who was known for opposing what he calls white genocide and Jewish subversion, Forgard emphasized that the goal of their podcast was to welcome anyone and allow them to form their own opinions. Do we even know either way for sure? No, but what we do know is Times of Israel itself also... IDF officers invoked defunct Hannibal Protocol during October 7 fighting report. This is their own reporting from July 7, 2024, a year ago. So when you package something that you yourself have reported on as an anti-Semitic conspiracy, all you're doing is saying anti-Semitic conspiracies are actually not anti-Semitic conspiracies, they're truths. The reason people are being critical, of course, is because the state of Israel and Netanyahu are extremely unpopular with the young people, Fuentes said. Charging Israel's decline in popularity among Americans began after the war in Gaza began. Fuentes said that while he too was a controversial figure, Netanyahu, on the other hand, is currently prosecuting a war and has been prosecuting a war for 20 years and accused the prime minister of carrying out ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. It's also true. Talk about the shit that Nick Fuentes has said that is anti-Semitic. Talk about him being a fucking Holocaust denier. Why would you, like, this is the only thing that they've mentioned, okay, that is like even giving a little bit more credence into the anti-Semitism allegations launched towards a self-described neo-Nazi. He is a self-described neo-Nazi. Why the fuck don't you just say that? Israel's denied the accusations of ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza, saying it seeks to minimize civilian fatalities and stressing that Hamas uses Gaza civilians as human shields fighting from civilian areas, blah, 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 blah. During the podcast, Netanyahu was asked by Steinberg, I think you definitely have a tough job, but why do you think you're so hated worldwide? Oh, this was the saddest part of the fucking interview, what the funniest. Well, a lot of propaganda, first of all. I'm not hated worldwide. He literally is not allowed to fly over certain states. I just received this. I just talked to someone, a rabbi, and he says he just heard from his brother who was in Europe, and one of the countries of Europe. He says he's being flooded. They know he's from Israel. All the people are coming and they say, you did this amazing thing for all of us. The Chancellor of Germany said Israel did the work for all of us. The new Chancellor of Germany said, referring to German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Not realizing that when Benjamin Netanyahu is such a repulsive figure that he comes out and says, this person actually defends me, that person's approval rating goes down. Just like the Nelk boys' approval is in the shitter now because of their allegiance to Benjamin Netanyahu. Ben Lorber reports Haaretz is reporting that Israel is training MAGA Gen Z influencers to combat the growing criticism on the right. Okay? I don't think it's going to work, but it's important to stay aware of these propaganda initiatives. Founded in 2012 by Rabbi Naftali Tuli Wise, Israel 365 promotes support for Israel based on political, spiritual, and biblical principles. Its affiliated website states that the group stands unapologetically for the Jewish people's God-given right to the entire lands of Israel. I'm gonna keep it a $1.50 with you. If there was a majority disapproval of Israel among American Jews, they would literally give up on American Jews entirely, and they would only try to farm the evangelical base. This is why I have said time and time again that even if every single Jewish person in the United States of America became a committed, diehard anti-Zionist overnight, okay, that's not the case, but even if that happened, Israel would still do whatever the fuck it's doing, and America would still allow it. This is not about Judaism. This is not about protecting Jews. If anything, it literally harms Jews in general. I hope you understand that. Okay? The largest base of support for Israel in the United States of America is the evangelical Zionists, and even their numbers are diminishing across the board, and the support for Israel is also diminishing generationally, even among Zionist evangelicals, okay? The ministry's contact with Israel 365, valued at more than 290,000 shekels, 86 grand, was justified by officials citing the group's experience and know-how in creating awareness, engagement, and mobilization of Christian audiences regarding their support for the Jewish people and the state of Israel. Weiss, Israel 365, has dedicated itself to advancing the Israeli far-right's cause with an American evangelical public. The group has achieved this using a digital media wing that produces a steady stream of what Weiss has called biblical journalism, a publishing arm that produces an Israel-themed Bible, along with an array of religious books, a charity wing that raises funds for ventures ranging from farms in the West Bank settlements to winter gear for Israeli soldiers, and a marketing wing that connects Israeli companies with Christian consumers. Settlements winter year. Thanks to this outreach, Israel 365 has become an established face of biblical hotbird for U.S. Christians. More significant still has been using the group's advocacy wing, which seeks to strengthen the partnership between Jewish and Christian Zionist faith leaders, politicians, and influencers by organizing a bevy of campaigns, speaking tours, conferences, and summits, webinars, and prayer calls, sign-on letters, and tours to Israel. Led by Israeli religious nationalists, Israel 365, Ben Lorder reports, is basically the Jewish wing of Christian Zionism. They think Christian support for Israel is crucial to fulfill the final stages of biblical prophecy and bring the end times. While they're based in Israel, their main role is to back Christians in fighting the culture war for Zionism in the U.S. Now, with MAGA Zionism in unprecedented crisis, the Israeli government handed them a contract without a tender to get in the trenches. An actual death cult. Of course, no Jewish person believes that the end of times is going to take place, where, of course, the end of times prophecy and the theological underpinning for the evangelical Zionist movement relies on the idea that, like, Israel will be a Jewish state for Jews only, and then all the Jews will go to Israel, and then Jesus Christ will come back and fight the League of Satan in Megiddo. This is literally what they believe. It's like fucking anime, okay? It's an apocalyptic cult, basically, where Jesus Christ will come back to earth, the rapture will happen, Jesus will fight the forces of Satan in Megiddo, and all of the evangelical Christians will be sucked into the heavens. And you know what happens to the Jews, with the exception of, like, what, 114,000 Jews that convert, by the way? If you don't convert, you're also going to hell. All the Jews then burn in hell at the end of that story. So obviously, it's not exact. 144,000 Jews get sucked to the heavens as long as they convert in that moment, on the spot, to evangelical Christianity. And every Jew that doesn't even get that that doesn't make the 144,000 cut, they burn in hell, eternal hellfire, eternal damnation. This is what they believe. Does that sound like a fucking pro-Jewish ideology to you? No, of course it does not. It's not. Having said that, obviously no one fucking believes this shit except for the evangelical Zionists. But no Jewish person actually unironically believes this shit. They just know that these guys are fucking idiotic fools that will defend Israel unconditionally. Way more than Jewish Americans ever will. That is the reality. Okay? Because American Jews are getting educated. American Jews are constantly disagreeing with other American Jews and Israeli Jews especially. They have American Jewish interests. That's it. It's too hard to convince a fuck ton of American Jews to be unconditionally in support of Israel. That hasn't stopped Israel from consistently churning out Zionist social conditioning from early age. But it's that simple.
Lots of news alert for you. We just learned that Attorney General Pam.
Anyway, we're on Epstein watch again. Oh wait, sorry. Before we do Epstein watch, I'm gonna finish the Jube, and then we're gonna move on to Epstein watch. No, I can't do this podcast any longer. But we have the Jube. Mahdi Hassan being flanked by and ambushed by 20 fascists, self-described fascists, as a matter of fact. I saved the last part. The Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing. For today, I watched the first part yesterday. We're gonna finish this quickly, and we're gonna move on.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You too. So why do you say this is Donald Trump's plan? Why do you think that?
I mean, he says it's his plan. Have you seen his plan?
When did he say it?
He said it standing next to Benjamin Netanyahu in January, February. He said it on Fox News in an interview on Fox. He said it on Air Force One when he was chatting to reporters.
Word for word, what's an example of what he said?
Word for word, he said, for example, we're going to clean out the Gaza Strip. He said they're going to leave. We're going to take control of it. He says we'll own it. I would own it.
Rainey draws a lot. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Rainey draws a lot. Thank you for our 12 gifted subs, as a matter of fact. Your contributions and your support is what funds the Piker Broadcasting Service. The Piker Broadcasting Service is an ad-free experience. You will never see ads on here. It's socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. The Piker Broadcasting Service maintains its editorial independence by your wonderful voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by no one but you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Thank you.
He says, I'm not sure under international law how he can own a foreign piece of land. And when he was asked on Fox News, the people, the Palestinians who are being forced to leave, would they be able to come back? He said, no, they wouldn't. That is the literal definition of ethnic cleansing, according to a UN definition.
Why do you think that Trump is saying this? Do you think that he has some personal interest in cleansing Gaza, or do you think there might be some special interest group or perhaps religious or ethnic group that's, that maybe he received money from them and that's the whole reason why he wants to cleanse Gaza? Or why do you think that is?
I don't do Donald Trump's motivations. I really don't care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing.
Well, do
you agree with that?
I would actually, probably agree, but I'm just...
You agree that it's ethnic cleansing? You agree with doing ethnic cleansing?
No, I don't agree with it, but I agree that's probably his plan. But I'm trying to figure out, why do you think that is? Because...
Oh, yeah, I forgot. These guys are, fash right, so a big chunk of them are going to be anti-Israel, but also in an anti-Semitic fashion. Because remember, they have no issues whatsoever with the ethnic cleansing of the entire migrant population here in the United States of America. So clearly that's not something that they're against. It's always funny to me that Nazis sometimes come across as jealous of Israel, because Zionism is also a Nazi style ideology, it's a fascist ideology. It always feels like they're just jealous that Israel gets to do it for Jews, or at least their claim is, right? But they don't get to do it for white people here in America. I mean, some of these neo-Nazis are honest about that, like Richard Spencer, who famously is pro-Israel and says we just want to do Israel here in America.
Donald Trump's a white man. He identifies as Christian. I'm not sure if he really is. But what interest does he have in preserving a Jewish ethno-state? Like, why would he have that?
It's a good question. You'd have to ask Donald Trump that question. I've got multiple views.
You don't
I'm sure you have many views. I'm not sure I like where you're going with your views, but I think Donald Trump is definitely someone who's got financial interests in ethnic cleansing. He's got political interests. He loves the evangelical voters he gets. A lot of Christian evangelicals like to support Israel because they think Jesus will come back if all the Jews are gathered in one place with no Palestinians. I think he's going to make money, he thinks, from beachfront property with Jared Kushner. He said something similar in the past.
You think that's the real reason?
I think there's multiple reasons.
Thank you, SN
financial, geopolitical, ideological, evangelical. I don't even care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is a war crime according to the Fourth Geneva Convention.
Yeah, I agree.
It's against international law under the Rome Statute. So we shouldn't be part of that. The United States should not be supporting Donald Trump's plan for ethnic cleansing.
I agree. What do you think? What do you think should be done instead with the Israel-Gaza situation? I'm not sure what your stance is on this.
I would like to see a ceasefire in Gaza.
Two-state
I would like to see. I don't really get into debates about what solutions. I would like to see an end to the killing. I would like to see Gazans have freedom. I would like to see the Palestinians in Gaza somehow get their land back. 80% of Gaza right now is under Israeli military control or displacement. I would like to see freedom for the Palestinian people. I'm an American. To go back to the core of this show, I support American values. One person, one vote, free speech.
It really is a religious and ethnic battle.
It is not a religious battle.
Well, yes, that is what it's obviously between Jews and Muslims. Both want control of the Holy Land.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What else? What other?
Actually, the founders of Israel were secular. They were not religious, actually. I think some religious Jews, like Bezalel Smotrich, who's the Israeli government minister,
it doesn't really matter.
is a religious fanatic.
My point is,
the core of the conflict is over land. It's colonial. It's historic. It is not about religion.
Colonialism is for a reason.
The people who want to steal the land want everyone to believe it's religious.
My point is, why are we sitting here? Why are we sitting here? It's like a false dichotomy where we have to argue, like, do Jews get Israel? Do Muslims get Israel? Why are we?
I've never brought up anyone's religion.
How many of us
I didn't bring up anyone's religion.
How many of us here are Christians?
I didn't bring up anyone's
trying
religion.
to pick sides between Jews and Muslims taking over Israel? Like, don't you think that?
Hold on. First of all, I didn't bring up religion. Second of all, you know that a lot of Palestinians are Christian, right?
Some of them.
You're just reducing it to Muslim versus Jew.
Dude, this in and of itself is like also an insane thing that I hear more and more from the right is that, like, oh, by the definition of being Israel's enemy, Palestinians are just like automatically considered Muslim, because otherwise if they were to if the supposedly Christian dominionist right were to recognize the Christianity of the Palestinian population, then automatically they would have to like offer unconditional support. But once again, as you saw with that Catholic from yesterday when we were watching the same fucking video, the one that looks like a Amish person, they will turn around and say like, oh, we actually love Catholicism. I'm a Catholic nationalist or whatever. But then he's like, but the Catholics that are coming from the southern border need to leave immediately. Okay? Because there is the only through line that holds all of this ideology together is pure tribalism, pure racism. That's all it is. It's white supremacy. They're just trying to repackage it in a way that makes it, you know, permissible to say, makes it less inappropriate. But that's it. It's just whiteness that's holding it together.
So it's majority Muslim, yeah. It's very.
But there are many.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but there's not that many.
So it's not worth.
So it is. Well, it is the reason. Why do you think Iran is backing proxies that want to take over Gaza and, you know, back the terrorism of Gaza? It's obviously because they want to Muslim control of the land. You don't think that's why?
No, I don't think it's about religion.
Is it?
I've been following this conflict for decades. It's not about religion. People who say it's about religion, it's a distraction.
Well, it's a big part of it, I think.
No, it's not. You don't know anything. It's a big part of it, I think, is bullshit. No, of course religion is not a big part of it. It's just about land acquisition, man. What the fuck? The craziest part about it is that so many dumb people say this. Like, even people in this community have repeated this fucking idiotic lie over and over and over again. Okay? You're just eating the propaganda.
A big part of it. It's been weaponized by bad faith actors, sure. But I don't think that's the core. The core is that one group of people are dominating another group of people.
What group of
it is
people
apartheid.
is it? But what group of people is dominating another group of people?
One ethnic group is dominating another ethnic group.
What ethnic group?
Jewish people.
Yes, dominating.
Arabs.
Yes.
But I didn't say anything about Christian, Muslim, Jew in a religious sense.
Okay,
Jews defined as religion and ethnicity. You know that, right?
Well, why do you think that Muslims want control of the Holy Land? Why do you think that?
I didn't bring up Muslims.
Well, they're Muslim states. Like, what do you think?
She does not understand that Judaism is an ethno-religious group, and that there are many different sects under Judaism, ethnic sects under Judaism, some of which were also created later on to make a distinction between Arab Jews and Arab Muslims and Arab Christians, as a matter of fact, because Judaism in and of itself is a religion, but Zionism is a fascist ideology that relies on Jewish supremacy, Jewish supremacist thought. That's like one of the easiest ways to understand this, by the way. It literally, in Israel, you literally have a shit ton of Arab Jews. But they're not considered Arab, they're considered Jews. I wonder why.
I think like Iran wants to do with the Holy Land.
It's a bit reductive to say religion has no part in here. No, religion is just a justification to garner support. Please, dude. Do you think the fucking conquistadors colonized Latin America because of religious reasons? Do you think the people were actually engaging in like a religious conquest, or do you think that the goal was land acquisition? Shut up. I said it wrong. I know. It's an extraction of natural resources. It's a land grab. It's to enslave the indigenous population. Religion is simply used as a righteous cause to galvanize the public and to massage the attitude towards just like constantly engaging in these sorts of barbaric affairs. That's it. It's stupid. Religion is simply used as a tool. The PFLP was found by George Habash, a Palestinian Christian. Even Hamas is more of a national liberation movement than whatever she considers to be an Islamist movement. She is a moron who thinks Arabs aren't capable of complex thought and just hate their colonizers because they're Jewish and not because they're colonizers. Exactly. Ironically enough, this opinion is exactly the same as Jake Tapper's, by the way. That's why I always say so much of the pro-Israel defense, because Israel is a right-wing enterprise. Israel is a reactionary enterprise. It's the maximalist reactionary position that you can arrive at, which is fascism. That the people that defend this reactionary fascist enterprise are unironically saying the exact same things that fucking Nazis say, but they're saying it wokely. That's it. Jake Tapper and this lady have no difference in their opinion, in their approach to Israel. Jake Tapper simply thinks it's good, and she thinks it's bad. That's it. That's the only difference. She thinks Jews bad, okay? Jews engaging in tricks and illicit affairs all the time, by the very definition. Jake Tapper thinks Jews good across the board, which is an understandable position you can arrive at, but also simultaneously defend Israel as a Jewish enterprise. It's the dual loyalty trope, but playing itself out in a woke fashion.
But that's part of the conversation. What do you...
Does Zionism not perfectly fit the definition of palingenetic ultranationalism? Yes, of course. That's why I say it's fascist. Zionism fits the definition of palingenetic ultranationalism, which is like the what fascism is. Fascism is palingenetic ultranationalism, advocating for the rebirth of Judaism as a nationality, using the Holocaust as a moment of palingenesis, national rebirth. Yes, it does. The only difference here, however, is that in previous iterations of fascism, they did not have a real Holocaust-style event to point to. Okay? That's it. That's it. The only difference is that Israel, in an effort to create propaganda and a national mythos, can actually point to thousands of years of oppression, including the worst singular atrocity that they can point to for that befell the Jewish population, the Holocaust. That's the only difference. That's the only difference. And that's why it is so hard to decouple Israel from Judaism, and that is so hard to make an adequate argument here against Israel without people going, oh, are you being anti-Semitic, sweetie? Okay, that's it.
Me.
No, it's not. The conversation is Donald Trump is doing ethnic cleansing, and you agree.
Yeah, but it's
so I'm not sure why you're still here, to be honest.
It's part of the larger context
It's a weird
of the
debate when you actually agree with me.
What I was trying to say is we kind of have this false dichotomy here where we're trying to take the, you know, the side of the Gazans, which mostly it's a Muslim majority, or the side of the Jews, to try to decide who gets control over Israel.
I didn't say about control.
America is a majority Christian country. Should we be...
Like, here, someone said American fascism is using the Great Replacement as their justification. Again, that's not real. The Great Replacement is not real, okay? Or the economic fallout of World War I, which was the national scar that Germany withstood, is not the same as the Holocaust, okay? Which is systematic ethnic cleansing, like a machine of ethnic cleansing of an entire population. That's the difference. That's why I'm saying that, like, the major difference between Zionism, its inception, and its endless justification is that there is an actual fucking point of real barbaric cruelty that Zionists can always point to in defense of Israel. You have to understand this, because this will help you better address those talking points. Okay?
Deciding Christians should have control of the
I agree.
Holy
Donald
Land.
Trump should not, nothing to do with religion. Donald Trump should not be deciding what happens to Gaza. That's my claim. If you agree with me, great. Let's shake hands. Give the seat to someone
So
who
are you
disagrees.
saying, do you think that America should just cut ties with Israel altogether?
What's your definition of cut ties?
Like stop funding them,
Yes,
stop being their military arm?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm on
great.
record saying.
Okay.
That was an easier debate. Whoa. Welcome back, Richie. You really want to be here?
First of all, I really thought that obviously where we started, where it ended up, there's a lot of aggression. I can see in your eyes there's a level of exhaustion from being here. This is where my empathy comes in. Where it doesn't is, you know, when you have a room full of people that do agree with you, we have this opportunity to come together, and you're kind of mocking people when they do. So you mocked Sarah a little bit when you guys clearly had a common interest and goal to reach. So I can tell you're agitated. I want to bring that all down, please.
I'm guessing you're not going to, honestly.
No, I'm going to. I do want to point out some contradictions. First and foremost, I don't believe you're pro-American in the value system that you claim to uphold.
Dude, the point is Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing. Just stick to the fucking prompt. Am I wrong to be concerned that we're on the same side as these freaks on the Israel issue? No, because they exhibit a lot of similarities to the fucking pro-Israel side as well. Ironically enough, they are closer in ideology to Zionists than they are to anti-Zionists, okay? Many of these people, especially these guys, okay? They don't actually hate fascism. They love fascism. They openly say they're fascists. They're just jealous that Israel gets to do fascism with our dollars, okay? They're jealous that Israel gets to do fascism, and they think the advocacy groups for Israel here are not allowing them to do fascism. This is something that Visegrad directed at the head of the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt, in their interview in a positive manner. He literally was like, well, you guys have you guys have ethnic protection. You protect your own culture. You protect Jews, and we applaud you for doing that. But why do you here in the Western world attack whites for wanting to do the same? That's literally a question that was directed at Jonathan Greenblatt, which he had no real answer for. He was like, well, because those guys kind of hate Jews as well. Okay? That's it. These motherfuckers don't care about saving Palestinians. They do not care about freeing Palestinians. They simply hate Jews, and they're using the greatest off-ramp of all time to make Israel's crimes the crime of all Jews around the world. Okay? And the reality of the matter is, Israel loves that. Israel allows it to happen. Israel is also literally saying, no, no, no. These things that we're doing, we are doing for all Jews. So in that way, they're no different. In that way, that's why I always say, like, this is no different than what Jake Tapper is saying. The only difference is Jake Tapper finds contextualization and justification for Israel's crimes. These guys do not. They're anti-Israel. But the underlying premises that they're operating off of are fucking identical. Do you get it?
Especially with free speech, if you're not willing to debate people that don't share your values. That's very un-American.
Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing.
I don't believe it's ethnic cleansing, because it's not his plan.
It is his plan. He said it's my plan.
No,
Benjamin Netanyahu called it his plan.
He is obeying someone else's plan.
Okay. Who is he obeying?
He is obeying Israel's plan.
Okay. Yeah, this is cope, okay? This is pure Nazi cope. The idea that my big, beautiful, based, secret Jew hater Donald Trump is actually doing the bidding of the Jewish state because he's being blackmailed is just cope. These guys cannot comprehend that Donald Trump does not give a shit, just like they don't, about Palestinians or Arabs or Muslims or Christians or anybody that's being fucking slaughtered in the hands of Israel, and that there must be some secret reason as to why he is defending Israel non-fucking stop. That's it. It's because they do not want to acknowledge that Donald Trump loves what Israel is doing. Okay? And liberals also do this too. Liberals do the whole, like, Brandon actually is really forcing Brandon is actually really forcing Israel to stop, but Israel is just simply not budging. It's just the liberal version of that same code. Both of these administrations actually like what Israel is doing. They do not hate what Israel is doing, because if they hated what Israel was doing, they would stop it.
For the Greater Israel Project, of which this is one of those things that we can agree on.
Why is he doing that?
Why is he doing that? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they have something on him. Maybe they have something on all.
But you think it's a bad thing what he's doing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
They have something on him. They have something on him. There's a crumb of truth hidden there as well, of course, which is that Mossad and the CIA have engaged in sexual blackmail. So that's a part of the reason why they can just, like, get away with saying shit like that. And it perfectly ties back to the Epstein stuff anyway. But what's interesting about it is that however, is that also means Donald Trump is a bad person. Okay? Like, this is the thing that I don't understand with, like, pro-Trump people who are like, well, I want him to release the Epstein files, but, like, he's being blackmailed, and that's why he can't release the Epstein files. It's like, okay, that means he's a pedophile. Like, you're saying you like this guy who is a pedophile, but he's your pedophile? Like, what does this mean? This is why what Alex Jones was saying in defense of Donald Trump made no fucking sense.
But see, I don't want to shut down the conversation.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, perfect. But I want to take this opportunity, because I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity again, to say, you're not American. First and foremost, baby, you're not.
Remember when I said the agitation from you is not going to be lower?
What I'm saying,
you came to lower the temperature and then make racist remarks. You know that's a racist remark.
It's not racist.
You tell an American citizen.
But okay, perfect.
Like, this guy won't even talk about Israel. He's just like, yeah, we agree on Israel, but you're not an American. Okay, dude, shut up. It doesn't matter. He sucks to suck. Okay.
Perfect. You just proved your own point. What? You just said that was a racist position. Yeah. It's like,
I can't stand this motherfucker. He's like a crybaby, dude. Oh God, me. You have an accent.
Using conservative top lever.
I'm not a genocide. You just don't like the color of my skin.
We're having a different conversation.
Also Canadian. That motherfucker's Canadian too. The blonde one was Canadian. The blonde lady was Canadian too.
Pause.
All right, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Okay, I really wish we could.
I mean, you believe in white genocide, so it's very hard to. Hello. Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you. Hello. So,
I'll switch over to the Gaza thing in a second, but first off, I just wanted to touch on that. You said that you support free speech, of course, right? So, what I'm confused about is you refuse to debate people that have disagreed with you because you.
Okay, he said the white race being genocided. I don't. Why are these guys so fucking? They just stay on the premise, man.
See me. You
don't debate people that disagree with you. Like, he's literally sitting in front of 20 fascists. What are you talking about? He is clearly doing that.
Kick out all the people.
Also, that's the one thing you can't say about Mehdi Hasan is that he doesn't debate people who disagree with him. That's literally the thing he does the most. That is what he is known for.
People. That is the definition of ethnic cleansing.
So, isn't ethnic cleansing killing people? Because it seems like you're.
No, you can ethnic cleanse people without killing. And by the way,
wait, hold on.
Debate,
Okay.
I'm sure as well. We're going to start debating.
So everybody here in the
everyone here has hygiene standards, as do you. There are people you wouldn't debate, I'm sure as well.
Okay. So, can you please describe why you think Trump is supporting ethnic cleansing of Gaza just because he wants to take over the land there? How does that?
And not just take over the land, kick out all the people. That is the definition of ethnic cleansing.
So, isn't ethnic cleansing killing people? Because it seems like you're.
No, you can ethnic cleanse people without killing. And by the way, they have been killed. More than 50,000 people in Gaza have been killed by the Israelis, by people like Bezalel Smotrich, who said recently, the finance minister of Israel, we are going to Gaza to conquer, cleanse, and remain. We're going to annihilate the place. We're going to disassemble Gaza, he said. We're going to leave it behind as piles of rubble. That's the guy Trump's funding, supporting. That's the guy praising Trump. So yes, Trump and Smotrich are ethnically cleansing Gaza.
I cannot deny that thousands of people are dying in Gaza, but you need to realize why are they dying? Is it possibly that they're attacking another country?
No,
just because
the people who are dying, we're not attacking another country.
Just because Israel is killing more Gazans than Gazans are killing Israel doesn't mean Gaza is righteous and Israel is evil.
I never said anything about evil or righteous.
Israel
I said ethnic cleansing. You said don't have to be killed. I said they are being killed, and the criteria for what's happening to them. If Donald Trump says these people have to leave and never come back, is that not ethnic cleansing? What is your definition of ethnic cleansing?
I would think ethnic cleansing is when you're killing off a large part of an ethnic group.
That's genocide. You're confusing your.
It's ethnic cleansing. I mean, Israel's doing a genocide, for the record. It's not just doing ethnic cleansing.
Ethnic cleansing is removing one ethnic group using a deliberate policy by violence or terror-inspiring means to remove another population, another ethnic group from a certain geographic area. That's the UN definition of ethnic cleansing. That is what he's doing. When he was asked Donald Trump, can they come back? He said, no, they cannot. That is ethnic. I've heard all these. In fact, people talk about white genocide today. You guys are nationalists. How would you feel if somebody came, a president of France came and told you to leave your land and not come back? Would you not feel you'd be ethnically cleansed from your home?
From America?
Yeah.
Well, because my ancestors were settlers here, not immigrants. They actually
Palestinians are not immigrants in Gaza. They are indigenous people to the land.
Didn't Israel just give Gaza the land like a few decades ago?
No.
I'm pretty sure Israel used to.
Lord, well, for one day, give me the confidence of this fucking pimple face white boy. For one day, the things that I would do. God damn, dude. These motherfuckers are just like, how? How can you be so confident in your stupidity? It makes no sense. You don't know anything. You just put on a fucking suit and tie, and you're like, nah, I'm about to cook, dude. Didn't Israel, didn't Israel give Gazans the land,
Have that land.
I'm pretty sure you're wrong. They withdrew from 2005 from the land, but control the air.
They gave it to them in 2005.
No, they don't give it to them. They control the air, the sea space, the borders, the population registry. They controlled what went in and out. It was a prison, an open-air prison. That's not giving them
Don't they have a border with Egypt and then the Mediterranean Sea?
Yes, and the Israelis and Egyptians work together because Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Barack Obama. Yes, they're funded by the United States. Did you know that Muslim countries do bad things too?
No, I know that they do bad things.
Okay, so we're in agreement.
All right, pause. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Yeah, I wonder why Egypt is the second largest recipient of military aid and aid across the board after Israel. Much to consider here. Being propped up as a fucking puppet state, specifically so that they can ensure that the Suez Canal is protected on both ends and that the Palestinians never have any opportunity to escape. Oh my God, Magic Man is back. Let's see.
Oh, wow, great.
Hello, sir. Welcome back.
See you again, Mehdi. All right, so I agree that Trump wants to do a cleansing, but not an ethnic one, because that area requires a lot of cleansing. Because when you have a population that was taught from early childhood age to hate Jews,
Hell yeah. That's my goat, dude. He's doing magic. A lot of y'all don't see magic, okay? I do.
Christians and pagans, you need some serious re-education.
Number one, that's not true. And number two, that's not what he's proposing.
Well, I mean, most Palestinians, by polling number, do support Hamas.
They support resisting Israel.
Well, I mean...
Yeah, it's true. What are you going to say about that? Yeah. Damn, Mehdi. Okay, Mehdi, cook.
Because, you know, what did they do in the first place that they were in this, what you call open-air prison?
Great question. What did they do to deserve being occupied?
Well, here's the thing. Because the Islamic Republic in Iran is using them as a tool.
What is Iran got to do with this?
As a tool for their Islamic expansion.
When did the Islamic...
First of all, they're Sunni. Like, what do you mean? They're Sunni. Yeah. The Islamic Republic of Iran actually did hypnotize. They did mind control, Mehdi. Mind control of the Palestinian. That is how they learn to hate Israel's bombing campaigns. And President Trump is going to save them. Yeah, this is why the Shah lovers are saying the Ayatollah sent him, because he's too insane. Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh, that's fucking spectacular. Oh, that's fantastic.
Hold on. When did the Islamic Republic of Iran... You're Iranian American,
yes.
I believe.
Yes, I am.
When was the Islamic Republic of Iran founded?
1979.
When was Gaza occupied by Israel?
Well, the very first time. 67, yeah.
So, can we do the maths together? 12 years before the Islamic Republic of Iran existed, Israel was oppressing, occupying, dispossessing the people of Gaza. So your argument makes no sense.
Were there any terrorist organizations at the time?
The PLO was considered a terrorist organization by the entire Western world.
All right, so was Hamas there?
Hamas did not exist till 1980.
Was Hamas there? No, Hamas wasn't there. Hamas did not exist. Were they eating Kubi Day? This guy's awesome.
Exactly. My point is, after the Islamic Republic came, it became chaotic because the Islamic Republic has started to use...
Wait, this guy's like, I don't get it. He thinks that like the PLO was treated differently than Hamas? Is that what he thinks? Because they were treated exactly the same as Hamas.
The so-called innocent Palestinians for their own
so-called innocent Palestinians? You don't think Palestinians are innocent?
Not all of them.
Because but what about the 17,000 children who were killed?
They're doing the
17,000 children were killed. Were they not innocent? Were they not innocent?
Who's responsible for that?
Israel.
No, Hamas is responsible. Hamas is responsible for hiding in hospitals and making tunnels underneath those hospitals.
So when children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers not responsible for that?
Look,
it's a simple question.
Here's the problem.
When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in Gaza in the head, as eyewitness testimony and doctor's testimony proves, that's not the fault of the Israeli snipers.
This is the problem. Because when you have a
problem is you won't answer the question. I'll ask you a third time. When Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head, is that not the fault of Israeli snipers?
Well, you gotta let me finish.
No, you gotta answer the question. Fourth time.
Well,
when Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head, we're running out of time. I need to know what you think about innocent children. Because what you said was pretty outrageous. You said so-called innocent Palestinians. For the fifth time, when Palestinian children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers, is that not the fault of Israeli snipers?
What did those children do?
What did they tell me? Did the children deserve to be shot in the head?
Because the problem is over there,
millions of people are watching you say.
They start brainwashing.
Yeah, this is so bad. Here is Al-Reza Talakubnejad. I do think that we're moving in a direction where in a few years, basically zero natural-born Americans will buy the standard boomer AIPAC talking points. They hate us more than they love their children. Israel only democracy. Arab countries are all savage, etc. And it will literally just become some right-wing Iranians and other third-world immigrant groups. Most American Jews I know are liberal and souring on all this quite fast. Evangelicals aren't as powerful as they were 30 years ago either. You're about to see the most diverse group of Israel defenders. Also, this guy said third world immigrant groups is fucking hilarious. This is a crazy disguise that Loserbox put together for this. Yeah. A little optimistic to think that America will exist in a few years. I mean, if it does, and I think it probably still will in some way, shape, or form, it's going to... The Israel Defense Brigade is going to be an eclectic group of some of the biggest white supremacist evangelical Zionists you've ever seen, and also like the Shah dick riders, the Iranian monarchists, the I am Persian style monarchists, and like maybe some other like sometimes Israel will do this thing where they'll find like one Native American group that they'll pay a fuck ton of money to come out and be like, yeah, Israel is the Jews' indigenous population. Israel is the Jewish national project. You know what I mean? Like they'll have like random groups like that. I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. That's a real thing. They do this with like some reactionary some of the more reactionary elements within like New Zealand as well, where they'll go and like find a group of Maori people, and they'll be like fucking weirdly super pro-Israel and super Islamophobic. They'll also do this with like Native American groups as well.
Children, they start brainwashing children at a very young age.
So you support sniping children in Gaza?
Look,
do other people here support sniping children in Gaza? Is that a conservative position now?
What if they're wearing a suicide vest?
They weren't.
But what if they are?
They're not though.
What if the babies are wearing suicide vests? Okay, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, what if the baby had a button in his hand and the button was actually nukes directed at Tel Aviv? What then, huh? What now, liberal? What if it's a baby of terror? Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? What is this? This is not how you argue, okay? Why is it that whenever these guys even try to entertain a conversation, they literally just go for the most childlike way of debating, which is, what if this impossible thing was actually the case instead of the reality that you are suggesting? I'm not Mr. Don't use hypotheticals or analogies, okay? But if you're gonna use an analogy, you have to make sure that it has some basis in reality, and it has to be comparable, okay? Like a comparison between Adolf Hitler and Benjamin Netanyahu is perfectly apt because of the underlying fascist ideology that motivates both of these parties, and because of their actions, okay? Adolf Hitler doing the Holocaust, Benjamin Netanyahu doing the modern iteration of the Holocaust to the Palestinian population, okay? These are comparable instances, which is why it's a perfectly apt analogy. And if you have a disagreement on that, you can actually try to tackle the underlying comparison that I'm making, right? You can say, I don't appreciate this analogy, here is why. Okay, that's how you're supposed to debate. You're supposed to say, I don't appreciate this analogy because, you know, here's a stupid argument you could present. You could say, oh, Adolf Hitler killed 6 million Jews, whereas Benjamin Netanyahu has only killed, 100,000 Palestinians, right? Like, oh, the numbers are not comparable or something. That's a bad argument to make, and there's plenty of fucking counters that you can present against that as well. But that's how you're supposed to do back and forth communication. That's how you're supposed to debate, okay? These guys don't do that, where they go, oh, you asked me a question about Israel sniping a child in the head. What if that child had an RPG directed at the Israeli sniper rifle? And what if that child also simultaneously had a nuclear bomb strapped to its chest and was entering the Gaza envelope to detonate itself right in the middle of Tel Aviv? What if then? What now? Then you have to snipe the child, right? What if you had to snipe the child? That is a fucking insane argument to make, because it has no basis in reality. Like, that's not Like, you can't have a conversation like that. Because the alternative is like, what if the child didn't have the nukes?
What if they are? I have friends who went there, doctors went to Gaza, American doctors. They came back as we had multiple children.
What if they're hell-bent? What if they're hell-bent on killing you and your family?
A 10-year-old child, an 8-year-old child, a 6-year-old child.
Because like I said,
you're sitting on
they're
live
brainwashing
television where millions of people are going to see your neighbors, your friends. You support the killing of children.
Millions of people don't know what's going on.
Even your fellow right-wingers are saying, don't go this far. White genocide, sure, but don't advocate
millions of
killing
people
kids.
don't understand the brainwashing that is going on in Islamic Republic and in Palestine to create
You're
this hatred.
You're obsessed with Iran so much that you're supporting the killing of Palestinian children who never harmed you or any other Israeli. That's insane.
Look,
and the fact that you support Trump's ethnic cleansing now doesn't surprise me.
I didn't say ethnic cleansing. I said cleansing of the land.
All right, pause.
Because you need to cleanse the land from all the
Slobodan Milosevic said similar stuff.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
How you doing? Good seeing you.
I'm good seeing you too, man. First thing I'm going to say is I'm not down for Israel. Okay, that's the first thing I'm going to say. And I don't like when you come up here and you use the type of rhetoric that you do. You talk like all these like left-wing positions, and then you go to the last part, which is I don't support ethnic cleansing in Palestine. I think you're doing a huge disservice to pro-Palestinians when you start allying yourself with all these progressives. I don't think it looks good because you have all these conservatives in here who oppose war. They oppose it.
Let me tell you, a Muslim man who has spent his entire career in broadcasting, defending Palestinians, how you're supposed to defend Palestinians appropriately. Okay? You're doing a disservice, sir. Does he think fascists have an exclusive claim to anti-war sentiment? I think so. I think he's gonna tell Mehdi Hasan that he needs to be anti-Semitic to successfully argue against Israel.
Intervention in the same tradition of Pat Buchanan and all the greats that came before.
Not Donald Trump, though, sadly.
Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. I do agree. I mean, he ran on an anti-war ticket. He said he was gonna. I didn't.
Because he lies, right?
Are you gonna let me talk, or you just want? Yeah, true. So, I mean, yeah, you keep going back to Trump. I don't think this is part of his plan. I think this is a plan of lobbyists, and this is not just unique to Trump. It's been a thing since the Democrats. It's been a thing since the Republicans before him. It's been like this since Truman. I don't know if you read like John Mearsheimer's The Israel Lobby or anything like that. Would you agree or disagree with anything like that?
Oh, I agree with Stephen Walt and John Mearsheimer, yeah.
Okay,
sure.
Great. So I'm just wondering, when you ally yourself with
How do these guys hate Jews, but then they're like, but John Mearsheimer is one of the good ones? Is that what it is? Like, like, how does that work for these guys? They're doing Jewish tricks, except for John Mearsheimer, who also is Jewish. It's like David Duke voting for Jill Stein. Oh, it's awesome. None of it makes sense. Okay, let's continue.
All these leftists, and you come up here and you argue for immigration. You argue up here that Trump's this bad criminal and this and that, and then you
think Trump's bad too?
I think he's good on some questions and bad on other things, but let me get to the point here. Is you ally yourselves with guys like Jewish Voices for Peace and all those guys.
Great people.
Yeah, not really though.
Why?
Because they're self-interested in it. It says
not. By definition,
it says it on their home page.
By definition, they're not self-interested, right? They're going against their own.
Are you going to let me talk? On their home page, it literally says that we are here to segregate Judaism from Zionism. It's very clear they're doing this in their own interest. That's why it literally says Jewish Voices for Peace. They're going to be the good Jews who say that we don't support Palestine. And then what happens is you take all these progressives, you go out there and LARP in the street, and then everyone here who's conservative, they're going to vote for the pro-war candidate because they don't want to be associated with all the liberals.
You're forced to vote for pro-war people. Poor
it's either that or get replaced in my country. What do you want me to do?
Oh, you and your replacement bullshit.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Oh.
Oh.
I just found out that John Mearsheimer is not Jewish. I thought he was. My mistake. Maybe that's why he brought him up. Run that one back, bro. You missed it, E3. threaten Mehdi. I mean,
there are good Jews who say that we don't support Palestine. And then what happens is you take all of these progressives, you go out there and LARP in the street, and then everyone here who's conservative, they're going to vote for the pro-war candidate because they don't want to be associated with all the liberals.
You're forced to vote for pro-war people. Poor
It's either that or get replaced in my country. What do you want me to do?
Oh, you and your replacement bullshit.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
You're gonna be the first one that goes to the promised land. Does watching this serve any purpose? Like, these are the most hateful and dumbest racist shits ever, and listening to this debate is reactionary. As I said yesterday, and since then, in the last 2 days, this has accrued 4.6 million views. At this point, cat's out of the fucking bag, okay? It deserves to be addressed for the purpose of, like, mass use.
Oh, wow. There's 3 people so far. Let's keep counting. We should be nicer to you, otherwise you'll deport us. What a great argument. This is a free speech debate camp. It's not your country, my friend. It's our country, whether you like it or not.
Why does Mehdi Hasan put himself through this? He's constantly getting hate crimed and getting called slurs. Will you ever debate actual neo-Nazi like this? No, because this is an utterly unproductive conversation, and I'm pretty certain that Mehdi Hasan, if he knew that he was going to be talking to, like, people who are openly neo-Nazis and, like, openly fascists, he probably would have said no to this. Like, you got to understand something. I know that he was blindsided. I already talked to him about this. He thought, oh, I'm pretty sure he talked to Sam Cedar ahead of time, and Sam was like, well, there was, like, some positive aspects of going on Jubilee, you know, you get your name out there, stuff like that. But Jubilee has farmed the depths of the Nazi well so hard at this point that these are people who are just, like, openly being like, I am a fucking neo-Nazi. Like, that's crazy. There's a crazy fucking person. It is about as productive as, like, talking to, you know, people hallucinating. Like, a bunch of people who are unfortunately going through, like, a schizophrenic attack. Exhibiting delusions and paranoia.
I thought Kai was... He smiled, he laughed, we disagreed. I felt like it was good faith. Let's see.
I appreciate it, Matty.
He seemed to be in good faith. He seems kind of smart. And, you know, he's one of the few people who doesn't want to deport me. Or maybe not. We're going to find out.
My claim is we should get rid of birthright citizenship.
Why do you want to get rid of birthright citizenship, and how, by the way? Because you know it's in the Constitution. I'm so glad you brought this up.
Yes.
Because it was one of my...
The 14th.
14th. I mentioned it to a bunch of your friends, and nobody wanted to engage in the 14th.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the 14th Amendment, citizenship clause, which says that if you're born here, you're a citizen of the United States.
Yes. I chose this because it's an extension of the original debate and the immigration debate.
Okay.
I think birthright citizenship, first of all, when it was originally argued, you know, among the people who were actually voting on the clause, right? It was argued that the birthright citizenship was not automatically extended to everybody who was just born here. And we have a long history of that as well, for example, with the Native Americans, who had particular laws that applied solely to them. What I think we're seeing in this country is not everybody is so similarly under the jurisdiction thereof of the United States, right? And by allowing for birthright citizenship and not interpreting the Constitution as we're legally allowed to and restrict, you know, the automatic citizenship of anybody who's born here, we actually remove the issue, for example, of family separation, because there is no incentive of a family to come over to this country illegally and then have a child, which is contributing to the awful situation we have in America of breaking up families. This is not something that I imagine you or I agree with. No. The issue is birthright citizenship has incentivized that.
So even if I were to concede that in some cases birthright citizenship has incentivized that, you know, I don't like the phrase anchor babies, but I'm not naive enough to pretend that there are not immigrants who come here and time the pregnancy in order to get. Of course, you and I can agree on that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you then rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries, goes back before the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment came about, I think, in 1868, if memory serves me correctly. But the principle underlying it is actually from my other country, the UK, ancient English common law, right?
Now, the reason why you don't... I don't even think that there needs to be any sort of defense of this on constitutional grounds or common law or anything like that. It's super simple. Does this harm America in any way, shape, or form? If the answer is no, then why would you change it? As a matter of fact, it not only doesn't harm the United States of America. It actually helps the United States of America keep a younger population. It's not about the Constitution. I don't care about the Constitution. Disagree, constitutional argument is very crucial. I care about it only as far as it's a fucking appropriate line of defense among constitutional scholars so that the Supreme Court doesn't fuck the bag up. But ultimately, the reasons why I think birthright citizenship is good is because it is good. It's because it actually keeps the American population youthful. It's the way that it will change or stay. No, I understand that. That's why I'm saying the constitutional argument is only as good as it is useful. But the real reason why is because the real reason why I don't care about it is because who gives a fuck about the Constitution? What you're supposed to do is what's best for America. What you're supposed to do is what's best for everyone involved. It's a useful tool. It shouldn't be, it should be just a means to an end and not the end in and of itself. Okay? Because there are, I mean, the Second Amendment and its modern interpretation has been incredibly dangerous for American welfare, for American safety. It should be reinterpreted. It should be readjusted or outright thrown out. Because I care about public welfare than I do about holding on to whatever kind of fucking interpretation we've decided now is the appropriate way to interpret the Second Amendment. That's it.
So this was always the case. The 14th Amendment, as you know, because you seem well read, came along and codified what was already a principle in American and English law, that if you're born in the country, you are a citizen. Now, you mentioned the point about jurisdiction. There is that little bit in there where it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That, in the debate, if you go back and read the debate that the senators had at the time, they were very explicit that that was to do with foreign ministers and foreign ambassadors, diplomats living in embassies. Their kids shouldn't be citizens. Obviously, they're here on their own. You know, the Argentine embassy in DC is Argentine soil. So we accept all that.
Absolutely.
But when they were asked about Chinese immigrants, Senator Trumbull.
Oh my God, is the motherfucker Argentinian? Oh my God. Yo, they are not beating the allegations, bro. It's not enough. It's not enough that Milei has like destroyed the country. These motherfuckers have to also turn around. Holy moly. People are saying grandfather was a literal Nazi. No, blonde people from Argentina are not always actually fucking direct descendants of Nazis that fucking escaped Nazi Germany after World War II. Argentina has more Italians than they do like what you would consider the native population. It has always been this way. There's a reason why the Nazis chose Argentina to escape to. One must question why. He could also be a Mormon that did a mission, to be fair. This guy tried to lead the Groypers of Salt Lake City. He's a Mormon. Oh God, there you go, Mormon mission.
I think the chair of the Judiciary Committee back in the 1860s during this debate, he said at the time, Chinese immigrants' children, they're citizens. In fact, 1898, as you well know, we get Wong Kim Ark, Supreme Court case, Wong Kim Ark versus the United States. And the Supreme Court says, yes, even the child of undocumented Chinese immigrants is an American citizen. So this is a principle going back centuries. So while I can agree with you that there are cases that abuse the 14th Amendment, that there are issues of family separation, I'm not going to rip up a constitutional principle that goes back centuries and is backed by a 27-year-old Supreme Court precedent because Donald Trump is looking for ways to cut the number of brown and black people in the United States.
If you don't mind me interrupting, this is where I think it's important as well to go back to what we talked about with the Constitution. When we're analyzing, and admittedly, I'm not as interested in the legal argument. There's obviously many ways to interpret the Constitution, but I don't think, especially among conservatives, that it is positive to use the Constitution to dismantle it. When we analyze the original context, like you were saying, in the late 19th century, our immigration law was absolutely different, including, in respect with the Irish and Chinese immigrants that were coming over. It was absolute.
Again, why? What is the reason? What is the reason? Are immigrants constituting a threat to American safety, American security? Are they a burden on the American economy? The answer to these questions they range from fuck no to of course not. Okay? So what is the reason why you want to purge? What is the reason why you want to purge the ranks of people that you consider to be immigrants that are less worthy of being here? That's it. He says yes, but it's not correct. There is a... Guys, if you say yes to those, you have to answer why you think that is the case, which is ultimately arriving at the point that I was making. It's some other secretive reason as to why immigrants are constituting a threat to American safety. Because if they were to say immigrants are more likely to do crimes, that's wrong. There's information on this. It is the exact opposite. Okay? Undocumented non-citizens and documented non-citizens alike. If you add all immigrants into the fucking pile, the numbers are not even... The numbers don't even compare to the natural-born U.S. citizen crime rates. Okay? The underlying reason as to why so many of these people have enmity towards migrants is just racism. That's it. They're just scared. They've been told that these guys are bad and wrong. Some people legitimately believe that. Some people know better and still make this argument because they just want to purge the ranks and basically make the gene pool clean and pure. Do you understand? That's it.
Different, changed. We had open borders, my friend. Some people in this room would hate it. But we had open borders for half of American history.
Well, that I don't think that's very true. It's
100% true.
Well, hold on. If you're comparing the open borders, which I don't concede to, but if you're comparing the open borders prior to like 1910 and prior to the Hart-Celler Act, and you look at the amount of immigration and who was coming over,
nice deflection. Amount is irrelevant. We did have an open
It is
border.
absolutely relevant. Why? Because the Constitution, like the founding fathers,
your argument is we had open borders.
I was about to answer.
Immigrants.
I was about to answer. It's important to analyze the context wherein these laws and parts of the Constitution arise. The original founding fathers said the Constitution was made only for immoral and religious people and is wholly inadequate to the government of any other, which means the people that wrote this document understood that it would not be able to properly...
Super secular people, let's just be clear.
Well, no, that's not true. They were deists.
A lot of them were
No, the majority were deists.
But they were secular. Secular doesn't mean atheist. You know what I mean?
I understand that, but deist doesn't mean secular or atheist. It means they believe in a God, but not a God that's particularly
about whether they're deists or theists. I said they're secular.
Okay, but secular
means you separate church and state.
Okay, well, let's talk. We could even talk about that. That's a perfect example.
You're going to run out of your own time making your argument, which you haven't made so far.
I understand, but the separation of church and state is now completely differently understood than originally proposed. Thomas Jefferson, who talks about the wall of separation, which doesn't even exist in the Constitution, understood it in a different way.
Supreme Court precedent, as you well know.
Yeah, sure, but the precedent of the last 100 years, wherein the country has been completely different from its founding, should not overrule the original intent of the people who wrote the document that you and I are both citing. Okay. Which means,
but I'm not locked into what the people who wrote that. We've had amendments to the Constitution. You know that, right?
I understand that, and this is our fundamental disagreement. Is that I don't believe
you think you can read the minds of people in the 1770s.
That's not true.
I'm stuck.
I just believe this country ought to be more like the country we originally had, and I don't think
that's your opinion. You're entitled to.
I understand that,
but on a factual basis.
Well, let me try to see what you believe.
Okay.
If we are voting on these constitutional amendments, if we are interpreting them, and our interpretation becomes absolutely, let's say, a 180 from what the original intent of the authors of that document is, are you in favor of that?
I guess it depends on the issue.
Okay, I would say no matter what.
So, for example, take the Second Amendment, which we kind of danced around. It's not been come up here and there. Yeah. You know the debate about the Second Amendment is the fundamental debate is one side says it's unlimited, and the other side says no. What they meant was the militias. Yeah. They didn't, and they had muskets. They didn't mean AR-15s, right? So we can have that endless debate, which I really don't care for about that. But to come back to your point about the constitutional principles, the 14th Amendment comes along in the 1860s, so it's pretty old. It's not as old as America, but it comes along, and it's been around for 150 years. So if you want to get away with it, it was around.
It was around before 150 million Americans.
And I'm saying it was around before the United States was even created. It's part of ancient English common law. If you're born in a place, you're a citizen of that place, unless you're a child of a foreign diplomat or on a Native American reservation.
English common law did not exist simultaneously as millions of people coming across the border in a year.
Just to get to principle, your argument is numbers change everything.
Wait, it doesn't matter. The entire point of that was to literally, the entire point of that is the recognition that migration is not a problem. It adjusts to the population size. If you have 10 people and 5 people show up, that's a big population. If you have 100 million people and 100 million people show up, that adjusts to the same fucking rate. Or you have 100 million people and 50 million people show up, that adjusts to the same fucking rate. It doesn't matter. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, there were less people back then, but the immigration patterns adjusted to the lower population. That's also not true between 1890 and like 1910. We brought in nearly 30% of our entire population worth of immigrants. Our population was 60 million and 20 million people came. Yeah, it's even larger than it is now as well.
Everything. Because we've got so many more people.
Not solely.
The real problem here is that he is upset about who's coming in. That's it. That's it. And they can't say it openly. Well, some of them do, but they can't just like. Some of them are too shy about revealing their actual position, which is that ultimately they think like people from certain countries are inferior, and they're brown, and that is a position of inferiority, and that white people are superior and they're being replaced.
Not solely, but absolutely.
Okay.
The demographics of your immigration absolutely change. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? If you got rid of the 14th Amendment, what would be in its place?
I think a citizenship test would be fantastic.
What age?
I wish.
What age?
I think we could administer it in high school.
To everyone?
Sure.
Or just the immigrants?
No, everybody.
And then if you fail it, you denaturalize white American.
Maybe you can't get a government job.
Denaturalize that, dude?
I think there's plenty of benefits that the government offers people that you should not be able to receive.
I'll tell you
Absolutely.
this, right?
Wow, this solution is fucking stupid. Wow, all of a sudden, you ask, how would you go about this? And everything falls apart. So what do you do up until the point of going to high school? You just are statesless? Like, what are we talking about? You're just statesless. There's nothing you can do. No amenities. How do you go to public school? How do you even go to high school? You're statesless. Yeah, and Mehdi is right. It would unironically be a real replacement of all the whites and American soil.
This might sound bad, and I don't think people care for me anyway. So let me say something you might not like.
Nobody would pass it.
If you have a high school immigration citizenship test for everyone,
I think people would take citizenship more seriously.
I'm guessing the immigrant kids are going to outperform the white kids, and you might actually end up denaturalizing some of the white kids, and then people here will be really upset.
And well, hold on. And I like to be consistent about this. That's possible. But what I think it would do is it would give everybody a larger sense of the importance of citizenship.
So you would say no one born in this country is a citizen? No one?
Automatically, no. Automatically, no.
Wow.
I think we would.
This is so stupid. Oh my god. It's so fucking dumb. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting from this guy, but holy shit, I didn't think it would be that dumb.
Could extend that, people who have a heritage in the country
what
of
are they until they pass the test? Undocumented?
I suppose, yeah. They are not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to receive government benefits. They're not able to apply for these jobs.
But their parents are citizens.
Okay, well, hold on. We're talking here about the way that we would implement it.
Yeah, it's pretty important. If you're trying to get rid of the 14th Amendment, I'm going to ask about the practicalities of it.
And we're not.
Trump's doing it right now.
Hold on. And I'm not going to be able to explain it to you in 10 minutes. But what I can explain to you is that right now in this country, we have a crisis of people not understanding. Hold on. We're not understanding what citizenship is.
Dude, no, like, every person on U.S. soil is stateless until they reach high school and they take a citizenship test. Is so stupid because they literally can't take advantage of any of the amenities. Like, they can't go to school, they can't travel, and also on top of that, that unironically would open up the floodgates of migration. Okay, that literally would be the great replacement. You would only have America would overnight turn into an Asian country, and it should take advantage of that. You know what I mean? Every white person would fail the citizenship test, and dudes from Uttar Pradesh would be flying in here to just ace that test so goddamn hard for upward social mobility that it would make people's brains explode. Okay? Finally, America would be a Chinese Indian state. Okay? A collaborative, half Chinese, half Indian nation state. Yeah, I support this guy's idea. People should fight really hard for it. It's ironic because it literally, yeah, and then it would be a quarter Nigerian. And then I don't know what happens to the white Americans who failed the citizenship test. I don't know what we do with them.
The way that you've referred to citizenship makes everybody who hasn't come to the United States an undocumented American citizen until the time they come over here.
That's how a lot of countries are, right? You know that birthright citizenship is operated by multiple democracies around the world. I know Trump lies and says we're the only country that does it. He lies. That's not true. Multiple countries.
Do you think it ought to be that way? Do you think everybody in the world is an undocumented American?
Hold on. Well, or undocumented Canadian, or undocumented Brit, right? Or undocumented.
Sure. Well, I'm an American, so I say America. But yeah.
But I'm saying, right? The principle is you immigrate. We have free movement of people around. I support free movement of people around the world.
But do you believe they're all
undocumented? Are you Kim Jong-un? You think people should only stay in one country and never leave and be blocked from leaving their country?
I think
that's a very illiberal and conservative position.
I think there's a big
libertarian.
There's big room to move between being Kim Jong-un and saying that.
Not really.
Hold on.
Practical terms. If you accept,
I gave one side. Please. I want to give the other. There's a big room to move between being Kim Jong-un and saying that everybody in the world is an American. They're just not on our soil yet. I think being an American
that's a ridiculous
citizen,
statement, right? Because everyone in the world is not heading for the United States.
Yes, yeah, but
in fact, right now, numbers of people coming in and dropping off.
But the idea that you are supporting is that the moment you come to this soil and that you're born here, you become an American. And
so
I think,
I'm not saying at the moment you come to this soil you become an American. I didn't. I had to do the test. Right?
Okay.
I had to do the naturalization process, which is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. But the 14th Amendment also says if you're born here, then you automatically get it. And I'm not saying.
And I think the problem we have.
It's a hill I'm going to die on.
The problem we have is we don't appreciate citizenship. The problem is that when you talk about immigration like we did before, when we talked about everything before, what were we talking about? We were talking about products. We weren't talking about practices or perceptions, which is really what immigration is about.
Can I agree with you? We don't in this country value citizenship enough.
I agree.
I think we should encourage people to have more civics lessons in schools, understand American history and Constitution much more. Here's what's the irony.
Okay, this debate is stupid. The rest of this is just dumb. This guy's playing 5D chess and needs a job, lol, too much free time. Nah. It's just like, this is done. It's cooked. We saw the Israel stuff. All right, finally, let's get to Jeffrey Jedediah Epstein. Okay, I'm clapping in 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the end.
We got a Fox News alert for you. We just learned that Attorney General Pam Bondi has ordered her deputy AG to go meet with Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's former associate, in prison.
Todd Pyro joins us now with the latest. Hey, Todd.
Hey, good morning again, guys. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche saying the following, quote, President Trump has told us to release all credible evidence. If Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say. I have communicated with counsel for Ms. Maxwell to determine whether she would be willing to speak with prosecutors from the department. I anticipate meeting with Ms. Maxwell in the coming days, end quote. Blanche also saying, quote, justice demands courage. For the first time, the Department of Justice is reaching out to Ghislaine Maxwell to ask, what do you know? FBI Director Kash Patel also signaling his support for the move, reacting online earlier saying, get it? Ghislaine Maxwell is the only associate held criminally or civilly liable in connection with the allegations against Epstein. President Trump called for grand jury transcripts to be unsealed, and the DOJ filed the motion for that on Friday. Back over to you.
All right. Thanks. Epstein back in the headlines. I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here.
Maxwell attorney says, we are grateful. Attorney for convicted sex trafficker and minors, Ghislaine Maxwell. We are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case. And says they're already in discussions with the administration. I can confirm that we are in discussions with the government and that Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. The fix is in. We are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case, David Oscar Marcus says. We have no other comment at this time. Oh my God.
Justice Department now putting out a new statement and saying it could meet with Ghislaine Maxwell in the coming days. She is the longtime associate to the late and notorious sex offender. Maxwell is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence.
She said 2 years ago that the Prince Andrew pig is fake. That's so crazy.
After she was convicted of conspiring with Epstein to sexually abuse minors. The Justice Department now saying, and it's a lengthy statement, but in the part of the statement saying this morning, if Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say. President Trump, to this point and up and before this,
they cannot be trying to sell that our intelligence services are so fucking bad they didn't think until now to interview Maxwell. No one is buying this. It's so transparently an attempt to collaborate with her to cover all this up with her true testimony to the point as proved. They'll provide nothing else. Yeah, I don't think people will eat it though. I don't think people will believe it because there's going to be a lot of contradictory information that we know of in this situation, especially if you're trying to present Trump as like completely separate from Jeffrey Epstein. That either, I mean, I could see this going either way. Either they try to like fix it up, nip it in the bud by having Ghislaine come out and be like, all of this was lies. Jeffrey Epstein was like a vociferous, he had a major appetite for child molestation, and no one else, none of the people that were, on his jet ever had said appetite for child sex trafficking, and that I didn't even play a role in it personally. It was just him and him alone, and especially not Donald Trump. Another one could be only Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton did pedophilia with Jeffrey Epstein. No one else. Not Alan Dershowitz. Not Donald Trump. Certainly not Donald Trump. Just Hillary and Bill Clinton. They were just doing all the pedophilia with Jeffrey Epstein. Nobody else. Or the third option, which is they just kill her. I mean, sorry. She gets really sad all of a sudden and does suicide by getting shot twice in the back of the head. By shooting herself twice in the back of the head.
Has made very clear that he is ready to move on from what he called, just the last few days, the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Though it's very clearly not.
She can't even point to Obama and Biden in this because they were just non-entities. They have no connection to Jeffrey Epstein beyond people that they've hired that were connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Whereas Donald Trump, Bill, and Hillary obviously have direct relationships with Jeffrey Epstein, like very direct relationships. Obama and Biden, they did not have that. Oh, I was going to talk about Mike Baker's timeline and then additional subsequent information on the Epstein connections, which is really interesting. It's interesting seeing like New York Times reporters like finally talk about this because it's not like TrueAnon anymore. You know what I mean? It's not relegated to the text. It's not relegated to like journalists, independent journalists, like piecing together details. Now you have like a fully fleshed out narrative coming from the paper of record. But yeah, amid all the noise, it can be hard to figure out the facts on the Epstein-Trump relationship, says Mike Baker, national correspondent for the New York Times. Here's year-by-year timeline thread summarizing the connections with sourcing and documentation from 1990 until present. In 1990, Jeffrey Epstein buys a property 2 miles north of Mar-a-Lago. 2 years later, in 1992, NBC video shows Epstein and Trump partying at Mar-a-Lago at an event featuring Buffalo Bills cheerleaders.
A tape in the NBC archives of a Mar-a-Lago party shows Trump giving Epstein his personal attention. The footage, shot in November of 1992, before Trump opened the resort as a club, shows the future president surrounded by cheerleaders for the Buffalo Bills and Miami Dolphins, capturing Trump's fun-loving bachelor lifestyle for an appearance on Faith Daniels' NBC talk show.
We're going to get great ratings in your show.
After a while, Trump arrived to greet 3 new guests, among them the financier Jeffrey Epstein. More than a decade before his guilty plea on state prostitution charges.
Donald Trump knew the cameras were there. In the video, he makes a point to draw Epstein's attention to them. And the video captures Donald Trump and Epstein chatting while watching a group of women at the party dance. It's not an image that matches Trump's declaration that he was not a fan of Epstein's.
Weeks later, still in 1992, another Mar-a-Lago party was for a calendar girl competition. Epstein and Trump were there. Jill Hart later accused Mr. Trump of sexually assaulting her that night. Trump denied the allegations. Reporting from the New York Times. In a lawsuit, Ms. Hart said that Mr. Trump took her into a bedroom and forcibly kissed her and fondled her and restrained her from leaving. She also said that a 22-year-old contestant told her that Mr. Trump later that night crawled into her bed uninvited. Real fucking demon Trump was. And it still is, but certainly was back then too. In 1993, Stacey Williams said that Epstein brought her to meet Trump at Trump Tower. She told the New York Times that Trump groped her in the meeting, touching her breasts and buttocks. Trump denies it. That year, he was listed as being on Epstein's jet 4 times. We saw an interview, a recent interview she conducted as well, recounting the incident. In 1994, he was listed as being on Epstein's plane on one day. In 1995, Maria Farmer said she encountered Trump at Epstein's office. She said Epstein entered and said, "She's not here for you." The White House says he was never in Epstein's office. Trump was listed on Epstein's plane once that year. Ms. Farmer said she recalled feeling scared as Mr. Trump stared at her bare legs. Then Mr. Epstein entered the room, and she recalled him saying to Mr. Trump, "No, she's not here for you." The two men left the room. Ms. Farmer said she could hear Mr. Trump commenting that he thought Ms. Farmer was 16 years old. After her encounter with Mr. Trump, Ms. Farmer said she had no other alarming interactions with him and did not seem engaged in inappropriate conduct with girls or women. In 1996, records show Farmer complained about Epstein to New York Police Department. She said she told the FBI to look at the powerful people in Epstein's world, including Clinton and Trump. She said she had no evidence of them doing anything criminally wrong. In 1997, Trump and Epstein are spotted at a Victoria's Secret Angels party in Manhattan, the left photo here, and also photographed together at Mar-a-Lago on the right photo here. Trump was listed on Epstein's jet once that year. In 2000, Trump and now wife Melania were at Mar-a-Lago with Epstein and Maxwell. Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre was working at Mar-a-Lago and said that Maxwell approached her that year, inviting the 16-year-old to be Epstein's traveling masseuse. Remember, as I told you, Epstein used Mar-a-Lago as a hunting ground for young girls. In 2002, Trump tells New York Magazine that Epstein is a terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. This was a positive article in New York Magazine. International money man of mystery, Jeffrey Epstein, and all of his wonderful friends. He's pals with a passel of Nobel Prize winning scientists, CEOs like Leslie Wexner of the Limited Socialite, Ghislaine Maxwell, even Donald Trump. But it wasn't until he flew Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, and Chris Tucker to Africa on his private Boeing 727 that the world began to wonder who he is. International money man of mystery. That's right, Chris Tucker. It's true. In 2003, according to the Wall Street Journal, Epstein received a 50th birthday message bearing Trump's name. The message, according to the Journal, included the outline of a naked woman and Donald written as the pubic hair. This is the letter where he was like, "Ooh, we have secrets, we have mysteries, I'll never tell a soul." In 2004, Trump and Epstein battled for control of a Palm Beach property. Trump won. Trump has since said he is not a fan of Epstein and that he kicked Epstein out of his club for being creepy. In 2006, records show that the FBI came to speak with Epstein victim Maria Farmer. She said that the conversation included her reiterating her 1995 encounter with Trump and concerns about all the powerful people around Epstein. The FBI notes released are so far heavily redacted. In 2020, during an Oval Office meeting, a year after Epstein's death, Trump brought up an article that had been published about Maxwell. As As Maggie Haberman from the New York Times reported in her book that Trump asked, "She say anything about me?" Trump raised Ghislaine Maxwell link with AIDS. Perhaps he was worried. Weeks later in 2020, Trump spoke about Maxwell publicly and said several times, "I wish her well." If you recall, this was the weird interview that he had.
Mr. President, the other day a reporter asked you about Ghislaine Maxwell. You said, quote, "I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is." Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person well?
I don't know that, but I do know that
she has. She's been arrested for that.
Her friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, you know that.
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out how did it happen. Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
she's a child sex trafficking.
Big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
Incredible. This year, Trump has called the Epstein files a hoax and a smear campaign by the Democrats. He has criticized those, including many who supported him, who have clamored for their release.
Intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. As your attorney general...
Like you said before, whenever else do you hear him talk like that? That much charity? Never. Trump is notorious for never really offering any charity to anyone at all. Especially a person that is like is going to harm him by association. It's alarming. It is one of, I think, the most shocking parts about this relationship that shows that it invites a lot more scrutiny, that it shows that the connection between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell is perhaps more important and goes deeper than we think.
Told you this was a hoax. What evidence have you seen?
Not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net, and so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. Like in New York, we have a communist running. He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. No, it's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements we've had, a great gentleman yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president.
Okay, the rest is bullshit. This article takes a deeper look at the Trump-Epstein relationship over the years. It's on the New York Times. And here's Mike Baker once again. I spoke with Annie Farmer, who testified in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. She fears the prospect of leniency for Maxwell and said that Maxwell is not a reliable narrator of events. Hold on, let me fix the gray bars. Once again, gray bars again. She fears the prospect of leniency for Maxwell and said that Maxwell is not a reliable narrator of events. She called Maxwell the primary architect of the abuse in Epstein's orbit. Okay? Annie Farmer, who testified against Ms. Maxwell when she was convicted in her 2021 trial, said in an interview on Tuesday that she worried that Ms. Maxwell would try to secure a more lenient sentence. In interviews and testimony, Ms. Farmer has described how she visited him at his ranch in New Mexico under the impression that a number of students would be there chaperoned by Ms. Maxwell. But Ms. Farmer, who was 16 years old at the time, found herself to be the only one and recalled troubling interactions with both of them. Ms. Maxwell was the primary architect of Mr. Epstein's abuse of girls, she said. It would be a terrible blow to all the women who she harmed and who found some measure of solace in the fact that she was held accountable for some of her many crimes, Ms. Farmer added. And And this follows up with the rest of the reporting. DOJ wants to meet Ghislaine Maxwell. The request came from Todd Blanche, a former criminal defense lawyer for Trump, the one that we saw on CNN the other day saying Jeffrey Epstein, oh, I don't know, he might have been. You remember, Todd Blanche was a former criminal defense lawyer for Trump, and also, most notably, the former defense lawyer that was 9 days into Jeffrey Epstein's case when Jeffrey Epstein died under mysterious circumstances. Maxwell lawyer says, we are grateful to President Trump, and victims are fearing that Maxwell might get leniency. Maybe Ghislaine is the intelligence asset the entire time. I think so. I think she is a part of that puzzle for sure. Alan Dershowitz has also demanded that Maxwell be interviewed.
You think Ghislaine Maxwell is going to appear for a deposition before House Oversight and implicate herself in any way? Get out of here. Dum. I mean, listen, I think it's great. My kudos to you, Burchett, and others for voting on this. But you know what? She's not going to implicate herself. She's appealing her convictions and sentence. You think she's now going to roll into Congress and be like, I totally did all of this and then some, and let me tell you all the people that were doing it with me. Stop the insanity. Oh, wait, that's a Jillian Michaels thing, right? We don't like her because she's fucking gone full MAGA. Stop the stupidity. Oh, you say that. Stop the stupidity. It's just like the grand jury records on sealing. It's just like this Todd Blanche meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. Look, we're never going to implicate ourselves in a way, if we're criminal defendants, that's going to sit there and just do the pile-on. And we're going to have a whole other conversation on this channel about double jeopardy attaching because she's gone to trial, etc. But I think Ghislaine Maxwell is a wild card. And because she's not predictable in terms of what she's going to say and do, I think this administration is just going through these motions of acting like they're trying to aim for this transparency and get this accountability when we all know it's just not going to happen.
I think, yeah, everyone is hating on Midas Touch, okay? Shut up. Everyone stop shitting on Midas Touch. They're the most loyal soldiers, okay? They are servants of they are the Fedayeen of a dying breed of Democrat. Okay? Everybody calm down. They're incredibly important. They are the spearheaders of the dark woke movement, okay? They are the remaining Bush-era anti-conservative thought. They are the ones who are radicalizing your mothers, okay? You need to understand something. Your mom is watching Midas Touch on YouTube, and she is developing opinions about what the Democrats should and shouldn't do. They're the ones who are radicalizing the wine moms into saying Hakeem Jeffries should die to save America. Anyway, let's get back to the Epstein case from CNN.
Going away, so the president has shifted to say he supports transparency and in a rare move seems to be handing off power, so to speak, saying it's up to the Attorney General to release any credible information and evidence, along with those grand jury transcripts. Now, 11 House Republicans have signaled support for the bipartisan move making its way through Congress to force the Epstein files to be released. But it's hit a bit of a brick wall right now. House Speaker Mike Johnson on Monday shut down any chance of a vote happening anytime before September. Let's get to the White House for the very latest on this. Elena Treen standing by for us. You brought us this new statement just as it was coming out. What does this new statement from the Justice Department mean?
I think it's still to be seen what exactly this could yield, Kate, but I think what is clear is that they are recognizing that this position that they have really stuck to over the last couple of weeks, this idea of trying to change the subject, to try to get the president's supporters and the broader American public to move on from it, isn't working. And So this is just the latest turn showing that, okay, they recognize they need to put out more information. Now, I want to read for you just more of that statement that we got this morning from the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche. He said, at the direction of Attorney General Bondi, this is a quote, "I've communicated with counsel for Ms. Maxwell to determine whether she would be willing to speak with prosecutors from the department. I anticipate meeting with Ms. Maxwell in the coming days." And then, Kate, we also got a statement from Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney, David Oscar Marcus. This is what he told CNN. He said, quote, "I can confirm that we are in discussions with the government and that Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. We are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case." So again, of course, a couple key questions now about all of this. One is, what exactly are they going to glean from this? Will Maxwell be truthful? Does she have ulterior motives? Of course, you mentioned she's in prison now for serving a 20-year sentence. You know, they have to determine what she says, whether it's credible and whether they can release it to the public. I'd remind you, the president has now repeatedly said that he's giving the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, it's up to her to decide if there's credible information to release. She can choose to do so. But all of this, again, is another question, really, is if this will be enough for the people who have been pushing for this administration to release the Epstein files. That has really been what people have been asking for. You mentioned those Republican members in Congress who are pushing this effort.
I really do think that they're just going to hit the, well, you guys said you wanted to release the Epstein files. Well, who better to ask than the person who was directly involved, Ghislaine Maxwell, and then they'll just use a horrible testimony. Wait, what the fuck is this? JD Vance meets with Tim Dillon to explain Epstein. Netanyahu meets with the Nelk Boys to explain Gaza. All we need now is Putin to explain Ukraine to Bert Kreischer. I mean, they did do that. It's Putin did that with Tucker Carlson. Clip of Tim Dillon saying J.D. Vance told him no compromising Epstein tapes exist. Jones, Trump's admin is heavily implicated. Dillon, I had dinner last week with the vice president.
Forget it, I'm not going to name names. And so, but you nailed it when you brought up Netanyahu. So let me, if you've got time here.
I have to. We have all the time in the world. I just want to add, when Bondi said we have 10,000 hours of video, she said we have 10,000 hours of video. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that that was commercial pornography. They do not have videos of any.
Oh, if JD Vance said that, then okay. Well, you guys had dinner together and he said it during dinner. Oh, well. I guess pack it up. No need to question this any further, guys. JD Vance said so in a private dinner with Tim Pool. Yeah, this was also funny. RFK Jr. admits he twice flew on Jeffrey Epstein's jet and wife had a relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. Or did I say Tim Pool? Sorry, Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon, my bad.
Powerful person in a compromising position. That's the party line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the Attorney General. Why would she say she has files on her desk if none of these implicated anybody? It just feels like they're covering something for sure.
Are you right or left? Brother, I'm right wing, of course. I want the truth. I want truth to prosper. I want truth to prosper, brother. You don't understand. That's why I'm right wing. What's more right wing than wanting American workers to have better rights in their workplace? What's more right wing and patriotic than demanding that we earn return for our labor, we get more of the power. We get more of the finances. It shouldn't be faceless, lifeless global capitalists that take advantage of our work. I'm right-wing, brother. And that means I'm apolitical. I'm apolitical, brother. Damn right. CNN pressed Mahmoud Khalil to condemn Hamas 3 times? Are you fucking insane? Oh my god, these guys are rabid sociopaths, dude. Guy who is literally a fucking guy who is straight up was taken political prisoner by an administration that they're supposed to be antagonistic towards for violating the First Amendment. The administration is criminal, okay? And you decide to fucking attack the victim here? Holy fuck. These people are real fucking freaks. DHS is already using this clip. God damn, dude.
To force
we'll get to that in a second.
To have them release these Epstein files. We heard from many conservative Republicans, Trump allies, I should say, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Senator Josh Hawley, saying that they are getting calls, Kate, from their constituents about this, pressing this White House and this administration to be more transparent on the Epstein case. So what I think is very clear from the Attorney General and the DOJ more broadly is doing here is they recognize that their position thus far of trying to get everyone to move on from this, from releasing that memo over 2 weeks ago now saying that Epstein died by suicide, that there was no so-called client list. They recognize that that is not enough, that enough people are now saying we need more in this. This story and this desire to get more information is not going away. So now it's really up to seeing what will Maxwell say, what would this meeting with her glean, and whether or not that will be enough for the people who are, again, calling for far more transparency than this Trump administration has so far been willing to give.
And how this actually works, because she's like fighting her conviction right now. There would have to be, as Alan Dershowitz pointed out, some level of immunity agreed to. I mean, there's a lot going on here, but fascinating that the Justice Department is opening the door to this now. It's good to see you, Elena. Thank you so much. John.
All right, with us now, CNN chief political analyst David Axelrod and CNN political commentator S.E. Cupp. What about this, S.E.?
Okay, asking Ghislaine Maxwell to help bail you out is not the plot twist I saw coming, and that's really interesting. But, I mean, a lot of this has been raised. What's she going to say? Is there going to be a quid pro quo here that makes anything she says not believable? The only thing I do know is that the conspiracy theorist is never satisfied. And MAGA influencers, this administration, created a dependency on this drug that is a conspiracy theory. They did it.
Yeah, it's all fake. It's all fake bullshit. It's all fake bullshit, you guys. It's just Trump did this to himself.
For Epstein, but lots of other conspiracy theories. And telling them to quit cold turkey does not work. The conspiracy theorist isn't there for answers. They're there for the conspiracy. So whatever they give them, this particular sect inside of MAGA is never going to be satisfied, definitely not by something Ghislaine Maxwell says.
So it's interesting. I've been looking through this statement that came from the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, and it's the end of it where he says he's reaching out to Ghislaine Maxwell. But the first line, David, is the Department of Justice does not shy away from uncomfortable truths, nor from the responsibility to pursue justice wherever the facts may lead, which actually may tell you more than the fact that they're reaching out to Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, but you know, not to feed conspiracy theories, the idea that someone who's in prison for 20 years is going to testify truthfully it is really a stretch. I mean, she knows the president has the pardon power. She knows that the president has used it pretty liberally. I mean that in a different way. And so there is quite a bit of incentive for her to say what is useful and what is helpful. And, you know, the idea that this Justice Department wants her to say other than that is also strained by the things that we've seen. So I'm not sure. The plot just keeps getting thicker all the time.
You know, and it's also interesting because...
Who's this fossil? That's David Axelrod, former friend to Barack Obama, okay? Major figure in Barack Obama's admin who was uninvited from Barack Obama's COVID party because the list had severe limitations. David Axelrod was not allowed to attend Barack Obama's COVID birthday party because instead Beyonce and Jay-Z had to attend.
As for asking the Attorney General to go to a judge to release the grand jury testimony, as for going to Ghislaine Maxwell to ask her to say things.
To the Justice Department,
right,
not to Congress.
To the Justice Department, but these are things that the president doesn't control directly. The things that the Attorney General and the president do control are the files and the evidence, which she presumably
she could release
right now.
And suggested she would. Yeah.
The fact that David Axelrod doesn't look as cool as his name is so disappointing is because he fucking he clipped his wings. He used to have a fat mustache. Permaban me loser. I'm not gonna do that, man. Keep spamming though, and you'll probably get auto-modded by the bot. And then when you get untimed out, you can keep spamming it over and over again.
He suggested this is they are hoisted on their own petard or by their own petard, as Shakespeare would say. They created this environment in which, and now the environment is out of control.
And that environment in the House of Representatives, SC, it's possible they'll go home today without voting on anything for the week, because House Republicans are in a bind right now. They don't want to vote against releasing Jeffrey Epstein files,
right,
but they don't want to cross the president, so they may just do nothing?
Yeah, but from a PR standpoint, I'm not really sure what Mike Johnson's thinking, Speaker Johnson's thinking, because why would you want to prolong this over an August recess? Get this done, then everyone goes away, and you hope that it maybe gets eaten up by another news cycle.
Isn't the answer to that? This is what the president wants him to do.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
The good news is they may get home earlier. The bad news is when they get home, they're going to see a bunch of angry people who have a lot of questions about this. So.
Yeah, we just know what we're hearing.
People they ginned up. I mean, the list of characters you put up from the House of Representatives is not a surprising connection to the constituents that want more of these conspiracies, and they're going to keep asking questions because they conditioned these people to demand it.
With us is Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, a Republican from New York. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us. What do you think of this move by the Department of Justice, and what do you think about calls from some Republican members of Congress, including Senator Josh Hawley, to actually get congressional testimony from Ghislaine Maxwell?
Look, I think both are good ideas. I think anything we can do to give transparency to the public is a positive thing here. President Trump ran on being the most transparent president administration. He's known for releasing transcripts and parts of phone calls that he's had with other world leaders. He has been very transparent, and when you all of a sudden don't want to be transparent anymore, it raises questions and curiosity. And so I think it's a good idea, but I also have to ask the question as to why at this moment has this become such a big issue. Remember, Biden administration was there for 4 years. We never heard from the Democrats or Republicans, for that matter, for calls for this information to be released. And I think it is really interesting that this is happening on the 6-month anniversary of the president being sworn in, where he has delivered significant wins, from securing the border to attracting trillions of dollars in investment to providing the largest tax cut for working Americans, middle class and senior citizens, lower energy costs. I mean, it really begs the question as to what, they're just trying to distract. Now, with that said, I support these efforts to be transparent and to release this information to the public, but we do need to make sure that it's done in a responsible and cautious manner, so we are protecting witnesses and we're protecting the victims as well.
Reporter to Trump, do you support Ghislaine Maxwell being interviewed by the DOJ? They got their new talking orders.
We have to do in any case, and certainly
While meeting with the Philippines president. Pinoy gang, Pinoy gang, Pinoy gang. Rise up. Swagapinos, rise up.
I don't know anything about it. They're going to.
Don't rise up too hard for your current leadership, but.
Reached out to Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney asking for a new interview.
Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that would.
Yeah, Pinoy L, don't mention us right now. Honestly, yeah, that's maybe not the best that Pinoy gang has to offer. Okay, the Swagapinos have to offer, but it is what it is.
Sounds appropriate to do. Yeah.
Do you have any concern that your deputy attorney general, as your former attorney, would be conducting the interview? Given
no, I have no concern. He's a very talented person. He's very smart. I didn't know that they were going to do it. I don't really follow that too much. It's sort of a witch hunt, just a continuation of the witch hunt. The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama absolutely cold.
Look at him trying to redirect. That's right. It's the real witch hunt is President Obama. Yeah, please stop talking about Epstein. Start talking about President Obama.
Tulsi Gabbard, what they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up all the way going up to 2020 of the election. They tried to rig the election, and they got caught. And there should be very severe consequences for that. You know, when we caught Hillary Clinton, I said, you know what? Let's not go too far here. It's the ex-wife of a president, and I thought it was sort of terrible. And I let her off the hook, and I'm very happy I did. But it's time to start, after what they did to me, and whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people. Obama's been caught directly. So people say, oh, you know, a group. It's not a group. It's Obama. His orders are on the paper. The papers are signed. The papers came right out of their office. They sent everything to be highly classified. Well, the highly classified's been released.
Damn, he's going to arrest Barack Obama.
And what they did in 2016 and in 2020 is very criminal. It's criminal at the highest level.
Lock him up.
Now to the latest on
House to begin August recess early amid dispute over Epstein files legislation. It's pretty funny that the House decided to call it quits quickly and expeditiously instead of having to deal with the Epstein stuff. Anyway, let's see what CNN's been doing. You were in the Philly D Thumbo for the Nelk Boys. Oh my God.
Whose scandal's now exposing people for the dangerous clout-chasing grifters they are? Why Gobert and Stewart versus CBS and Trump matters more than many realize. We've got huge Trump-Epstein scandal updates as Ghislaine Maxwell. Big stuff to talk about in the here and now, starting with this.
Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern-day Hitler. No, I saw that. Which is, honestly, guys, I'll be honest, I'm here to... That's a good point.
So those podcast bro caricatures are the Nelk Boys, and they are now facing massive backlash after interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu. And these Nelk Boys, if you don't know, they got big with their prank vids and vlogs, and then getting into the podcast, streaming space, dipping their toes into politics, and then actually becoming a kind of big fixture, especially in the lead up to the last election. They ended up joining this kind of larger group of influencers, podcasters, and streamers who seemingly gave Trump a huge boost in the last election, especially young men. Right, and last year, just before the election, you had Trump appearing on their Full Send podcast for the second time and even inviting them on his plane. And then you fast forward to yesterday and they had Netanyahu on the show. Right, and he, of course, is the Prime Minister of Israel, which is a country that many rights groups and experts say is perpetrating a genocide in Gaza. But with many arguing that if it's not a genocide, why is it genocide shaped? And that, as Netanyahu himself is wanted by the International Criminal Court on allegations of war crimes and crimes against humanity, including the use of starvation as a method of war. Right, and one of the reasons I highlight that is because we actually talked about it again yesterday. And as the UN and rights groups have long warned would happen, we really are starting...
Like, I get the clout chasing aspect of things, okay? As a content creator, you just like don't really have a decent moral compass on stuff like that. But I just don't understand, like, there is some clout you don't chase. You know what I mean? Like, there's gotta be a limit. Like, if Benjamin Netanyahu's not the limit, who is? You know what I mean? And I think they basically miscalculated because they thought this would be like Andrew Tate or interviewing O.J. Simpson, you know? Do you hear yourself? No, I'm saying that, like, even from a content creator perspective with no fucking moral compass other than, like, constantly trying to get clicks, like, there's got to be a limit for every single person. You know what I mean? This is this is literally, I can't think of anything worse than this. Like, I'm thinking of like Logan Paul's Suicide Forest. It's not as bad as this. You know what I mean? Like, this is perhaps one of the most evil, if not the most evil person on the planet. You know? Like, offering a non-contentious interview to someone like that is so crazy. Like, even with Trump, there is It's kind of like this. Trump is the American president. He's running for president. You have like a defensible position, right? Even though I think it's still indefensible to like offer him a platform to humanize himself and to not push back. Like, that's still, he's not just famous for doing a genocide with American money, okay? Whereas that's the only thing Benjamin Netanyahu is famous for. With Trump, you could say like he's telegenic, he's entertaining, he's the American president, right? It's like offering a positive interview to a school shooter, but instead of one school, this motherfucker shot all the schools. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that comes of this other than pain and torment. Like, even by those standards, like, people, I assume if the Nelk Boys interviewed like Dylan Roof or something positively, right, people would lose their fucking minds. Okay, Benjamin Netanyahu has literally shot up every church. Not just one. Basically every fucking church, including the Catholic one, as recently as last week. In between the time that Benjamin Netanyahu conducted this interview with the Nelk Boys and then the video was released, he literally shot a fucking Catholic church, the only remaining Catholic church in Gaza. Like, what are we doing?
To see hunger and malnutrition take an even bigger toll in Gaza. With local officials saying today that 15 people had died of starvation in Gaza over the previous 24 hours. With that just adding to the ever-increasing number of people who are dying, including children. And again, that's on top of the nearly 60,000 people who have been directly killed so far, according to Gaza's health ministry, with more than reportedly half of them being women and children. And even that, it doesn't touch on all the destruction of most homes and buildings, mass displacement, and allegations and evidence of all sorts of other crimes. And then with all that, as far as this interview, it actually took place on July 8th, which is when Netanyahu was in the U.S. meeting with Trump. And notably, you had outlets like Axios reporting at the time that the move seemed to echo Trump's campaign strategy of building support outside of traditional mainstream channels. With them reporting, it's a sign that Netanyahu recognizes the influence of the MAGA media universe and wants to build support for Israel and the Prime Minister's own policies within a key segment of Trump's base. And now that the interview has been released, you have many saying that it is clear why Netanyahu chose the Nelk Boys. They were completely out of their fucking depth. And at the beginning of their episode, they even seemed aware of it, but then they just continued through.
This is nuts. This is so crazy. We are so not qualified to do this. No. This is probably one of the most, if not the most controversial podcast we
for sure the most
have ever done.
Yeah, 100%.
And by the way, I want to say too, I am not claiming to be an expert on this issue or anything like that. I see so much stuff about, you know, what's going on in Israel and, you know, Iran and Palestine. And to be honest, I just really don't know what is going on there.
And of course, as many others have already pointed out, that the big problem with interviewing someone about something you know almost nothing about, especially when that person has a vested interest in pushing a certain narrative, when that person says something that isn't true, you can't point that out. You don't even have a chance. And when you have a massive platform like the Nelk Boys, you're just giving them your megaphone and essentially co-signing. They're going to argue that they're not. That's essentially what you're doing. But we will get more into the criticism later. I first want to talk about what was actually said. Because the whole thing, it just started with Netanyahu just laying it on thick for old Donnie Trump.
I think there's never been a friend like Donald Trump in the White House for Israel. I think he's a remarkable leader. I think he's changing history. He said he'll...
Why hasn't anyone said this? Is like if these chuckle fucks interviewed Hitler in the middle of World War II on God. What do you mean? I did say that to their faces on numerous occasions. I assume that Philip DeFranco probably pulled some of those choice quotes and will mention me since he put me in the thumbo. Actually, a lot of people are saying it. It's not even just me. Virtually everyone has said that. Their own fans. Their own fan base is saying that. Their own fan base is like, dog, this is like interviewing modern day Hitler. Like, what the fuck?
Make America great again? He's already done it. You know, America is widely admired now around the world.
But of course, course, in reality, the opposite appears to be true, at least when talking about America being admired around the world. In fact, according to a recent Ipsos poll, the number of people saying the U.S. will have a positive influence on world affairs, it fell in 26 out of 29 countries since Trump got elected. And a Pew Research poll last month similarly found that the number of people who view the U.S. favorably has dropped in most of 24 measured countries. Then separate from that, in the interview, you also had the Nelk boys asking what Americans think about Israel.
I think the broad segments of the American public support Israel, but I'm concerned that the young people in America, some of them are getting the wrong picture of Israel, vilification, demonization.
Yeah, it's like, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here on the Nelk Boys podcast.
You can feed them a lot of lies. So the only way you can fight lies is with the truth. To have young Americans march and support these mass rapists, these people who beheaded men, burned babies alive. I'm talking about the Hamas monsters.
Hamas.
Is that their ideal? They know nothing. I mean, they don't know what they're talking about. And I want to bring that truth to them.
But then notably they're like, at least just with what he's saying there, it wasn't exactly the truth. Right? Because for sure, Hamas massacred hundreds of civilians on October 7th and took 251 people hostage. In investigations by the ICC, rights groups, and media outlets, they have all uncovered evidence of war crimes and atrocities, including rape and sexual violence. However, those claims about beheading or burning babies, they've been discredited. And that is, on the flip side, you have investigators uncovering evidence of war crimes and atrocities committed by Israel, and those include rape and sexual violence. And overall, Israel's alleged crimes have taken place on a much bigger scale in terms of total casualty numbers, and you actually did have the Nelk boys ask Netanyahu about that, though he said this.
The reason we have civilian casualties in Gaza is because Hamas embeds itself in the civilian population of Gaza. We tell the Palestinians, hey, leave, because after they butchered us and raped our women and beheaded our men and burned our babies, we have to remove this threat. So we come in to take care of the Hamas terrorists. But the Hamas terrorists don't leave the civilian neighborhoods. And we say to the civilians, we call them up because we have their telephone numbers. We say, leave, please leave. We send them leaflets, millions of leaflets, please leave. We do everything that is possible that no army has done. They want to leave. You know what Hamas does? They shoot them. You say, we want you to stay because we want to have civilian casualties, because then they can show it on CNN or all these other networks and so on and claim that Israel is deliberately doing this. We're not deliberately doing anything.
You then also had Netanyahu similarly trying to shift blame to Hamas when asked about accusations that Israel is starving the people of Gaza.
Well, because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks.
This interview is way worse than I thought. Is so funny to say because this is not any different than anything that is pro-Israeli envoys have said on mainstream media. Israel is one speed. There's only one way to defend the indefensible, which is just lying. And they lie in the exact same way over and over again. The only difference here is that he's trying to do this to an audience that is not receptive on independent circles that is predominantly right-wing. This is the most receptive, not immediately affiliated with Israel audience that Benjamin Netanyahu is ever going to get, which is why they hand-selected the Nelk boys, who are perfect for this, okay? And yet, I still think it's a spectacular failure on behalf of Israel. Because not only did it not work, this didn't move the needle, in my opinion, by any serious margin, but it also caused people in the audience of the Nelk boys to go, fuck you guys. You guys are fucking sellouts. If anything, I think guys like this, Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli envoys, they have an easier time doing this on like a reputable institution, which will offer a little bit of pushback on some of the claims every now and then, of course, but ultimately will take up a lot of that fucking propaganda and eat it. And that in of itself, when they eat that propaganda, the elderly population, I mean, they're infinitely more receptive to this kind of pro-Israel nonsense. I think younger audiences, especially those who get their news from social media, are not receptive.
And guess what happens when we let them in? Hamas steals the food, takes the good chunk for itself,
It's crazy that your critique of AOC applies to Bibi and Israel law. What do you mean? What, Israel has a right to defend itself claim that AOC made when describing why there needs to be unlimited weapons transfers to Israel? It's ridiculous.
Then sells at inflated prices. They jack up the prices and then they sell the food to its population, to its hungry population, if they give them at all. And then use the money that they take from their own people to recruit more killers into their terror machine. That's what happens.
Except that's not what happens, or at least Israel for some reason hasn't provided proof that Hamas has systematically stolen aid. In the UN, the European Commission, and major international aid organizations have all said they also have no evidence that this is happening. And then, of course, something that we've talked about several times now, it's not been looting, but Israeli bullets that have stopped hundreds of Palestinians from getting aid over the past few months. Right? Ever since the implementation of a new aid system run by the U.S. and Israeli-backed GAZA Humanitarian Foundation. And actually, speaking of the U.S. and Israel working together, you had Netanyahu in the interview reiterating his support for relocating people out of Gaza, with him saying that they should have
Smokeless Arab. I know he's lying. You keep spamming the same link over and over again. It's on the docket, okay? We've already talked about the malnutrition. Stop spamming the same link over and over again.
Freedom of choice to do that. Of course, you have experts saying it really wouldn't be a choice at all. It would likely amount to being a forced population transfer that would be considered a crime against humanity. And then with all that, you had Netanyahu in the interview getting back on topic of support for Palestine in the U.S., with him equating it to support for Hamas, but then also calling it anti-American.
I come here and I see these protests. The people are protesting for Hamas and against Israel. They burn American flags. They not only burn the flag of Israel, they burn American flags. They're anti-American. They're not.
I don't disagree that we shouldn't be giving any funding to Israel, but a pronoun civilians dying wasn't terrible from a moral standpoint. It makes sense. You know what I mean? I love your stuff, by the way. Yeah, no, it's bullshit. You can make that argument against any sort of action taken against Israel. You could say, well, we can't do sanctions because sanctions would inevitably harm its collective action against an entire population. You would inevitably be harming, like, Israeli children, for example. The entire point of this is pressure, okay? The whole point is, if Israel feels defenseless, then Israel can't continue doing a genocide. If Israel feels like a global pariah and that the number one top dog that is its backer is moving in a different direction, then Israel can no longer do the metric ton of crimes and the metric ton of evil that it's doing. It's not about fucking assassinating the Israeli civilian population. Anyone who says that is ridiculous. That's not the point at all. That's not what anyone's intention is. It's completely ridiculous. It is about deterrence. Israel gets to be as violent as it wants to because it knows that America will give unlimited funds in the form of defense to Israel. That's precisely the reason why it has bombed Lebanon into oblivion. It's currently bombing Syria, and it's taken up more of just mean from an optics. No, fuck that. That's bullshit. The appropriate response in this circumstances, of course, we have no more weapons transfers means no more defensive weapons as well. Because think about the optics of it. Would you make an argument to give anti-aircraft weaponry to Nazi Germany while they were conducting the Holocaust during World War II? Would that be an appropriate optical argument? There are civilians in Germany as well. There were plenty of civilians. No one would make that argument. Do you think that is anyone making an argument to give Russia anti-aircraft weaponry, anti-air defenses? Are we making this argument for Palestinians who deserve it more than anyone else on this planet right now? Anti-aircraft weaponry and anti-aircraft defenses? Are we making this argument for Iran? No, we're not. Are there no civilians in Iran? Are there no civilians in Palestine? Are there no civilians in Russia? Of course there are. It's not a good argument at all. There is no moral standing here.
MAGA, they're not supporters. You know, who do they support? You know who they support?
The stronger argument is wasn't going to stop offensive weapons. This doesn't mean anything. It was an additional amendment. Okay? The additional amendment was to deny all weapons transfers, including defensive weapons to Israel, which is appropriate. That is the correct approach. AOC isn't going to vote to support bombing civilians? What do you mean? AOC is voting to support bombing civilians. So Israeli loves you're willing to gamble. We're not at war with Israel. Israel loves willing to get Israeli lives you're willing to gamble. No, Israel is willing to gamble with the lives of Israeli civilians. That much is clear, as they did by bombing Iran, by first striking Iran amidst denuclearization negotiations that were taking place. It is Israel that is at fault here. Not me. I'm an American citizen. If anything, I'm just giving too much of my tax dollars to Israel regardless. You can fucking cope all day, every day. There is nothing. There is no moral argument to offer Israel defenses. You can say, oh, they're our allies. We're not at war with Israel. Suck my dick. Are we at war with Palestine? Are we at war with the Palestinian civilian population? No. Why aren't we giving Hamas anti-aircraft weapons then? Why are we not giving Hamas an Iron Dome? A bill to defund the domestic without any concessions is a bad bill? No, it's not. You, as you already demonstrated right here, feel some type of way about this. Because deep down inside, you want Israel to not be defenseless. Because you want Israel, you're perfectly fine with Israel being belligerent. Because Israel, if the threat of weapons transfers was on the table, Israel would stop. Israel would never be able to conduct its affairs. You're only voting to add women and children into the bombing zone? No, I'm not. I'm voting to stop the bombing that Israel is conducting. There's only one party that is actually doing a bombing campaign right now, and it is not the fucking Palestinians. It is Israel that is conducting a genocide of the Palestinians. And the only way to stop that is by America withdrawing its support of Israel. It is the least violent intervention in this conflict. It is the least violent, most peaceful way to stop Israel. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. Israel cannot continue its belligerent and endless bloodshed, its genocidal war campaign, without American support. Okay? Defund the dome, Israel gets bombed. Another October 7, more aggression to Palestine. It's Kenyan. Defund the dome, Israel gets bombed. Another October 7. I didn't realize that October 7 actually was a Palestinian bombing campaign that took place. Also, Israel, once again, is this natural response. Is that what you're saying? Disconnected. Can you see me? I'm back. Okay. Did I just lose? Oh, I lost the whole thing. I had to go back to the bag. I lost everything. My internet completely went out. I don't know why. Your ISP straight up hates you? Yeah, it got cooked. I had to disable Ethernet. I couldn't even get it. Anyway, back to the fucking React.
They support Iran and its proxy, Hamas or Hezbollah.
And interestingly, it actually led to this quick exchange about Zoran Mamdani, right, the Democratic candidate in the New York mayor's race. And this exchange, at least so far, has been one of the biggest things picked up by the mainstream media.
I'm just trying to figure it out too, because even in New York City, right? What's Zoran?
Yeah.
He's an anti-Semitic guy.
Yeah.
The highest. I think the
This is fucking bullshit.
Highest population of Jews in New York City. How's that even possible?
Well, it's possible because a lot of people have been taken in by this nonsense. I mean, what? You want to defund the police? You want to have people go into stores and, rob them and be free? You think that really creates a good society? You want to crush all enterprise? You want to tax people to death? I mean, that's a one-term effort, but, sometimes you have to get mugged by reality to understand how stupid that is.
Though, of course, Mamdani has forcefully denied accusations of anti-Semitism, promising to govern for Jewish New Yorkers and increase funding to combat hate. But that also, and maybe here's why Netanyahu has an issue when he's saying all this, Mamdani is accused...
This chatter is so funny. Goddamn. I still can't see you. I can't hear you too. I can't see you or hear you. That's my boomer chatter.
The Israeli government of genocide and said that he would arrest Netanyahu if he ever visited, citing the ICC's arrest warrant. Additionally, Mamdani said he will not defund the police, instead saying he wants to move resources around to make sure that officers are focusing on the most serious crimes. In fact, he says he plans to keep the current New York Police Department headcount. And then, getting back to Netanyahu, I'll just be honest here. There is just so much more we could unpack in this interview, and it's because shit just went uncontested. And so with the time that we have together, I then want to focus on one of the most interesting aspects of all this, and that has been the response to the interview. Because just starting with their comment section, you had them taking a fucking beating. With their own fans saying you are platforming a war criminal, and basically saying that they were being used by Israel. But there just being no shortage of comments like, this was pitched to Netanyahu like this. Don't worry, these guys are idiots. You can use their platform to push whatever propaganda you want, and they won't push back on anything. And notably, with all this, they actually responded to the criticism and more on a kick stream yesterday.
Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern day Hitler.
No, I saw that.
Which is, honestly, guys, I'll be honest, I'm here to... It's a good point. We're here to learn, to be honest, guys.
And while they're interacting with the chat, they also had like a whole cast of characters coming in to talk to them and criticize them. Right there, you had people saying that Netanyahu was just using them for public relations, saying this was an obvious attempt to get young conservative frat guys, the kind of guys in the masculine manosphere type streaming space in the pocket of Israel. Saying it comes across like they're doing image rehabilitation for him. And numerous people saying that he was interested and picked them because, unlike a hard interview with a journalist, they're not going to push back. Right? Arguably the biggest or maybe only pushback really that was there was when they were talking about McDonald's versus Burger King. There was also this weird, disturbing moment that happened when other commentator Hassan Piker went on. Because a big defense that the Nelk Boys had for themselves is, we try to just get a big name on and be neutral. And then with that in mind, we had this interaction play out.
What about Adolf Hitler?
I think we'd always kind of play the neutral role, to be honest, and just...
You would play a neutral role interviewing Adolf Hitler. I don't think that's the case.
And then later regarding the platforming of, I guess, an Adolf Hitler type or people being described as neo-Nazis, we saw this.
The reason why I would still choose not to platform neo-Nazis and things of that nature, regardless of how equipped I am at talking to them about these issues and being able to push back adequately, is because a lot of these guys are simply looking for any opportunity to get their message to a broader audience. They don't actually care about the truth. They don't actually care about coming across like good or bad. They just want to be heard, because every single time they go in front of a larger audience, they end up winning over over some people in the margins to their side.
But ultimately, that's where we are right now. We're going to have to wait to see what happens next, especially because the Nelk boys said they're going to now have someone on, I guess, next week that has the opposite point of view as Netanyahu. And so I'm very interested to see what they think that is, like where that lands between a displaced, starving Palestinian child and like the leader of Hamas, or I don't know. But hey, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to this whole situation and news. And then you've got more news in just a second, but first, is it even adulthood if you don't have at least one?
I don't even know if I want to know what they think is the exact opposite of Netanyahu. But here is Mahmoud Khalil, a political prisoner of this administration. One of the first major instances where the administration directly took action against an American with a green card for the crime of a First Amendment violation, like the crime of exercising their freedom of speech and hurting the feelings of the state of Israel. Anyway, since then, as you guys know, I interviewed him, and he's been on CNN, and this is how CNN chose to approach the subject matter.
Just to be clear here, though, do you specifically condemn Hamas, a designated terrorist organization in the United States, not just for their actions on October 7th?
I condemn the killing of all civilians, full stop. But what I don't want to get into is no, I'm very clear with condemning all civilians. I'm very straight in my position in that part. But it's disingenuous to ask about condemning Hamas while Palestinians are the ones being starved now by Israel. It's not condemning October 6th, where 260 Palestinians were killed by Israel on before October 7. So I hate this selective outrage of condemnation, because this is not. This wouldn't lead to a constructive conversation, and this is also like what we want to deal with is the root causes of why that happened, and it's in no way anyone can justify
just to be clear, Mahmoud, we did ask about, we talked at length about your views, of course, on the Palestinians, but it is fair to ask you about whether you condemn Hamas, because the Trump administration has claimed that you are a Hamas sympathizer. So it's very important to actually ask that question in this broad conversation.
Yeah, I simply asked and protested the war in Palestine. That's what I did. That's my duty as a Palestinian, as a human being right now, is to.
What do you do? I mean, this is literally her trying to set him up to, I guess what? Get deported? Get arrested by Trump again? Set up a separate fucking legal case? Like, what are we doing here? Demonic. Pure evil. Pure evil. You condemn Hamas on July 22nd, 2025, after this dude spent 104 days in fucking prison. What a fucking ridiculous thing.
For the stop of the killing in my home country, and that's consistent with who I am. I'm a firm believer in international law, in human rights, and all my values come from that point. It's just like, to me, it's always, as I said, disingenuous and absurd to ask such questions when literally 62,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israel. And that's why I wouldn't really engage much into such questions on condemnation or not.
insane. And now, of course, this this interview is making the rounds. John Kennedy, Mahmoud Khalil can't even bring himself to condemn Hamas. So why are many Democrats in Washington falling over themselves to support him? And the Department of Homeland Security's own account also made good use of this moment, doubling down. Wait, what the fuck? Hello? What the fuck is going on? Did I lose internet again? Oh, I didn't even lose internet. I just lost it on my end. It seemed there was a blip on my end. I didn't even see it. Okay. All right. Well, let's continue. Department of Homeland Security also released a statement. Mahmoud Khalil refused to condemn Hamas because he is a terrorist sympathizer, not because DHS painted him as one. He branded himself as anti-Semite through his own hateful behavior and rhetoric. Anti-Semite. It is a privilege to be granted a visa or green card to live and study in the United States of America. The Trump administration acted well within its statutory and constitutional authority to detain Khalil, as it does with any alien who advocates for violence, glorifies a supposed terrorist, harasses Jews, and damages property. He did no such thing. Why not just condemn them when asked and move on? Everyone who supports him knows the truth. Man, are you fucking joking? Are you be for fucking real? His goddamn people are being slaughtered, and you want him to make these like fucking stupid ass concessions? Get the fuck out of here. Suck my cock, dude. Fuck all of you. I swear to God. Some of you fucking fair weather allies need to shut the fuck up, okay? Need to shut the fuck up. It keeps him out of jail. What is the mindset of an American chauvinist that immediately puts the blame on a people that is being genocided? It is the same mindset, the same cucked mentality that the American has, that always looks for reasons as to how someone must comply with the police. Never to lay the blame and the responsibility in the hands that is worthy of said blame. It's never the cops' problem. It's why didn't you just comply? Why didn't you just condemn Hamas? Why do you not condemn Hamas after Israel has genocided the entirety of the fucking Gaza Strip? God damn, dude. Some of you need to shut the fuck up. At least get your bearings straight, okay? And just have the decency to shut your fucking bitch-ass mouth the fuck up, okay? It costs $0.00 to keep fucking quiet on this moment. Do you not understand what the fuck is going on here? This dude was literally sent to prison for the crime of what? Saying the truth. For the crime of saying the truth about Israel. And you're over here being like, why doesn't he just condemn Hamas? What's next, dude? Why doesn't he just say Israel is great? Why doesn't he just say Israel is actually awesome? Why doesn't he just say that his people's genocide is perfectly fucking valid? That they deserve to be genocided? And don't come at me and be like, there's a fucking mountain there's a mountain range between not condemning Hamas and like saying that Palestinians deserve to be genocided. No, it comes from the same place. It comes exactly from the same place. The condemnations demanded is demanded specifically for the justification as to why Israel had to conduct its military campaign. You're a terrorist, this guy says. Suck my fucking dick, okay? Where you going? That's crazy. She quietly thought she could leave. Never give an inch to these fucking losers, especially at this point, okay? You would have paid the piper close to October 7. You had to do it. Okay? If you wanted any opportunity to like actually have a fucking conversation about something productive about what Israel was doing, you had to fucking do some version of this. That's 2 years ago, okay? It's been 2 fucking years of endless, unlimited ethnic cleansing. Israel is starving Palestinian children every single day. Children are dying of malnourishment, and you're over here being like, well, why can't he just condemn Hamas and like move on? Get the fuck out of here, dude. It's over. It's done. It is a far greater fucking crime to even demand someone like Mahmoud Khalil condemn Hamas at this fucking point than whether or not he sits there and says he loves Hamas or hates Hamas. It doesn't fucking matter. That is crazy. K-File breaking news. Wait, what? Oh. The entire question as to why, the entire reason as to why Mahmoud Khalil is being asked to condemn Hamas is specifically because that offers room for justification for Israel's military campaign, okay? That is the framework that they want him to operate off of. Especially in a situation where, like, his words are literally the reason why the administration threw him in prison. It is ridiculous to ask this question, especially because it will be used to take away his freedom once again. How should he respond to the bad faith question? I think he did a fine job. This question is utterly ridiculous. I have made my position on the limits of resistance, and I've made my position be perfectly clear that I do not condone civilians being targeted. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's ridiculous. That's what I said at the fucking Customs and Border Patrol question as well. They didn't ask me directly if I condemn Hamas, but they kept asking me, what do you think about Hamas? Do you love Hamas? Do you like Hamas? I kept saying Hamas is designated by the American State Department as a terrorist organization. I'm on the side of no more bloodshed. That's it. I'm on the side of ending civilian deaths. That's it. You don't have to say anything other than that. You're making no value judgments there. You're just simply saying what your position is. I genuinely understand, but all I was asking is, if you're going to talk to people you know are going to entrap you, why wouldn't you just tell them to keep them to shut up and carry on the good fight to end the genocide? No hate. No, dude. No, that's fucking bullshit. That's complete and utter nonsense to be like, oh my God, I can't believe he's just say you condemn Hamas and move on is ridiculous. Okay? Especially not at this point. And they put him in jail anyway, chatter. Do you think this has anything to do with whether he condemns Hamas or not? Fuck that. It is monstrous to ask this question this far in. understand why Israel is bad. I'm from the UK. I feel like the media I've seen has pushed me and many others into believing Israel are not the problem. I don't know, man. They're doing a mass starvation campaign right now. 4 children just died yesterday of famine. I think that alone, beyond the endless bombing campaign over the course of the past 2 years, should help you realize that they are evil, fucking monstrous pieces of shit in the way that they've conducted themselves since October 7th. That's it. And the reason why the British media is actively running cover for Israel is because the British government is also culpable, just like ours is. That's why our media also does this kind of insane nonsense. It's 2 years of endless bloodshed, man. What are we doing? And it started far before October 7, of course. But it's been 2 years of unlimited fucking bloodshed at this point. It's crazy how someone can still have this position where it's like, can you explain to me why Israel is in the wrong? October 7, Hamas for October 7 attacks. Norman Finkelstein responds. This is a 15-minute conversation with an American citizen of Jewish descent who is the descendant of Holocaust survivors having an academic conversation on a podcast. It's a very different set of standards for Mahmoud Khalil than fucking Norm Finkelstein on a CNN hit after he was released from prison for the original crime, in air quotes, of speaking out against Israel to begin with.
Second question that I struggle with, and this is the notorious question of condemnation. Do you condemn what Hamas did on October 7th? And you have a very interesting answer to this. You said that I think it's a question mark how Hamas on October 7th is going to be regarded in the future. You have drawn parallels to the slave rebellions of 1831 when Nat Turner explicitly targeted whites, and objectively it was a horrific act of violence, atrocious, but despite that, Frederick Douglass has said that you can draw a straight line from Nat Turner.
No, Frederick Douglass said you can draw a straight line from John Brown to the Civil War. But John Brown says he was inspired by Nat Turner.
Right.
So you could say, on a trajectory, Nat Turner was one point, John Brown was a second point.
Fuck
the
you.
Civil War, the third point.
Okay, so by extension, you can draw that line from Nat Turner to John Brown to the Civil War, and then from there to the abolition of slavery and the Emancipation Proclamation. Objectively positive outcomes. So despite Nat Turner committing this condemnable act of violence, now he occupies an honored place in history. And you say, in light of that, it's a question mark. What place Hamas on October 7th is going to occupy in history. Before I tell you where I struggle with this argument, I just want to check with you, have I summarized your stance correctly? Have I missed anything?
That's correct.
Okay, great. This is where I struggle with this argument. Frederick Douglass was able to see a line connecting John Brown to the Civil War, and you're able to see that influence John Brown had from Nat Turner. But if I try to apply the same protocol to other acts of violence that I condemn, then it dilutes everything, and then I lose free will, no accountability, there's complete chaos. I'll give you a very intentionally extreme example. In 1978, after the Saur Revolution, the United States funded the rise of the Mujahideen to oppose the Soviet Union and the Soviet-backed People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan, the PDPA. By funding the Mujahideen, they also funded the rise of this man named Osama bin Laden, who broke out from the Mujahideen and formed Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda declared war on the US. They took great offense to the United States military presence in Saudi Arabia after the Gulf War, the Kuwait War. They opposed US funding and support for Israel. They opposed the sanctions on Iraq. And then the US involvement in multiple Islamic countries. Declared war on the US. That led to 9/11. You already know where I'm going with this. You can draw a straight line from the US funding of the Mujahideen to Osama bin Laden to Al Qaeda to 9/11. And I'm saying, I don't care about the context and I don't care where the line is drawn. I grew up in the Middle East, so I completely agree with you. The United States destroyed Afghanistan, destroyed Iraq, has destroyed Palestine, is destroying Iran. I think the United States is directly responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of civilians. Their policy has been a lot more. Their policy has been nefarious and they have blood on their hands. I completely agree with you. But despite that context, I don't think it's a question mark what place 9/11 holds in history. Even if you draw that line all the way to 9/11, there's no question mark in my mind. It was a horrific act. It was an act of violence, and there's no question mark what place it occupies in history.
I think you miss a couple of things. First of all, I've never said it wasn't a horrific thing. I've repeatedly said there can be no question that atrocities of a significant magnitude occurred on October 7th. As of now, people still debate to what extent Israel was responsible for the atrocities on October 7th. I would say based on the currently available information, the only reasonable conclusion is that overwhelmingly the civilian deaths that occurred on October 7th were due to the actions of Hamas.
It's so funny to somehow tie America's invasion of Iraq to 9/11. Like, that's wild. Okay? Because Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. Like, that's not even a position that the average American believes any longer. That was barely a position that Americans believed back then.
GAZA militants. However, as I said, number one, I recognize those were atrocities and they can't be characterized as anything but. But there's, in my opinion, a distinction to be made between an acknowledgement of the atrocities and a condemnation of those who perpetrated the atrocities. So, let me try to concretize that. We have the case of Nat Turner. He's born a slave. And it happens he's a very smart guy. It is. Everybody said about Nat Turner, white and black. They all said, that Nat's a very smart guy. The fellow who famously wrote his confession, it was the Confessions of Nat Turner. He said that he rarely met a person, black or white, who was as smart as this guy. Okay? And Nat Turner was not unaware of his natural gifts, those endowments from God or from wherever he believed they came. And he knew that, bar a miracle, he would never be able to realize any of his gifts, any of his talents. He was born a slave, he would live as a slave, and he was going to die as a slave. Now, in his mind, there was no other option than to commit some sort of mass killing in order either to inspire an uprising or to foment an uprising or to transmit a message to the white population that if you don't end this slavery, this is what you risk. This is what's on the horizon for you. He thought those were the only two, that was the only option for him. Kill all white people though he said later, and nobody disputes it, he said once we got a firm grounding, he would stop killing whites, innocent whites, civilians. But he felt as a tactical matter, the only option he had at the beginning was to carry out this gruesome, ghastly massacre of white people, men, women, and children. So, let's say you were in the court of law, and you...
Can you imagine? Like, Mohammed Khalil, why don't you do this 15-minute response?
Were the prosecutor. And Nat Turner was on the witness stand. You are white.
On CNN.
You represent, you embody, you incarnate this whole system of slavery. You're part of it. You're part of the machinery of slavery. Okay? And do you believe
so ultimately, what is the end goal for both sides? What is it they both want? Or one wants, etc. And with the high chance of sounding like an asshole, why should I care? I'm gonna be honest with you, chatter. I hope you enjoy your society collapsing in front of your eyes as you go down and sedate yourself in this assumption that it's actually the Polish and the Muslims that are ruining British civilization and British society. You deserve it. Sorry, at the risk of sounding like an asshole, let me tell you something. You are a fucking asshole. You're a goddamn peasant, okay? You have peasant mindset. You don't understand that your tax dollars are funding the death and destruction of children overseas, and that alone is not enough for you to go, yeah, mate, I don't think it's a good idea to do that. Maybe we should fix the fucking trains so that they run on time. But instead of that, you're going, my lordship, take more of my tithing. I've worked hard for this grain, my lordship. Give it to Israel, the biblical land, my lord. Okay? I don't believe that. What do you mean? Why should anybody care about this? It's like saying, why should anybody care about the fucking Nazis doing the Holocaust, dude? What are you talking about? Why are you so comfortable showcasing your lack of humanity? That's number one. Number two, there is already a selfish argument against Israel here as well. Why the fuck do you think it's appropriate for a goddamn foreign state that's propped up by your stupid inbred fucking island originally, and now my inbred fucking country now, that is endlessly destabilizing this fucking region, drawing a shit ton of enmity, and also creating a fucking refugee crisis on a daily fucking basis? Are you stupid? They're getting unlimited support, and on top of that, they're laughing at you, and on top of that, they get to control what you can and can't say in fucking England. They're locking up people, your goddamn grandparents, for fucking 14 years in prison because they dared say Palestine Action, the only fucking group that is engaging in direct action against Israel's genocide, is actually a terrorist group, like it's fucking ISIS or something. Now you got 83-year-old grandmothers going to fucking jail for saying that the Palestine Action is actually right and correct. Why this specifically, though? Not like child labor in China or child exploitation around other parts in the world? What are you saying? What do you mean child labor in China, you fucking dingus? Use a different example. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Why do you think this is an appropriate fucking response? You're like, you know what this feels like to me? Your cousin gets raped, and then your cousin's like, I just got raped. This person raped me. And you go, well, can you talk about all the other times that other people have gotten raped? Why should I care about you being raped by this person? Why should I even choose to apprehend this person? Why should I say anything at all? Are you fucking stupid? Sorry, cousin. There are people getting raped every day around the world. You're just looking for excuses for your fucking sociopathic lack of empathy, okay? You don't need any. Just fucking say you're an asshole and move on. And in the process, you will have your rights removed piece by fucking piece. Go ahead. You'll assume, you'll entertain, you'll assume that like, oh, well, as long as I never speak out against my lordship, I'll be fine. Fuck it. Yes. Very nice. And then they'll just take more and more of your fucking taxable revenue in support of their endless conquest. It seems like a great fucking bargain, okay? After all, there's other issues happening all around the world, so God forbid you focus on this one, okay? Don't do it. You're in the Epstein files. Calm down or you will go bald. Daddy chill. There's child labor everywhere, especially in Hassan's basement. Hasan in the Epstein files. You're in the Epstein files. As what, a fucking victim, dumbass? This doesn't even make like sense from a timeline. The fuck do you mean? When Jeffrey Epstein was operating, I was like 10 years old in Turkey, you fucking moron. To the extent that people writ large are only capable of caring about one particular issue at a time, something that's not true except as a matter of projection from those whom that actually applies. Children being bombed is technically a more pressing matter than child labor, but I'm meeting the chatter on a completely fucked ideological field, so it doesn't really matter. No, that person is just simply looking desperately for an excuse to not have any sort of like serious like that person is just trying to save themselves, or rather have someone basically fucking say, oh no, you're actually a good guy, you're totally fine. What is this? With the risk of sounding like an asshole. No, this is the same dumb nonsense. It's just fucking whataboutism. It's like, well, child labor is happening. Yeah, I can see what happened with this guy, by the way. I don't think this person is actually a cynical nihilist. I think this person is an Israel dick rider, especially considering that he was in this community and then noticeably left and only returned only recently, only this year did he return. Suspiciously left the community, even though he was following since January 20th, 2021. Suspiciously left the community after October 7th, it seems. How about playing the video, dumb fuck? Okay. No, this person's not in the bargaining phase of acceptance. He just wants to be fucking heard. He wants to show everybody how big of a fucking asshole he is. That's it.
That you could interrogate Nat Turner.
He wants attention.
And indignantly saying to him, Nat Turner, do you realize what a horrible crime you committed? Do you realize how beastly, how bestial, how uncivilized your action was? So I ask you, do you believe that you occupy the moral high ground such that you could scold and reprimand in indignant cadences what Nat Turner did? Or would you have sufficient moral self-awareness to say, you know, what happened was horrible, but then full stop, because you had no right, knowing as you did what slavery was, knowing as you did the life he had lived and the prospects that he faced of slavery to earthly eternity.
Your haters are just so fucking stupid, man. What is this?
You should be required to submit a video of you doing.
Hasan says you can't have an opinion on his opinions unless you clear a certain bench. If you can't clear 225 at least a decent 6 or 7, you should not be able to have any opinions on what I say. meant it sincerely. I'm glad that like I'm glad that 95% of the commentary surrounding myself online is just people being like, he is incapable of saying something in sincerity. He is incapable of saying something sarcastically. You know what I mean? Like so much of this just unironically revolves around just being like, oh, you're incapable of making a joke. I don't believe it. I don't agree. I think you said that seriously.
You had no right to criticize him. You can criticize the act, but you don't have the moral high ground to criticize him, which is exactly why the white abolitionists, those who opposed slavery at the time, they condemned the act, but they stopped short of condemning Nat Turner. On the contrary, they reserved all of their venom and indignation at the whites, saying, we told you so, we warned you again and again and again. If you treat people this way, don't be surprised at what they might do. And when I read that by people like William Lloyd Garrison, who was one of the leading abolitionist figures, I thought to myself, that was the correct moral approach. A version of condemn the sin, but not the sinner. This is a version of it. You can condemn what was done, but you don't have the moral high ground to condemn the perpetrators. Because I spent a large part of my life, a small part of which can be seen here, just reading the reports on Gaza and what was being done to those people. And I, not because of some flamboyant radicalism or radicalness or trying to show how holier than thou and how pure I am, or trying to win points with Hezbollah or Hamas. No, I just said I couldn't do it. I know too much. One of the titles of one of my books was called Knowing Too Much. And it was about why American Jews were distancing themselves from Israel. Namely, they know too much about how ugly that regime is. And I knew too much about Gaza. I knew too much. There was no way on God's earth, and I would have regarded it as a complete and total betrayal of the values imparted to me by my parents based on their life experience, were I to take the easy route and say, you know, in response to Piers Morgan, do you condemn what happened? Yes, I condemn it, but we have to remember this and have to remember that. No, I was not going to even grant. You know, many people like Bernie Sanders would say, what happened on October 7th, but we have to remember Palestinian this and Palestinian that. And you start by condemning October 7th. That was sort of the gate. You had to pass through that gate in order to be part of the conversation. If you wouldn't do the condemnation, you're not part of the conversation. And I wouldn't do the condemnation, not because I wanted to strike a radical pose. I knew too much. And I knew exactly that was why the abolitionists couldn't condemn Nat Turner. Because they walked in the streets. They saw the slave auctions. They saw the humiliation, the degradation, the destruction of the lives of a whole people was right before their eyes.
Yeah, what do you expect? What do you expect people to do when you push them to this fucking corner? When you push them to react this way, and then you turn around and expect condemnations. It's ridiculous. This is what I said on October 8th. I was right then, and I'm right now. The idea that like the responsibility and the blame should be laid in the hands of the Palestinian population for how they choose to resist is completely avoiding the reasons as to why the Palestinian resistance has formed and why it has become a violent force capable of committing atrocities on October 7th. And just like Norm Finkelstein, of course, I recognize that there were acts of violence that would be considered terror. That would be considered terrorist by like the already vague definitional standards on October 7th. Having said that, that is not even remotely a fraction of the violence that the Palestinians have historically been subjected to. The violence that created the conditions for October 7th to begin with. Dude, shut up. Oh my god, Mods, ban this fucking loser. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, dude. Oh, fuck. Me. Oh my god. He's like, oh, you're making it so hard for me. I want to understand where you're coming from, but you're making it so hard. It's like, dude, there's 30,000 motherfuckers in here, bro. God damn, you think it's just me and you in this conversation? At least, like, know your plays. At least, like, keep quiet if you don't know the details. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy fucking shit. Shut the fuck up. Oh, you're making it hard for me to understand where you're coming from because I keep saying how selfish I am. After fucking hundreds of thousands of fucking Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in broad daylight after a 2-year genocide campaign, and I'm still going, oh, I don't know, can you please educate me? Coming in here as though you're like genuinely, sincerely, charitably trying to fucking understand the situation, and then simultaneously being like, well, why should I care? Okay, well, don't. Fucking, I hope a similar fate that you think is not important befalls upon you and your family and your 7 generations, okay? Maybe then you'll care.
Nice. The difference with me was, you see,
seemingly because it's not that significant. No one should care about this, right? And maybe people won't care about you either.
Gaza was sealed off. How many people had a clue what was going on in Gaza? They just knew this place, Gaza. They didn't even know. Actually, most people didn't even have a clue that you weren't allowed to leave. You know, most people thought, why don't they just go somewhere else? Well, guess what? They couldn't. I knew too much. There was no way. I never for a moment hesitated about condemning them. My problem was very simple. I didn't know how to think it through. I knew I wouldn't condemn them, but I didn't know how to think through the argument. And I went through, I would say, a good week or more of real anguish and agony over, it's not just your feeling. How do I...
What was the real question? What are you an advocate for that you've never been a victim of? Everything. Literally, I'm a fucking straight, attractive white man in the United States of America. Virtually everything I advocate for does not impact me at all. That's unironically part of the reason why half of the animosity is directed towards me on the internet. They're like, oh, he must be a fucking grifter, because why does he care about anyone but himself? That is literally half of the fucking argument from some of these epic dinguses. Yeah, and Rich too, on top of that. They literally can't comprehend it, where they're like, dude, why do you give a fuck? Why do you give a fuck about this? Be like me. Don't give a fuck about this. Be selfish. Why the fuck are you caring? Why do you care? Stop caring. You're gonna urge me to care if you keep caring so hard. Shut the fuck up, you goddamn terrorist. Okay, bitch.
Persuade. How do I convince?
How does it feel that the walls are closing in? I wonder. I truly wonder. It's gotta feel isolating. It's gotta feel lonely. That, like, the only fucking communities where you have this kind of attitude, where you can demonstrate this kind of attitude, is like an increasingly smaller sliver of the internet. Didn't you support Hamas and Hezbollah? Like, just an increasingly tinier sliver. At least, like, people that had this kind of attitude initially have realized that it's probably better to shut the fuck up. Okay? I support the resistance against the criminal state of Israel. Okay? Israel is a criminal enterprise. I support resisting genocide. I support resisting apartheid, both historically and in contemporary society. It's that simple. If you don't, that's a you problem. You can't just consistently keep claiming and doing this. You love dead Palestinians, more fake outreach to push America bad. Like, how is this any different than Benjamin Netanyahu's statement? Oh, it's just, it makes us look bad. Dead Palestinians make us look bad. Okay, then stop. That's your fault. That's your problem. It makes you feel bad, and you can't get on the right side of this argument. You cannot get on the right side of this fucking argument. You can't turn around and be like, it's actually fucked up what Israel's doing, so I have to make it seem like Israel is a natural disaster, and therefore, you know, people on the opposing side of Israel are actually on the wrong side of this argument because they somehow love when Israel kills Palestinian children so they can farm outrage. You think I give a shit? I lost a third of my fucking audience after October 7th. Suck my dick. Well, guess what? I'm from Iran and we don't want your support. Okay. I don't know why. Only someone who lives in America thinks that this is like a saving grace to be like, I'm from Iran. You think you're special? I don't give a fuck. It's the magician in the chat. It's Waluigi. He's in here. He's doing it. He's doing the damn thing. Ay, ay, ay. What is fucking going on? Everything is breaking right now. Okay, we fixed it. Hold on. Waluigi's Zadeg. I'm also from Iran and I disagree with that chatter. There you go. Equilibrium. Equilibrium, baby. What now, Iranian chatter? Your lack of support has been eliminated. What do you do then? I see your personal anecdote and I increase it with multiple personal anecdotes. Interlocutors destroyed in the marketplace of ideas. And like I was saying though, the people that are fucking complaining like you're a terrorist, like how does that work in your mind that like only in your circles online where like pedophiles, sex criminals, neo-Nazis, and people who align with them happen to think a certain way, but then virtually every fucking institutional established mainstream newspaper and publication filled to the brim with educated journalists or reporters feel the exact opposite way, unless you personally think they're all also in on the conspiracy, that they are also terrorist supporters. Or perhaps you're just fucking wrong. You know? You might be. It's actually quite liberating to sometimes catch yourself in a lie and to recognize that it was wrong and to, you know, really reconsider the way you've seen something. If you just keep assuming the State Department position over and over and over again and just going, oh, dude, you're a terrorist, you're a real danger to American society, you're a terrorist, over and over again, like you can keep repeating that, but it's not going to make it more true. I think I have charity and I believe that you can actually make up your own conclusion. I think you can change your mind. I think you're all capable of doing that. You know? At a certain point, you gotta stop and maybe go, man, we kept calling this motherfucker a terrorist. He's never been banned. Is it because there's like a global conspiracy to fucking uplift this person? And some people do actually take that leap instead, and they go into like QAnon. But for one guy, me, they go into like QAnon style conspiracies at this point, where they're like, Hasana's blackmail on the CEO of Twitch, Hasana's blackmail on Jeff Bezos, Hasana's blackmail on every fucking media outlet. Turns into QAnon. Or maybe the guys who keep priming you up, tuning you up, angering you over and over again, do not have your best interest in mind, and don't actually have a consistent, clear position. And they're just basically getting you angry so you can come in here and say that in here over and over again. But little by little, you lose a piece of yourself when you behave this way. Why are we engaging with these freaks? Because for as many freaks who are speaking out in the chat like that, there are probably 10, if not 100, who aren't speaking out, who might actually fucking learn the appropriate lesson from this. I'm not going to discount that. You know? I'm sure there are. So every now and then it's good to just like take a deep breath and be like, listen, dude, make up your own mind. Make up your own mind. Watch, listen to what I have to say, see if it actually is different than what you've been primed into believing. There are obviously people like this who unapologetically will come in here like, I don't think this guy's gonna be saved. Dan Saltman is exposed to CEO of Twitch to be an anti-Semite. Okay, buddy. You have had interviewed a Houthi and engaged in rape apologia. Speaking of rape apologia, using Dan Saltman as a fucking reliable narrator here, while simultaneously saying I engage in rape apologia, is so funny, because Dan Saltman literally blackmailed members of Sex Destiny's community as a 60-year-old man into shutting the fuck up about Destiny's sex crimes. So that's your community. I don't think he's an honest actor here. But here's the thing. How did you lose sight of who you are that you became a fedayeen for a 60-year-old loser who's so desperate for friendship that he will latch on to a community that he actually despises? At least he used to. I don't know if he still does. Maybe he's just given up on that notion because it gives him a crumb of clout and attention. You know? It is all because of Israel. All this dog shit is because of Israel. I know. I've yet to see a fucking hater of mine come from a community that's like reliable and reasonable. You know what I mean? It's just people who are incredibly sad, who unironically push themselves further and further into the depths of depravity for no reason. Like literally no reason whatsoever. You're just kind of doing this to yourself, and you're harming your own mental state by consistently engaging with these communities. It makes you lose sight of like all of the failures in your own life, and it gives you a sense of purpose and a sense of community, and I totally understand that. But you could use all of that energy and put it into more productive things instead of engaging in the act of self-harm. You could literally do something that improves your immediate circumstances, improves your life. Straight up. It would make you an infinitely happier person, because there's gonna come a time Or you're gonna be past the point of no return and look back at your life and be like, this is what I did, this is what I wasted my time doing, spending every single fucking day following someone who I despise, fighting a battle for an internet daddy that doesn't know who I am, that will maybe barely give me a fucking fraction of recognition instead of like fixing my life. That's it. Like, I spend every waking moment online. I like what I do. I think there's a good purpose for it. I love this community. Okay? There are plenty of people who spend a decent amount of time in here as well, but at least they're putting it to productive use. They're learning things about what's going on in the world. They're developing an opinion. Hopefully they're taking away decent lessons from all of this, and then going back and applying it in their own lives to improve their lives, to improve their material circumstances, piece by piece, slowly but surely. Very different set of circumstances than like just constantly fucking being in someone you despise's chat to basically find any. You should know with your amount of audience, you're definitely targeted by Hasbro campaigns who write trash to trigger you. I mean, it's fucking bullshit. There's nothing. It is irrelevant. If you're gonna hate watch someone who matters. That's the other thing. Because I only matter as much as you believe I matter. Like, the easiest solution to not being angered by me is to just turn it off. You know what I mean? And to watch like TikTok videos or something. To watch someone who you actually appreciate. And if you're gonna have so much enmity and so much anger and resentment, redirect that focus to someone who actually does matter, someone who holds power. You know what I mean? That's what blows my fucking mind. You're like, nope, I disagree with this guy, and I'm gonna spend every fucking waking moment in his chat hoping that I can get something that I can clip off and that we can make go viral, and then maybe people will yell at him. They've been doing this for fucking what, 6-7 years at this point? It's crazy. With very little return on that investment. Maybe every now and then you catch me in a fucking weak moment and I get angry at you, and then it makes you feel alive, but like, is it worth it at the end of the day? Because if you say yes to that, if you feel like that is genuinely a good use of your time, holy fuck, you have nothing to live for. They hate you so much during your vacation, they find and push clips around, never stop, unfortunately. I know, but it doesn't even work. That's what I mean. I think not only does it not work, it actually backfires because it causes people to come in and check it out for themselves. For as many people that go, yeah, I'm writing this guy off, there's probably 10 people that go, hold on, I want to see what this motherfucker has to say. And then they come in here and then they watch and they're like, okay, well, this guy ain't all that bad. So what do? You can't make people wear the same fucking framework when they can make up their own minds. Especially when the way you are presenting me is so fucking ridiculous that like a couple seconds of spending time in here will immediately make someone in the margins realize they've been duped by a negatively framed clip. What is this? Famous lawyer who defended Jeffrey Epstein is now dead. Roy Black was one of Jeffrey Epstein's criminals. This guy. Roy Black was one of Jeffrey Epstein's criminal defense attorneys when he was charged with federal sex trafficking. Charged Palm Beach County Attorney State Attorney Barry Krischer allowed the notorious sex trafficker to plead to misdemeanor charges. Black was critical in the negotiation of the infamous non-prosecution agreement. I don't know about that. I don't know about what this is. He was old as fuck, I suspect. Oh, he was 80 years old? Wow. What an untimely demise.
Tonight, the breaking news, a CNN exclusive.
exclusive tonight out front. K-File has unearthed photos of Jeffrey Epstein that we've never seen, and they shed new light on his relationship with President Trump. The revelations come as Trump is under fire from his own base for his Justice Department's handling of the so-called Epstein files. Trump has tried, of course, to distance himself from Epstein every which way. But one of the photos that K-File found confirms that Epstein actually attended Donald Trump's wedding to Marla Maples. And this is the proof. Again, this has never been published before, so this is a new image. You haven't seen it out there on X or anything like that. This is...
That's crazy. Epstein and Ghislaine were all up and down both the Clinton weddings and the fucking Trump wedding. That's crazy. Like, Ghislaine was front and center for Chelsea Clinton's wedding, okay? Ghislaine Maxwell was. And now we got info on Epstein being front and center at Trump's wedding. God damn, dude. These guys were everywhere.
The proof that Epstein attended Trump's wedding at the Plaza Hotel in New York. And in the photo, what you see is Epstein entering the Plaza Hotel. The wedding date of this is December 20th, 1993, in the center of their friendship, which of course continued. And for comparison, we'll show you on the right a photo of Trump and Marla Maples at the same location under the entryway arch. Andrew Kaczynski of K-File is here with the new images of Trump and Epstein. And Andrew, I shared one of them there, but you know, so let's start with the one at Trump's wedding. I mean, this is a significant development.
Well, yeah, it is. Trump's wedding to Marla Maples in 1993 was dubbed the wedding of the century.
Friend of the show, K-File, he did it again. Consistent hitter.
By the media at the time, and although we know that Trump and Epstein were friends during this period, this is really the first time that it's actually been reported that Trump invited Epstein to his wedding. This is, we should note, more than a decade before those first allegations of sex trafficking against Epstein. But as you know, Trump's relationship with Epstein has been under the microscope recently. Now, besides that one photo of Epstein entering the reception at the Plaza Hotel, we can also see him in the background of another picture. That's Howard Stern on the far right, along with Robin Leach from Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, and Epstein is behind them at the wedding, almost seeming to be photobombing them. We also found this photo from just a few months earlier, Donald Trump with two of his children talking to Jeffrey Epstein. That's at the opening of the Harley-Davidson Cafe in New York in October 1993. You can see Ivana there. She would have been just about to turn 12 years old in that photo.
Yeah, you can see Ivanka right there between, it looks like between Trump and Epstein. All right, these are never before seen photos, Andrew. I know you also found some video of Trump and Epstein that was from later of them talking that has also never surfaced before. What's that?
Well, that's right. This is from 6 years later in 1999. This video has never been seen before in this context. It shows Trump talking to Jeffrey Epstein just before models hit the runway at the Victoria's Secret fashion show in New York in 1999. You know, the only other video we've seen of the two men was 7 years before this. Trump is at the show with Melania, who is, of course, now First Lady, seated a few...
Are you guys still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Give it up. Let it go. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's okay. I whispered in his ear. Come on, give it up. Stop talking about it.
Feet away from Epstein, you can see them chatting.
It's so boring. It's boring. Dude, you know what's gonna fucking blow a nut on this whole thing? I'm gonna tell you what it is. There is going to come out, there is going to be some fucking info, I'm speculating, that actually ties Donald Trump to at least Ghislaine Maxwell far past the point of Jeffrey Epstein, like, breakup. Because, like I said, a lot of this is from the time frame between the 90s and early 2000s. We know that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were involved with one another and good friends with one another. We didn't know how good friends they were. It seems like they were very good friends, very close. Okay? But there is going to be something that shows that Donald Trump's actually ties to Jeffrey Epstein never ended after like early 2000, and that either directly by either through Ghislaine Maxwell or directly past the point of 2003 when there's like no known interaction between Trump and Jeffrey Epstein comes back out. That's not true. We do know that they were almost best friends, but there's much proof of this. No, I'm just saying, I can see something that Trump is. It feels to me like Trump is trying to hide something in their involvement. Like, it doesn't make any sense, because if I'm Trump, I'm flexing, okay? If I'm Trump, I'm flexing that I cut Jeffrey Epstein off far before anyone else did, before he was even popped by the feds for sex trafficking of minors. Like, I found something suspicious, there's plausible deniability, you could just be like, you thought something was off, and you just decided to sever ties with this guy, and it turns out it was a great idea, right? All the while, there are so many people, liberal elites, Republican elites, that kept up their relationship with Jeffrey Epstein even after he was arrested for sex trafficking minors and served a light but still a prison sentence for sex trafficking minors. Like, people still kept a relationship with him. So the very fact that Trump doesn't talk about how fucking smart he was ahead of time is awfully suspicious, because he loves gloating. He'd be like, Bill Gates, he loves Jeffrey Epstein, not me. I stopped talking to Jeffrey. We were good friends at a time, and it was a mistake. I thought he was weird. I stopped talking to him, and then lo and behold, turns out he was a pedophile. But then Bill Gates, he kept talking to him. He went and he met him after he knew he was a pedophile. Right? Like, isn't that something that Trump would say? Bill Clinton. Did MAGA just not know that there were a ton of pictures like this before last month? No, there were a ton of pictures, but but this is new. There were like 50 photos of Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump side by side, in lockstep, arm to arm. But this is still new. Isn't that crazy that there is even more relationship that we did not know about, even though we knew that there was a relationship? The fact that he isn't hammering on the Clintons and is instead trying to suggest they made up the Epstein files, somehow put themselves in there, is just every kind of sus. I agree. He's been acting very different about this Epstein shit. Like, very different than the way he normally would. He's Teflon Don after all. Right? Isn't he fucking Teflon Don? If he just told his base, like, if he did the RFK Jr. thing and just like volunteered this information ahead of time and was like, yeah, he was a bad guy, real bad guy, didn't know how bad of a guy he was, but I felt like something was off, and that's why I stopped being friends with him, and then it came out he was a real bad guy. But all these liberal Democrats, they all kept being his friend. They kept inviting him to weddings. I never invited him to a wedding after my last wedding. You know, that kind of shit.
During the show as well, allegations that Epstein sexually abused underage girls didn't surface until 2005, years after this video was shot.
Right, but this, of course, establishes them together, and obviously very friendly in 1999. So Andrew, when you get all this, and all of this is, as I just want to emphasize, right, has not been seen before. So you actually called President Trump. You called him directly to ask him about this.
Yeah, we were not on the phone very long. I think our call was about 30 seconds or so. But when I asked him about the wedding photo, he said, he sort of paused for a second and then said, "You've got to be kidding me," before calling CNN fake news and then hanging up on me. Now, in a statement to CNN, White House Communications Director Stephen Chung said this. He said these are nothing more than out-of-context frame grabs of innocuous videos and pictures of widely attended events to disgustingly infer something nefarious. The fact is that the president kicked him out of his club for being a, quote, creep.
All right, well, it is incredible reporting, and it is important in this context as the country wants, answers on everything to do with Epstein. Andrew, thank you.
I do love that you say, "You got to be kidding me." I do love that. Burnett, the White House response to us, they said the president was never in Epstein's office. Is that true? Mark Epstein, he was there. Oh, Mark Epstein is back, leaking.
Think of this, something that the White House told us yesterday. We talked to a woman who
This is Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein.
Brother of sexual assault. And she also talked about an encounter with Trump at your brother's office. This was in 1995. She found it disturbing. She said she told the FBI twice to look into people around your brother, including Trump. But she talked about this incident that she said happened in his office. And the White House, their response to us, Mark, they were categorical. They said, quote, "The president was never in Epstein's office."
Trump just called Tulsi hot. That's amazing. Dude, I think he literally thought that, like, if he just said, like, Barack Obama is a black man who did not want me to be president and he cheated, that, like, his base would be like, "Oh yeah, that's right, Barack Obama is black. That's right, he's a Muslim African president, he's fake president. He did come after our big beautiful boy." And then they would just, like, forget about the Epstein stuff, and it's just not going away. It's got to be sad, because Teflon Donnie has always been able to whip up his base. It seems like the base is more upset about not getting what they were promised rather than the actual pedophilia. Like, it would have been far less impactful on his approval had he not run on it. I mean, it's not just that, because there are certainly a lot of people in the base that cared about this, right? Like, there were definitely people. Because he didn't, like, put it at the forefront of his campaigning, but he did mention it every now and then. I think it's that they literally tie Jeffrey Epstein to the one, like, actual tangible deep state pedophilia cabal thing that they have believed for years and years. And Trump is supposed to be the great annihilator of the deep state. And now they are having to come to the conclusion that maybe he is deep state himself.
Is that true?
That's just another blatant lie, because he was there. The people that worked for Jeffrey in his office, you can find them. They can testify that they saw Trump in Jeffrey's office on numerous occasions. So for him to say he wasn't there, all I can say is that's just another lie.
Made me.
Like, for me, I used to always say, like, Trump has less of an involvement post Jeffrey Epstein's arrest with Jeffrey Epstein than, like, Bill and Hillary Clinton, right? Now, the way that Trump has been behaving makes me feel as though maybe that's not the case. Maybe he does have more involvement because he is very strangely talking about this issue. He's talking about this issue in a really strange way. He's talking about this issue like he's a man who has something to hide. Now that they're also going after the Ghislaine Maxwell stuff, and, like, maybe even angling, like, a leniency at commuting her sentence or something like that, it just, like, what do you get in return for that? What kind of false testimony will Ghislaine Maxwell make to show her appreciation for potentially her friend, her longtime friend, Donald Trump, releasing her into the wild. I think it's also possible he doesn't give a fuck about what gets released because he knows he's not going to face consequences. Wait, what do you mean? He definitely gives a fuck about what's going to get released because otherwise he would have literally released it. What do you mean? There's one thing you can't say, and that is that Donald Trump does not give a fuck about releasing the Epstein files. More info is going to come out. I think Trump is trying not to step in it by not really saying much. Wall Street Journal is going to drop more for sure. I bet people are going to start snitching once the first shoe drops. Guys, Donald Trump loves to fucking yap. He's gay. Grade A yapper. Like me, okay? This is the one thing he's not yapping about, dude. Isn't that weird to you? Like, this is also, like, in the realm of conspiracy. This is his favorite type of shit to yap about.
Director of National Intelligence. Oh, where's Tulsi? She's like hotter than everybody. She's the hottest one in the room right now. Because she found out with certainty.
Bro, he goes through phases. No, this is not him saying like she's sexy. He's not. He's been doing this. Also, this is gay in the other way. To just be like, oh, she's hot, hot, hot. America is hot. I'm telling you right now, this is his new word. He just loves using the term hot. He's just hyping Tulsi up because he thinks Tulsi gave him like an out to talk about the Obama shit, as opposed to like a distraction that she offered him, as opposed to the Epstein stuff. But it's not even working.
Knew it before, in all fairness, Tulsi. But now you have certainty. She has all the documents. She has everything that you need. And she found out that Barack Hussein Obama led a group of people and they cheated in the elections. And they cheated without question. It's not even a quote. Would you say there's even a little question there, Tulsi? She says no. And you found things that nobody thought we'd ever find. And I'm very happy and very honored to have you with us. She's right now, by far, Speaker, she's hotter than you right now, Speaker. She's the hottest person in the room right now, Speaker. So, Tulsi, great job, and I know you have a lot more coming. She told me,
she's the baddest of them all. She's the baddest.
You've seen nothing yet. So, I heard those rumors about you, but now I know they're true. So, we're very proud of you, Tulsi. They cheated so badly, and ultimately it led to loss in 2020, and it shouldn't have been a loss. It was a big victory. We won by a lot. We had to do it again. But if I thought we lost, I would never have run again. And this is a far more consequential election than it would have been if we did. That's the only thing I can say in favor of it. But
it's that easy to get hundreds of millions of dollars for a failed media business. Oh, this is the other side of the story. Anti-woke warrior Barry Weiss seeks more than $200 million, up to $250 million for media startup Free Press. Weiss has won over Ellison partly by taking a pro-Israel stance according to people familiar with the matter. Barry Weiss is seeking more than $200 million for her failed media startup that was propped up by billionaires to begin with. Okay, she has a fake, unaccredited institution, Austin University. She has a fake dog shit website that just simply does Hasbara, pro-Israel propaganda. Okay, she literally couldn't even get fired from the New York Times, so she had to resign in disgrace and make it seem as though she resigned as a direct consequence of people being mean to her. Like, she has done nothing correctly. Yeah. Finally, Zionists are going to get a seat at the table at a major American media company under a potential deal. And CBS, by the way, is pushing Colbert out, and they're bringing in Barry Weiss. Okay? CBS is actively turning openly, like incredibly right-wing, more right-wing than before. Barry Weiss is a fucking horrible, gross, monstrous hack, okay? She was hated by everyone that worked with her at the New York Times when she was there. She famously wrote that piece on the intellectual dark web for the New York Times that gave the name to the Joe Rogan, Sam Harris, Ben Shapiro, Eric and the other Weinstein, I forget what his name was, like all of those guys, Dave Rubin. Okay, she interviewed all those people, Jordan Peterson. She was horrible. She ordered an execution, a hit out on Dr. Refat al-Ra'er in Palestine, and Israel obviously killed Refat al-Ra'er. Hasan, no, please tell me you're lying. No, no, no. Barry Weiss is one of the biggest industry plants of all time. Okay? She's never had a moment in her career due to her like unique perspective or her journalism or anything like that. She's just pure fucking utter dog shit. Her claim to fame has always been to be unconditionally pro-Israel no matter what, while simultaneously complaining about wokeness on campuses or whatever the fuck. Okay, that's it.
Even more so because...
Wait, Donald Trump is live?
It's not even believable. So, and you should mention that every time they give you a question that's not appropriate, just say, oh, by the way, Obama cheated on the election. You'll watch the camera turn off instantly. But I want to thank all of you again, once again. This is an incredible job. It's incredible people, really incredible people. And, you know, it's very interesting. I got to know so many of you over the last 6 months, really. But so many of you, some I didn't know. But you have tremendous talent. And you have some I spoke to too much. And I particularly like the ones I didn't have to speak to at all. Mary. I didn't have to call Mary. But in particular, but I like them all. Look, in the end, we got there. We got the vote of almost all. A couple of people that will never vote, no matter what. You know, they think it's so cool not to vote. They have no suggestions. They have no ideas. They have no nothing. They just want to vote no. I don't know why. They're not doing very well on the polls right now, by the way. I'll tell you right now. But I want to just, if I could, for a second, because he really deserves it, is truly a spectacular person, spectacular man. I'd like to ask the Speaker, Mike Johnson, to come up and say a few words.
Mr. President, I'm not going to speak long. These guys hear me talk all the time, okay?
God, these guys are such fucking losers.
I just want to say that we have been making history together, and we're making history because you are the visionary, bold, strong leader that America needed. The American people recognize that. They gave us a mandate, and we're delivering on it. The exciting thing about the Big Beautiful Bill is America First is no longer just an agenda. It is now the law of the land, my friends. I could go by and name person by person, and I should name their spouses as well. All the members in this room, everybody deserves the credit. They underestimated us all the time, every day, because our margin is so small. But we do not accept that as our fate. We've worked together. This was prayer and patience and preparation and teamwork that got it done. We began this about a year and a half before that bill was delivered. The deliberate work down in the trenches.
I can't believe this guy's son monitors his porn consumption, but he's just literally making porn in front of national news by sucking off Donald Trump this hard.
I wanted to deliver for
Shameful.
You and deliver for the people, and we did it together. And I'm telling you, this is landmark stuff. There's not anything bigger I think we may ever work on, ever, in this legislative arena, because it may not even be possible, but we did it. And I'm so grateful and I'm so thankful and humbled to work with this group. Mr. President, they are committed to the country as you are. You are the strong leader, the example for us. With your stamina, we know we can never sleep, okay? We've got much more to do to deliver for the people, and we're going to do it. We thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the celebration. Everybody here deserves it. God bless you.
televise someone's license plate. By the way, Barry makes $15 million from her Substack. Wait, what? Why is this man David Ellison, the incoming owner of CBS News, over a potential deal to sell her 3-year-old media company, according to several people familiar with the matter? She's made $15 million from her Substack? Dude, I think the Substack numbers are literally fucking pumped. I think wealthy people just like buy it in bulk or something. There is no fucking way that Barry Weiss has that many readers. There's just no shot. I think these guys, there's never been a moment where Republicans haven't valued propaganda. They value propaganda a lot more than dumb fuck leftists do, because the dumb fuck leftists don't understand the importance of fucking messaging, because they're dumb and fucking stupid. That's it. In any case, I think you can give Substack subscriptions. You can with Patreon. Yeah, I suspect that there's something going on there. I just think that I think that there's like something nefarious afoot. Felix spoke about that before. She has a loyal fitty, you know, those weird guys that film TikTok videos in their cars. Nah, those guys don't have enough money. No, and there's not that many of those guys. Like, there is, listen, there's an asterisk next to a lot of the New York Times bestsellers. That asterisk implies that people bought it in bulk, okay? They had to add that in because Republicans would constantly get themselves to the top of the New York Times bestseller list. And in order to get there, they would just purchase or not the asterisk, the dagger, okay? They would do that because they would just like go in and purchase a lot of these books in bulk, instead of just like people organically going and purchasing these books on release. Okay? Campaigns mass purchase books as well. So I think that Barry Weiss probably also has a similar thing going for her Substack. And if she follows me, of course she follows me. She is an agent of the Israeli state, okay? Through and through. Like, I remember, I think Jank had a conversation with her at some event that they were speaking at, or debating against one another, and she was shocked to find out that I was his nephew. Plenty of people who are a part of the Hasbara machine follow me. They follow my every move. But my point is, like, she knew who I was as a scary terrorist supporter, but didn't know that I was Jank's nephew. As in, she knew who I was independently of Jank, despite the fact that people in that side of the media will usually know Jank before they know me. I think the Free Press obviously is a right-wing institution, and it is tasked with one goal in mind, which is to promote Curtis Yarvin thought. It's propped up entirely by the Peter Thiels of the world, like some of the scariest, most nefarious, most villainous people in American society. But not only that, but also it serves one purpose, and that is to defend Israel by consistently claiming that every critic of Israel is anti-Semitic. So I think that's the only reason why she's getting this promotion from CBS News, who's saving her fucking dying enterprise that has no organic movement or organic growth. Barry Weiss looking for a $200 to $250 million for a publication of the free president potential sale of like, I will say this freely and openly, okay? I have more of a much larger organic following than Barry Weiss does, and I am nowhere near worth this number. You understand? The only reason why she is going to get that number is because CBS wants restructuring. They want to become more openly right-wing, and they think they will get there by hiring Barry Weiss. That's it. Straight up, said it out loud. Look at this. This is so sad. Trump coaches Republicans to say Obama cheated on the election every time they're asked about Epstein. Oh my lord, he is so fucked, dude.
Remember, don't let them forget. It's so important. Obama cheated on the election. Look, the camera just went off. Obama, the red light just went off. Can you believe these people, how bad they are? Obama cheated. When they give you all nonsense, Obama cheated. And
I thought he was talking about, did we watch
his
that?
people cheated, but he was there. You ever hear this? They talk about, if they ever even mention it, they never mention his name. Just the opposite with me. But they only mention my name. They don't mention any of you guys. They don't mention Tom. They don't mention Steve. They don't mention our great speaker. They mention Trump all the time. I'd like to have them mention you. But remember this, Obama cheated on the election. And we have it cold.
Wait, Obama cheated on the election, but you won. What election is he talking about? This motherfucker won the election that Obama could have cheated on. That was 2 elections ago. You won that election. What does he mean Obama cheated on the election? Like, is he talking about 2016? Wait, he's saying Obama cheated on the 2020 election? How the fuck would Obama have any power to do anything? Why would it be Obama that's cheating on the 2020 election? No, Obama cheated to defeat Hillary and elect Trump. I think he means in 2016, right? Like, that's what he's got to be talking about. Unless he means, like, Obama cheated to win in 2008 or something. Like, or 2012? No, I don't think so.
Hard, blue, and it's getting even more so because the stuff that's coming in is not even believable. So, and you should mention that every time they give you a question that's not appropriate, just say, oh, by the way, Obama cheated on the election. You'll watch the camera turn off instantly.
Oh, that's crazy. That's terrible. I mean, he won the election that Obama could have cheated on in 2016. So what does he know? How could Obama have cheated on the 2020 election? I don't understand that, because he wasn't president at that point. And the last time Obama could have cheated, Trump won that election. So is the argument that, like, Obama cheated but he still won? Like, that's how good he is? Is that what it is? Obama had sex with a different election. This feels like, yeah, see, I'm telling you, look, he's accusing Barack Obama of treason over the 2016 election claims. Like, that's it. That's not, Chad, that's 2016. Which, again, doesn't really make sense because he won that election. So what is the argument? He won. Like, let's say Barack Obama did not want Donald Trump to be president. And he was up to his old tricks, okay? Old Hussein Obama, you know, doing Muslim tricks. Because he is African Muslim and a socialist communist. Okay? He still won the election. It was too big to rig, baby. Like, what are we talking about? So how could he have done anything in the 2020 election? It's pretty funny to think that he's still mad about, like, not winning the popular vote in 2016 against Hillary Clinton, even though he already won the popular vote this time around.
And Trump.
Wait, he told a 14-year-old he'd fuck her in 2 years, like as in 16. So what is it? Is it 16? Is that his lower limit? In this circumstance, he says, like, I don't want to be like that congressperson and, you know, get caught with 12-year-olds. So the only number that is left here is either 13, 14, 15, or 16. We know he has said he's open to the 16. It seems like his lower limit is 16. Like, if I'm being charitable to Donald Trump here, it was 2 14-year-olds.
Literally, you're sitting in a studio with.
Dude, if we keep pressing him on the Epstein stuff, we might get, like, new discoveries about 9/11. He's gonna slowly work. He's gonna slowly keep working his way up. Like, we might get some real shit out of this administration. Like, actually. Just to get the Epstein stink off of him. Yeah, it feels like now we are the ones who are using the blackmail to our advantage, okay? Just like every day we're like, Mr. President, Medicare for all, and we forget, okay? Just saying. A little bit of Medicare for all, Mr. President, and we forget this Epstein thing. We let bygones be bygones, baby. I will forget so fast your head will spin, okay? Just saying. Just saying, dude. Imagine we use the Epstein blackmail that he's afraid of releasing to pressure him on shit like that. It's like, Mr. President, time to arrest some billionaires, okay? Time to put some billionaires in jail, okay? I'm just saying. Little student loan debt forgiveness sounds real good. Damn, I might have amnesia. All of a sudden, I've forgotten about what involvement? What was the guy's name? Famous New York financier? Amnesty for all migrants, you say? Sounds good to me. Much. I fucking hate this shit. There's nothing more disgraceful than, like, all these liberals rolling over and showing their fucking belly to this rapacious tyrant, this petty fucking moron. It makes me so goddamn mad. They're like, yeah, okay, sure, sir. Please stop hitting us. It is fucking disgusting. Throw them on. This kind of stuff is adding insult to injury because these guys did not have to cave. Okay? Like, there is no reason for Harvard to even capitulate to the initial demands being made, which they did, and then they fought back. There was no reason for Colombia to ever cave or capitulate to the Trump administration and just like tarnish whatever remained of their reputation. There's no reason for any of these law firms to do so. They were so fucking cowardly. And the only thing they did was embolden, galvanize Trump. They basically gave him more confidence to keep demanding more. Guys like this need a strong fight. They need opposition. And then they back away. That's the whole point of fucking Taco Trump, is that when there's enough fuss, they just take a step back. At least Paramount has a kind of selfish bullshit reason. Yeah, I mean, Paramount is disgusting for what they did because they want the fucking merger to go through. But even then, god damn, how much fucking super profits do you want? It's actually interesting because on the one hand, I do think that he's washed and it was a disgrace what he turned into after years and years of dedicated good comedy on the Colbert Report. I would say so far as like that the Colbert Report from a comedic perspective was better than the Daily Show. And I say this as someone who was a major Daily Show fan when I was growing up. I've talked about Jon Stewart's influence on my development. I'm unashamed, okay? Despite the fact that I am not a liberal, I readily admit that, okay? Having said that, like, Stephen Colbert became this mediocre mouthpiece for liberalism when he went on network television with The Late Show. But the reason why he's getting axed is not because it was too costly an enterprise. The reason why he's getting axed is because they're changing trajectory. You're going too left here, babe? Wait, what? What are you saying? I don't know, man. His show was losing 40 mil a year. So much of television is like that, though. It's just... He tried to be the face of Democratic media right as the Democrats totally fell out of favor. I don't know if that's the only reason why they're axing him. Like, what are we talking about? CBS is fucking literally paying Barry Weiss $250 million? You think Barry Weiss is a more valuable entity than fucking Stephen Colbert? Stephen Colbert is a household name. Barry Weiss is a charlatan. What the fuck are we talking about? It's Hollywood accounting to say, oh, it cost $40 million. His show was costing too much money. It's bullshit. It's literally bullshit.
Sister program, The Colbert Report, also on Comedy Central. A show which, in my mind, if I may, a show which, in my mind, remains...
Yeah, CBS fired the head of 60 Minutes for criticizing Israel, and they're trying to merger with Discovery. And they absolutely are making a fucking active, deliberate right-wing heel turn here. And ironically enough, they're following other channels that tried to do that unsuccessfully, like CNN. They're trying to do that unsuccessfully, following the pivot that you saw from even MSNBC or Skydance. I don't know. They're trying to do a merger. I forget what they're trying to do a merger with, but it literally has failed. Right-wing pivoting has failed, okay? It has only hemorrhaged viewership. Skydance, not Discovery. Companies are all kissing the ring, kissing Donald Trump's ring at a time when if they wanted like genuine eyeballs and to bring back attention to network television, cable, which obviously is already a failed enterprise, because there's just too much diversity of media. It's impossible to keep eyeballs focused on this old, antiquated, outdated version, outdated mode. But it's like crazy that these guys are just tanking what remains of their loyal fan base with the hopes that they can bring on some right-wingers to watch their TV shows when they're not. And Barry Weiss is the last person that's going to be able to do that anyway. If you actually want people to fucking watch, if you want right-wingers to watch, hire right-wingers, hire Tucker Carlson. I hate to give you advice, CBS, but just fucking hire Tucker Carlson then. Like, if I were to put my hat on as a media executive, okay, I'm putting my media executive hat on. I'm thinking, I'm doing a right-wing pivot. Why the fuck would I hire Barry Weiss? She has no organic following. Nobody gives a shit about her. Okay? I would fucking hire Tucker Carlson. I would hire all of the rapist sex pests that Fox News actually fucking fired. And talk about how I'm doing that because I'm giving them a second chance. Because we hate cancel culture around these parts. You know, CBS stands for Canceled Broadcasting Service.
To this day, one of the most astounding accomplishments in satirical television, rendering a fictional character in real time 4 nights a week for 10 years so seamlessly, many viewers believed him to be the boorish, high-status idiot he was portraying. They were heady times, my friends. We were 2 pretty good-sized fish in a reasonably small basic cable pond. Both of our shows reached an inflection point in 2015. Stephen chose to challenge himself by seeing if he could succeed the legendary David Letterman in, quite frankly, a much bigger pond than the one he and I had been swimming in. And I quit. I quit.
Yeah, he did too. He did too. I know he's your homie and you're glazing him, but he did too. He quit as well. As a matter of fact, it would have been better if he quit instead of doing this disgraceful act as he became this puppet. No, he's just committed to his ways. That's the difference. I don't think Jon Stewart is a puppet or anything. I think he is honest. You might disagree with him, but I think those are his genuine opinions. I don't think he shelters his I don't think he ever hides his true opinions on anything, and especially if you listen to his like podcast snippets and shit. Like he's pretty on it. There's just a limit to his ideology. Look, no disrespect. I had Abdul El-Sayed on yesterday, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. He's running for Senate in Michigan. But there's a limitation to guys like this, okay? No matter how honest or earnest they are, there is a limit to their ideology, okay? That's why when I said it's capitalism, he said, no, it's corporatism. I'm sure many of you picked up on that, okay? And it's the same for someone like Jon Stewart. Like, Jon Stewart will never take that next step. He just won't. It's never going to happen. Bernie Sanders is never not going to be a liberal Zionist. It is what it is. You know? That's it. They're older. They're committed to their worldview, their vision. It's going to be difficult. No, that's not true. He's very progressive. No, I know. He's a lot more progressive than he even lets on his show. I never said Jon Stewart is not progressive. He is. Jon Stewart also talks about Israel in very similar ways that I do on his podcast. He does not talk about Israel in very similar ways that I do on his show. To the extent that is like permissible, Jon Stewart has always been a major critic of Israel, but I think that's the only thing that he he maybe moderates his perspective on when he's on television as opposed to when he's on his own podcast, when he's on a longer extended format. I've listened to him talk about Israel on a less restrictive format. Kyrie wants to interview with you? Kyrie Irving? Are you serious? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. No, you're fucking memeing, right? Are you being serious? When? I have to get a haircut right now, but I will do it. Yes. I have so many of his shoes. You don't understand. Are you just fucking, are you faking? Are you being serious? Are you being real? Stop. Chatter, answer me right now. Is this a bait? Don't hurt my feelings. One fucking... He wants to interview pro-Palestine people? Did he say he wants to interview me? Or did he say he just wants to interview pro-Palestine people and you thought, oh, I'll just go in and excite Hasanabi Piker for no reason? Shut the fuck up. At least with Kyrie, it's like plausible. He's linked up with a lot of content creators that I know, and that's. Oh, Dua Lipa wants to link up. Okay, stop. Yo, President Xi is on the phone. Yo, Wemby wants to talk to you about Mao. My heart can only take so much. You motherfuckers are bad. Okay, I have to go. I literally have to go. I'm not crying. I'm not leaving in disgrace. I actually have to go to get a haircut. I have a haircut coming up right now. My hair's gotten too long. I got tricked. It's fine. Maybe in the future, Kyrie will actually talk to me. Anyway, love you guys. Free Palestine. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.